Chapter 3001 Merely the Telios Stage. Sewing the blooming scene, the silver gold-haired Imperium Knight became dazed as she saw the engulfing crack spread across the forehead of Augustus and cave downwards, his life force and the life force she and others released being devoured at a shocking pace and disappearing towards oblivion. In Imperium legions, most of the time was spent training and on missions, as a lot of the time, complex weavings form between the knights within these legions, emotional entanglements. Eons of history and rapport. To some, the existence of the other being becomes critical to their mental support. The beautiful visage of the silver gold-haired female knight held a relationship close to this with Augustus, as seeing his handsome face becoming caved in under pressure while his dominium soul crack. She released a wailing bellow as she sought his dominium soul crack, even as multicolored tendrils of life force flowed from the dominiums of her, Knight Pomino, Knight Acalusia, and many others. They couldn't stabilize and patch up Augustus any longer. He had been analyzed too greatly. The damage he could receive was that much more compared to before, as his dominium could not hold it. And with the advent of a single line of a new prophecy, no Imperium Knight shall fall. Hold, the gaze of Knight Pomino was utterly furious as his body erupted with the wondrous glow of the Imperium, his eyes maddened as the hands of Knight Acalusia came to move him back. She then went forward with the dazzling Codex of Extremity in her hands as she sought to even summon the influence of the omniverse around them. But before this could fully unfold, boom, the cracked dominium became interminably unstable as, instead of accepting the life force of the Imperium Knights around it, it began releasing a gluttonous devouring force that tried to ensnare itself on all those around Augustus. It even pulled towards the weavings of the Codex of Extremity in the hands of Acalusia. Seeing such a scene, Acalusia gritted her teeth and closed the dazzling book in her hands, a heavy repulsive authority being released from her that shook away all knights in the surroundings and pushed them all opposite of Knight Augustus that at this moment, with his dominium caving in from an unbearable pressure and his face splintered and folding in itself, turned to look towards the silver gold-haired female knight in a daze until a moment later, boom, an existential boom akin to a vanquished existential singularity bloomed. It was blood-red gold as after its emergence, it collapsed into itself as everything became devoured and disappeared into oblivion right after. Robbed honor and glory become commonplace, their process undeniable once in place. Their process was undeniable once in place. In real time, a prophecy began to apply its corrective measures with shocking accuracy and precision. The knights gazed forward with dazed expressions, Knight Pomino's expression seeming utterly ugly as every part of his body trembled. On his forehead, he could feel the devilish smile and eyes trying to fully return and establish themselves, while on two other knights, their lute markers became much brighter and potent at this moment. No, the silver gold-haired companion of Knight Augustus wailed in a guttural howl that stretched out all around, her intent entirely sorrowful as seeing her gaze and the gaze of other knights. Acalusia couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in her heart. She knew the culprit, the one who had thrown the arrows, the one they were seeking in the beginning. With her molars grinding in her jaws, she called out his name, Noah Osmont, Huum. His name acted like a trigger on all days knights here. Pomino seemed like a raging bull as, feeling the mark on his forehead and two others seeking to become ever brighter, he bellowed out, to Cappadocia that now, before any other situation occurred, before anything else worsened, they had to go, as at the same time, they were feeling from the reality of something unbelievable, the loss of the dominium soul of a member of their Red Legion. A legion being trained to face omniversal pillagers. Today, Knight Augustus fell, a Telios stage entity fell, and his enemy was one who had just stepped into the existential dominium realm in the last few hours. His enemy was the unbearable weight of a construct that nobody truly understood at this moment. But one way or another, it paved the way for a reality that would only act as a springboard for a certain someone, expanding the actions he could take in a way others could not even fathom, an unfathomable achievement. The authority of the protagonist rises ever further. The dominium soul of a Telios stage knight has been shattered by your means and the means of your infinite existential omniversal seed. Swaths of immense records, extremes, and existence are flowing into you. Your forge multiplies the quality and quantity of all incoming weavings and transforms them into quintessential fruits of existence. Your primordium core devours the quintessential fruits of existence and becomes even more enriched. An unbelievable reality, one that stated that somehow Noah had managed to cause the demise of a Telios stage entity, but this alone held such tremendous meaning, as it wasn't all just for the loot. There was also something equally important that began to unwind in front of Noah's body at this moment. The existential illusory weaving V1 of Augustus began to shine with brilliance. The records, extremes, and existence of Knight Augustus is fully analyzed and understood. The existential illusory weaving V3 Knight Augustus has begun to form. Huum, the aura of a teleo-stage entity began to rise and flourish, endless waves of mana dynamics surged in and fused towards its forming body. Tendrils of the protagonist and loot flowed into it with wonder, a breath of quintessence, infinity, extremity, and tyranny ran rampant and seethed within its existence. With a dazzlingly handsome appearance, adorned in a set of blue-gold knight armament, it was an existential illusory weaving. It was a Teleos stage existence. Chapter 3002, merely the Teleos stage. 2. What a glorious thing! Hours after this advance into the existential dominium realm, he went ahead and utilized his infinite existential omniversal seed to entirely skip over the neonate, Sequor, and Teleos stages as an entity of such a realm was slain, floating above his throne. Noah took a moment to take the gravitas of such an action, of such an achievement, and all he could say for it, merely the Teleos stage. Nothing much, WAA, merely the Teleos stage. He skipped to slay an entity of such a stage, and when it came to him, he didn't just leave them at that. He first devoured their eons worth of hard work, and he then put records of what they used to be at work as at this moment. The dazzling illusory figure of an Imperium Knight was actualized, a sentient light flowing within his eyes. The moment this light came to, his will became focused on the man before his eyes as in a swift motion. The illusory weaving of the handsome visage of Knight Augustus came to bend down and kneel before Noah. Master, the intent was thick and powerful. Even at this point, waves of heavy existential extremity authorities from Noah and the infinite existential omniversal seed continued to fill up this illusory weaving in front of Noah as its realm was far too high, its breadth was immeasurably wide. The existential extremity authority of royalty can be redesigned under the illusory weaving of Knight Augustus and brought to the existential level under it. The extremity authority of honor can be redesigned under the illusory weaving of Knight Augustus and brought to the existential level under it. The extremity authority of dignity can be redesigned under the illusory weaving of Knight Augustus and brought to the existential level under it. An array of prompts arose. Towards the kneeling Imperium Knight paying obeisance to him, Noah gazed at him calmly as this was a tool that allowed many more things to become possible. To start off, there are some who chose to be my enemies, legacies that thought themselves far above all else. The moment these words rose, the illusory weaving of the Imperium Knight Augustus rose along with them as his intent burst out. The enemies of the Master deserve nothing else but a swift conversion to become loot, a sound intent. Noah smiled at it and nodded as he gave out his command. The legacies of Alabalum and Ignatius still exist. Wipe them out silently and efficiently. Basilius Aname. Can be spared due to her prior actions. As of this moment, you will take the lead as the commander of my illusory legion. Illusory Commander Augustus, existential authority seethed. The newly appointed illusory commander became even more servile as he bowed ever deeper. I heed the Master's commands, with existential authority still flowing into him like an endless sea. With a body that other entities could not even see, an invisible Imperium Knight disappeared, and more prompts cascaded over Noah's eyes. The action of decimating the dominium of a Teleos stage existential dominium realm entity is not a light one, apart from all of his records. Existence, and extremes being funneled to become amplified authority to be converted to quintessential fruits of existence. You have attained a quintessential dominium core that can be utilized to stimulate the formation of an entity's dominium. A magisterial singularity began to form within Noah's forge. It was a loot so blinding that the extremity of cheats gazes at the newly appearing loot with anticipation and an itch to alter. Some of Noah's extremes began to lock onto the wonder continuing to bloom around Noah, within the existential domain of Cappadocia, as one of the central domains under the banner of the Imperium. It was something unique and not akin to the existential domains where seeds were cultivated over eons. Forces of the Imperium moved to and fro in many places here, with there being designations of planes of existence where certain enclaves occupied, and some of the more potent branches of legacies even had their own designated planes where their basileus were stationed, and then, there were general areas where the basileus of different legacies mixed in along with others of the Imperium. In a plane of existence filled with vibrant blue galaxies, atop a central point of the largest galaxy, a massive construct surrounded by vessels going back and forth, and even many more parked in place could be seen. The construct was circular in nature, seeming like a disk of blue light that had countless grand structures and buildings atop it. Among these many structures, there was a famous one known as the Pearl of Cappadocia, where many legacies, enclaves, and other forces gathered for entertainment and to soothe one's weary dominium through many methods. The Pearl of Cappadocia was a massive structure designed like a ship, and it floated on a stellar cloud of stars as it had multiple layers and floors. On the 899th floor of the Pearl of Cappadocia, Attendants floated on a gold sea of dazzling light, carrying with them trays that held refined drinks made from fruits of existence. There were wide golden tables rising from the gold sea below that were occupied by many powerful entities at the existential dominium realm. Many of them belonging to enclaves or legacies. As they mingled and discussed amongst each other, on a particular table, the visage of Basilius Inane could be seen with many other Basilius of the legacy of Alabalum, and unlike the cheery gazes of other entities across the floors of the Pearl of Cappadocia, their gazes were dark. Every now and then, gazes would be thrown their way as the discussions taking place were all the same, talking of the downfall of Alabalum and Ignatius as the events of Vitalis and Vacuus spread. In a corner of this unique space, belonging to a powerful entity that used to hold some of the highest rights to Cappadocia, an entity silently appeared as his visage was not visible to any others. It was the arrival of a soldier, a commander sent forth by a man who always remembered cause and effect. Chapter 3003 Attacks on Cappadocia. Being the illusory weaving of Knight Augustus, the illusory commander Augustus knew very well all the protective measures within Cappadocia and how to bypass them. All he did afterward was remain with his innate weaving of not even being visible in existence to other entities and overseeing authorities, and then he followed the weavings of his master to arrive at those whose extremes and records he was entangled with. Silently, he observed the remnant forces of the legacy of Al-Abalum. On the 899th floor of the Pearl of Cappadocia, around a luxurious golden table where drinks made of fruits of existence flowed within golden chalices. Only Basilius Inane and other members of the legacy of Al-Abalum were here, with the Archon Basilius Alabalum himself not being present, but the illusory commander Augustus was not worried about this. A man had to start somewhere, and when he moved, he had to guarantee results. He closed his eyes as he remained invisible while surrounded by swaths of Basilius from different legacies and enclaves, most being in the sequor stage of existential dominium realm as the second most common. Was the lowest neonate stage, and there were a few prominent heads of Telios stage on the leading seats of some clusters. The moment a move was made, an exit had to be made right after. The illusory commander Augustus closed his eyes at this moment as he felt the weavings of his master. Within the great stretches of Cappadocia, he could sense the few knights affected by the loot marker and the observer they dragged along with them. The intent of his master's prophecy rang in his mind as he sensed the progression of these marks. Robbed honor and glory become commonplace, their process undeniable. Once in place, the process was undeniable. His former self had met the inevitable fate as he was reborn under a grand new light under the glory of the Weaver of Extremity. He could feel that even with the help they came to Cappadocia to seek, another Telios stage brethren would be joining him soon enough, but the power of the Imperium clustered here. There were those who could still reverse the terrifying power of his master. So the illusory commander Augustus waited patiently to strike, at the most opportune time. While waiting, come forth to aid in accomplishing the commands of the master. His weavings traversed across space and time to reach the illusory weavings of neonate stage Basilius. His master had already killed those who joined the ranks of his master first, but he now led. All of them would answer his call as the result of their mission was to grow the numbers of their legion even more, but since they couldn't hide as well as him at his current stage, their mission would be elsewhere. There was also the vacuous side of entities, the side where his master had granted additional advice due to the complex weavings of the great usurper mixed in with these forces. Within Cappadocia, in a restricted area filled with gloriously pulsing seas of existential authority, the auras of powerful entities in the sequor and Telios stage could be felt as they belonged to the powerful legions stationed within Cappadocia, with the eyes of many knights currently gazing towards the existential Panacea Sea where one of the prized Imperium Knight healers could be seen. The existential Panacea Sea was verdant gold and filled with an overabundance of life, and a massive willow tree rose from its very depths as some of its many branches were currently wrapped around 3 Imperium Knights and the royal observer Xavier. The figures of Knight Pomino and Acalusia were standing in front of this massive tree as within moments. A terrifying aura far exceeding the Telios stage of existential dominium realm appeared in the surroundings. It was the appearance of an aged man with white gold hair and a pair of glasses, his demeanor of an old man entirely destroyed by his absolutely shocking might. It was the Imperium Martial King overseeing many of the operations of the existential domain of Cappadocia. The moment he arrived, Knight Acalusia and Knight Pomino bowed down along with the rest of the knights in the surroundings, but the gaze of the Martial King wasn't even on them as he was locked onto the 3 Imperium Knights and the observer Xavier. His eyes instantly lit up with wrath as he saw the looks of agony on the Imperium Knights who were getting their dominiums actively devoured. The efforts of the massive tree and its massive life force behind them not even being able to help, then he also saw the visage of the royal observer who had his face split and caved in the middle already, the rest of his body seemingly about to follow as when the Imperium Martial King appeared. Xavier and the others adopted looks of great hope, they hands reaching out to be saved, they all wanted to be saved, but looking at their state, the Martial King instantly moved his body towards the three Imperium Knights as observer Xavier instantly despaired, the wavering of his intent instantly becoming critical as his dominium instantly began fracturing and caving into itself, the cackling of the devilish smile and eyes on his forehead flaring victoriously. It seemed like the ultimate insult before these Imperium Knights as their dominiums buzzed, with the might of the Martial King erupting on his aged body as his hands descended on the first two knights who were branded, blinding light erupting out and beginning to erase these brandings as the authority seemed undeniable. Those who would be saved, and those who would perish as the protagonist prophesied would perish. But at such a moment when one of the major powerhouses within Cappadocia was making a move to resolve an issue, and while many eyes were drawn towards the return of the Red Legion and the death of an Imperium Knight, an illusory commander made a move. Chapter 3004 Attacks on Cappadocia. 2. On the 899th floor of the Pearl of Cappadocia, Basilius Inane was sitting at the head of a dazzling golden table, wondering how eons worth of calculations had come crashing down so spectacularly. In the midst of her thoughts, in the midst of her weavings, she felt her silver white hair flicker and weave as if a heavy wind was whipping all around her. Her head rose in confusion as an instant later, her eyes were only able to capture a flash of brilliance she had seen once before. This light of brilliance was already on the heads of all Basilius of Alabalum apart from her. Some of its tendrils were colorless, others an endless blue, and others shining a brilliant hue of purple. But she could have sworn that she had seen this light before. The moment this thought came, her eyes were only just able to capture the implosion and fracturing of the bodies and dominium souls of all the Basilius of Alabalum around her. All of them were either at the neonate or sequor stage of existential dominium realm, and even Inane could say that the brilliance of the authorities raging around her may be no less brilliant if not exceeding her father. It meant this was someone at the Telios stage, and a tremendously powerful one at that. As the moment an instant passed, a few dozen dominiums were instantly crushed. Basilius Inane rose up in shock as around her, exclamations and bellows rose from nearby as a great number of existential authorities erupted out. Who, daring, ooh. Countless intents overlapped, but no enemy could be seen. The only thing apparent was the lone figure of Basilius Inane. She was frozen in place with her authorities buzzing, preparing to fight for her own life, but nothing else came. No enemy could be seen even as powerful royalties of the Imperium rose around and spread their dominiums out in shock, and far from the Pearl of Cappadocia, in another region within the haven of Cappadocia, the figure of Archon Basilius Ignatius was meeting with the veiled Herald of Flames, the right-hand woman of the Archon Basilius Lethith, as she was smiling while enacting different plans. Under Alabalum, you lost everything. So why would you not join our cause? My Archon has great ambitions. Her weavings were enticing as Ignatius had a difficult expression, and just when he was about to reply, his gaze changed as he turned around and bellowed out, "You!" He bellowed out behind him where the few dozen remaining Basilius of his legacy remained, and he sensed the invisible enemies he had come across before instantly appearing around his forces and striking out. All of the illusory weavings were of the neonate stage as they couldn't escape the gazes of Telios stage entities. The dominium soul of Archon Basilius Ignatius instantly erupted to defend in anger, the veiled Herald of Flames also standing up with sternness. But before she could even move, her pupils widely dilated in the next moment as in the corner of her eyes, she saw the erupting image of Ignatius who was radiating his dominium in the distance. She saw his face caving in and nearly being destroyed as a silent and invisible attacker of much greater power than the ones they could currently sense in the distance attacked. The illusory commander Augustus had warped through the weavings of Cappadocia through the prepared legions of illusory weavings of Basilius, instantly appearing in this space as it judged the best entity that could fall to him at the Telios stage. The answer turned out to be Ignatius. A heavy battle broke out here as at this moment. A single entity in the distance was the one benefiting from all of this, far away from the attacks being carried out in Cappadocia, adorned in his sleek white dress and obsidian pants. Noah's dominium soul reflected the vision of what his main body saw, a scene of wondrous prompts since another Telios stage entity fell to his whims. Another dominium soul of a Telios stage entity has been shattered by your means and the means of your infinite existential omniversal seed, swouts of immense records, extremes, and existence are flowing into you. The records, extremes, and existence of Observer Xavier are fully analyzed and understood. The existential illusory weaving V3 Observer Xavier has begun to form. The records, extremes, and existence Basilius Lorraine are fully analyzed and understood. The existential illusory weaving V3 Basilius Lorraine has begun to form, one after another. After another Telios stage illusory weaving joined his ranks, many more at the Sequor and Telios stage followed as for his advent into the larger omniverse now. He was truly giving the Imperium a warm welcome, but at the same time, amidst all of these gains, there were also some losses like Noah feeling the permanent erasure of his loot marker on the 3 remaining nights, losses that told him that even though his prophecies were powerful and applied great existential corrective measures, they could also be opposed when a great power stood opposite them, but it didn't matter. His silent legions moved quickly as he even expected an Archon to quickly join his ranks. The seas of existential authority that had just converged to support the illusory weaving of the Royal Observer Xavier already being warped away to appear within the distant battle against Archon Basilius Ignatius, because this battle had to be quick to ensure a clean destruction of an Archon's dominium and the subsequent retreat before terrifying forces of the Imperium got a hold of his legions, amongst those being destroyed in the legacy of Ignatius. The illusory weavings under Commander Augustus purposely avoided a few Basilius, similar to how Basilius Inane was left untouched, these Basilius showing with their eyes a deeply hiding flow of blue tendrils of light that belonged to none other than the great usurper. For these entities, Noah left alone as to him, attacking them would be akin to kill stealing, and there were plenty of fish in the vast omniverse. Chapter 3005 Enemy of the Imperium. I, as a fisherman, harvested his gains from afar. The Imperium Martial King of Cappadocia was aflame with anger. This was a simple mission. His hand lifted from the stable visage of Knight Pomino as his aged gaze hung onto him and Knight Acalusia closely. The loot markers were entirely erased from the foreheads of the remaining knights with the shocking power of the Imperium Martial King. But 2 forces of the Imperium had fallen nonetheless, an observer, and a knight stemming from a trainee Red Legion that was being trained to succeed one of the genuine Red Legions of the Imperium to fight against omniversal pillagers. How could one fall so easily, in front of the willow tree full of an overabundance of existential life force? In the surroundings, the existential panacea sea shone with a splendorous green-gold light that reflected on the many knights observing respectfully in the distance, and the Red Legion that at this moment dropped to their knees towards the Imperium Martial King. Imperium Knights Acalusia and Pomino were included among them, as Acalusia offered her Codex of Extremity while kneeling and voicing out her intent. The cause of failure was all on me, Martial King. The offering of the Codex of Extremity from the hands of the Knight Commander was extremely symbolic, as more often than not it was them relinquishing command and asking to be punished. To any other knight offering such a symbolic action, it may have gone through, but for Imperium Knight Acalusia, get up. Tell me what happened. The Martial King sighed wryly as if he were looking at his very own flesh and blood, the identity of Acalusia being extremely special. Her gold locks of her brimmed with power as her immeasurably gorgeous visage remained kneeling while replying. We tracked Noah Osmont and discovered a Sanctus princess without her entourage, just a single knight. During our battle with them, we were faced with attacks that were the ones to cause our losses, and I have high confidence that the source of these attacks is this same Noah Osmont. Her words were filled with confidence, as if what she said could be nothing but the truth. The Imperium Martial King heard this name mentioned once more as his body pulsed with shocking waves of power. Eon's worth of accumulation seemed to be contained in his eyes as he muttered calmly, Noah Osmont. The name reverberated out across the golden green sea around them, filled with an overabundance of life. The knights of the Red Legion still kneeling as they waited for the verdict of the Martial King. He will no longer be regarded as a seed, and the mystery of his background can be affixed to the Sanctus Populi, HUUM. The surrounding weavings of existence trembled at his words alone as the flames of rage within Knight Pomino were fed freely and growing ever more. The aged visage of the Imperium Martial King was suffused with a golden light as he continued, place his name and everything to do with his weavings as an enemy of the Imperium. The reward for his existential capture or death is currently set as either a number of shares from the Cappadocia Enclave or a not yet defined number of fruits of existence. The gaze of the Martial King became piercing, as if he could see the strung-up existence of the one known as Noah Osmont right before him already. Cappadocia shall declare an existential crusade against this Noah Osmont, as any legion will be welcomed, and you can destroy anything in your path to him, whether it be the Sanctus Populi or something else. Ho, the knights of the Imperium and the surroundings smacked their chests and kneeled to give their affirmations. Ho, Knight Pomino and Acalusia used their hands to smack their chests and chant in affirmation. Ho, it was the call of the existential crusade of Noah Osmont, someone who dared to murder the knights of the Imperium. But before this moment could be taken in all that fully, the gaze of the Martial King flickered as he disappeared in a wisp of golden light right away, when He reappeared. He was already within the 899th floor of the Pearl of Cappadocia, gazing at the unfolding chaos of multiple basileus with their dominiums shattered and broken, and no enemy who did so in sight. The gaze of the martial king twinkled as he waved his hand, his aura spreading out as all the chaos around calmed. Basileus of legacies and enclaves calmed and looked forward respectfully as the martial king twisted his hand, the weavings of records and existence seemingly flowing in reverse as in moments, the shattered bodies of the basileus reformed in an illusory manner. Even Basileus Inane watched as an illusory version of herself came to sit back down on her seat right before the attack. The scene paused, the hand of the martial king burned with a golden light as before the basileus died an instant later within the scene. His golden light came down to bathe over everything as a moment later. Another figure was highlighted. Shockingly, he stood right behind Basileus Inane when he attacked, and yet she was left untouched, but his sword moved out with multiple existential extremity authorities as he cut down all sequor and neonate stage Basileus of Alabalum, not including Basileus Inane. Most astonishing of all was when the eyes of the martial king and others in the surroundings landed on the visage of this attacker. He was shining with a transparent light, but that face. That likeness. Was that not Knight Augustus? The pupils of the golden-haired martial king pulsed as he knew this was one of the knights to fall under the same being he had just released an existential crusade against. His death was confirmed. Now, his weavings were being used to wipe out Basileus of the Imperium? In his Cappadocia? While he himself was here, the surroundings trembled, and the martial king uttered out in a heavy tone, Noah Eosmont. A name was uttered out again. It would be uttered many times in the near future, and each time the intent around it would be starkly different. Chapter 3006 Enemy of the Imperium 2. The illusory figure of the long-dead knight August was observed by the Imperium martial king as golden tendrils of light flashed with his eyes, utilizing the death weavings of his knights to carry out such brazen attacks in his home. This Osmond continued to spit on the honor of the Imperium freely as after the martial king viewed the past weavings of existence with his own terrifying existential extremity authority, he turned his eyes towards the only Basileus of Alabalum to survive. This brazen attack, as he spoke, he waved his hands and caused space to fluctuate as the visage of the silver-haired Archon Basileus Alabalum appeared. This entity having been in a meeting with the martial king regarding the loss of the existential domain he managed before things turned chaotic. The moment Alabalum arrived, his eyes shook at the scene of blood of his legacy in the visage of Basileus Inane alone as the first words he heard thereafter were from the martial king, addressing Basileus Inane. Why were you the only one not targeted? Why did Osmond leave you behind? There was a lot to unpack from the two questions, especially if you were Archon Basileus Alabalum who just arrived and saw nearly all of your people dead. These two questions first stipulated the ridiculous idea that somehow, the seed Noah Osmond was involved in this, and that all of this had occurred, with his daughter being the only one he didn't slaughter, and now, the Imperium martial king was gazing at her coldly and seeking an answer. Her vibrant face paled under such pressure as even before she could answer, the gaze of the Imperium martial king flashed again, even greater anger being seen within his eyes before he disappeared again. He was disappearing and reappearing quite a lot in the past few minutes as he left everything behind, the eyes of Alabalum blazing as they questioningly looked at Basileus Inane. As for where the martial king has disappeared to, in an entirely different region within Cappadocia, the aged martial king appeared amidst a roiling sea of carnage, the figures of those from the legacy of Ignatius lying dead with their dominiums shattered, stellar blood filled with the weavings of existence flowing freely as if a dense number of planes of existence had perished. The most shocking thing was the visage of Archon Basileus Ignatius, who was now staring blankly forward, his body cleaved by an existential light of apocalypse as his Telio stage dominium was collapsing in itself and experiencing an end. The owner of this light faded just as the martial king appeared, with this aged man roaring out and swinging his hand as wondrously. A manifestation of a golden hand cleaving down formed above the plains of Cappadocia, this golden hand even shockingly reflected outside of the auroras of blue and red of this existential domain as if it could cleave entire existential domains themselves. It struck out towards the spot where the enemy who had just struck down Archon Basileus Ignatius disappeared into flowing into the crevice of records. Extremes, and existence even though the enemy was no longer there. That was the last action the martial king committed before his rage calmed a moment later. As for whether he managed to hit anything, nobody knew at this moment. He looked around at the lifeless dominium of a past Archon Basileus, and then also saw how there were a few Basileus from the legacy of Ignatius still left alive, most of them shocked and unable to comprehend what just occurred before them. Why were they left alive? Did the enemy simply run out of time? How was this connected to Basileus Inane being left alive on the side of Alabalum? such inquisitive questions rang out in the mind of the Imperium Marshal King as before he could begin his investigations. Shia, a figure of another aged old man with white gold hair appeared while yawning, gazing at the lifeless dominiums around as he asked lazily, "Who's causing all this ruckus, Rapirial?" "I'm at a critical point grasping that feisty omniversal authority." The old man's voice was heavy and suffocating as it emanated towards the active Marshal King Rapirial. Marshal King Rapirial turned towards this newly appearing aged old man who seemed to also be in his prime just like him, his angered chest falling as he spoke calmly while beginning to reverse the weavings of this location, a new enemy of the Imperium. He was an apparent seed just in the last few weeks, and yet as of today, he had butchered Telio's stage knights and an Archon Basilius. Oh, the laziness in the eyes of this aged entity faded at such words, especially at the words of an Archon Basilius. This was because his identity was also that of an Archon Basilius, but one of the more powerful ones across the Imperium that ruled over many existential domains, Archon Basilius Alderaan. Leader of the legacy of Alderaan that was etched deeply into the Imperium, he stroked his white gold beard as his golden robe shimmered, his intent echoing out, "Interesting." So either an old fool hiding his identity and playing tricks, or an anomaly, or someone with a unique omniversal destiny cutting apart everything in his path. "How are you planning on handling it?" A flicker of interest had risen in the eyes of Archon Basilius Alderaan. The pressure of his eyes alone could grind thousands of Telio's stage entities to dust, and yet he was showing interest in this issue. Marshal King Rapirial raised his brows, his eyes shining as he replied, "I was going to leave it to Imperium legions and legacies to hunt him down, but it seems you have another thought." Archon Basilius Alderaan smiled with a deep cunning light as he continued, "We haven't gone hunting ourselves in quite a while, yes? Why don't we also join in and ensure that we aren't just sending nutrients to this anomaly we don't know much about? We can just go and nip everything in the bud before things start to bloom. And the kid may even hold surprises." Imperium observers. Imperium Knights. Imperium Marshal Kings. These were the set stages of status within the Imperium. As when it came to Archon Basilius, it wasn't set, most were at the same level or status as knights, and then there were Archon Basilius whom even Marshal Kings had to consider as peers or pay respects to them. The newly appearing Archon Basilius Alderaan was one such being. As hearing his words, the Marshal King Rapirial had his eyes shining with an inquisitive light before even he gave a nod of agreement. Chapter 3007 Enemy of the Imperium. 3. A Marshal King was not an entity to be looked down upon, nor was an Archon Basilius who oversaw dozens or hundreds of existential domains. Such entities enjoyed vast swaths of wealth and resources that allowed them to be where they were today, and to further maintain such a state by only getting more powerful. They were entities who weren't just touching upon influencing a semblance of omniversal authorities, but they were actually studying them and how to utilize them and greatly altering their extremes in existence. Imperium Marshal King Rapirial and Archon Basilius Alderaan. The first thing these entities did in the location where an Archon Basilius had perished was to collect all of those that had survived as an investigation had to be carried out. The weavings of existence and extremes flashed as dominiums were warped here and there. And after 3 minutes passed, "Alright, now we have all relevant parties here," in a golden hall with a single throne at its very end, towards the very center of Cappadocia. It was within a plane of existence that the Marshal King took as one of his abodes. Currently, the figures of Basilius Inane, Archon Basilius Al-Abalum, the remaining Basilius of Ignatius, and even the Veiled Herald of Flames and Archon Basilius Lethith were all warped to this location. Imperium Knights Akalusia, Pomino, and many others could be seen lining up this hall as in front of the throne. The Marshal King stood beside Archon Basilius Alderaan as he locked onto Basilius Inane, his fingers tapping out. "I have no patience to go back and forth with you all, so just do not resist while I read through your records." The most shocking thing one entity could do to another, the reading of the records contained within their dominium, as they would have to leave everything bare for another person to do that. Basilius Inane gritted her teeth, but she couldn't really deny a Marshal King when she was merely in the Sequor stage, and this entity far exceeded the Telio stage. A golden light came to bathe over her dominium, and only a second passed. Thereafter, the Marshal King harumphed as a heavy pressure cascaded down, Basilius Inane's knees sinking into the floor as golden blood gushed out of her mouth. Thereafter, the Marshal King said nothing as he tapped his finger towards Alabalum and the remaining Basilius of Ignatius, and even the one that was meeting with Ignatius before he died, the Veiled Herald of Flames. His will entered their dominiums as he perused through them feely, seeing a great deal of information before he let out another harumph. An instant later, the Basilius of Ignatius and even Archon Basilius Lethith and his right-hand woman also falling to their knees while gushing. Out blood, only Archon Basilius Alabalum was left alone standing. The martial king gazed at all those here with immense disappointment in his eyes, his intent weaving out while looking at those who merely bore his pressure. Scheming behind the scenes is one of the reasons we are all here today. This inane had the chance to capture and eradicate Noah Osmont within the weavings of records, but she didn't take it so she could further her own insurrection against her father, while even working with Lethith to get her piece of the pie when things were done. Well now, you will be stripped of your position as Basilius, your dominium suppressed for the eons to come as you will be sent to the Cappadocia existential mines. Spend your days unearthing singularities of existence. WAA. His words first caused Alabalum to look at Basilius inane with incredulity, and the punishment was even more shocking. Cappadocia existential mines. What really made this existential domain special and required an Imperium martial king to be here? Basilius inane gritted her teeth at such a verdict, but she wasn't the only one. The martial king turned to stare at the remaining Basilius of Ignatius as his eyes flashed. I cannot sense what your fault is in all this, but if Osmond left you alive, you are connected to his weavings in some way. You all will spend the next few eons with your dominiums suppressed and in the Cappadocia existential mines. As he spoke, the martial king tapped his fingers once more, causing Inane and the Basilius of Ignatius to disappear while their dominiums gained a shocking sense of suppression. Only the shocked visage of Alabalum and a few others remained while the martial king continued to give out his verdicts. Lethith. For contributing in the rise of this Osmont, you will be reduced to overseeing a single existential domain as heavy words rang out one after another. Along with them, new possibilities arose within the depths of Cappadocia. Molten blue and red mountains stretched out gloriously all around, galaxies swirling within them as at the base of these mountains. Extremely hard and reinforced metalloid singularities seemed to make up the base of the mountains. Around this area, prisoners and miners were condemned to eons of work with their dominiums oppressed to a fundamental level. The Basilius of Ignatius and Inane appeared in such a place as in front of them, Imperium knights with whips as existential armaments could be seen, one immediately coming towards them to brief them on their new lives here. But of the transported Basilius of Ignatius, the one of the very center let out a laugh as tendrils of blue light began to fill his eyes, and old consciousness being rapidly erased and devoured as a new one settled in. From him, barely audible whispers could be heard. Ha, a suppressed dominium for me to easily take over? Thank you for the gift, old friend. The voice of the great usurper, Noah Eckert, could barely be heard as his eyes radiated a blue light while rising to gaze at everything around him. The massive mountains made of singularities, at their base, many prisoners and miners with their dominiums suppressed could be seen, some at the neonate stage, some at Sequor, and some even at the Telios stage. In the body of a Basilius, the great usurper smiled as he seemed to have arrived at a paradise. There were so many suppressed meals just waiting for him to eat up. Chapter 3008. Merely the Dominium realm. The tide of fate was unique, as one person's misery may just be another person's tremendous boon. While the great usurper experienced a tremendous boon in Cappadocia, far away from it, the extremity of the protagonist was calculating his own gains while his dominium soul was already following the lead of two entities towards another location. Before him, waves of existential authorities of his concept swirled as he looked at the body of his illusory commander Augustus that was nearly cleaved in half, its dominium nearly shattered by the strike of someone who should have been the martial king of Cappadocia. His body was already gone, with only a trace of his weavings remaining, but even this was utilized to nearly destroy the dominium soul of a Telios stage entity. Noah couldn't match up to such a being yet as he looked at everything else around him, while waves of authorities flowed into the illusory commander Augustus to heal his dominium, the kneeling body of the illusory weavings of the observer Xavier, and even the Archon Basilius Ignatius could be seen, a total of 3 Telios stage entities, a past Archon, a knight, and a royal observer. These were currently Noah's most powerful forces, as under them, the other Basilius he had killed and looted joined their ranks to form his Dominium stage legion. These were his forces, but apart from these, he also had other vassals, and they could embark on the same glorious path as himself. He looked at the quintessential Dominium course he received with every death of a Telios stage entity as he thought about his family and vassals, disappearing soon after from the restricted domain space in the depths of the infinite existential omniversal seed, and arriving near the rotating Alathian havens along the massive extremity vein of this construct, towards the very peak of the extremity vein where the battle with the Memisthais had occurred. The vassals all remained as they acclimated to the quintessential gradations of extremity and the endless dominium sky that was out of reach far above. At this moment, Noah appeared amongst them. His aura was existence defining as the moment he arrived the stellar rivers of essence in the Surroundings began to coil with him becoming the center as sparkling singularities bloomed and faded just from the sheer existential light around him. The primogenitor of steel and others turned to gaze at him with somber looks. Barbados and others smiled as they basked in his light. Dr. Hall, the Emperor Penguin, Hyperion, and Enders kneeled and bowed to pay their respects. The Sumerian architect, Svetlana, Sargon, and Ishtar gazed forth with complex emotions and a sense of awe. Erickson, and Lilith could only gaze from afar as they seemed to be thinking of the past. Noah appeared in such a place and became the absolute center of attention as he called out far ahead towards an entity that was already coming towards him. This body of his was currently adorned by a purple gold emperor's robe as he seemed like an ancient Ionic king being paid respect by his people, his intent weaving out, "My son." With his call, the visage of Henry that was coming from afar instantly arrived before his father and tried to kneel, but Noah's hands grasped his shoulders and observed his son fully. At the 9th gradation of extremity, his body was surrounded by the existential extremity authority of destiny. An authority recorded in the creed of the existential omniversal emperor as Noah himself could access it at any time and officially branded into himself, our lineage. Is one of excellence and quintessence. As he spoke, he waved his hands to reveal a deeply purple flower that seemed like it was made up of trillions of planes of existence glimmering like galaxies. It was the quintessential dominium core that came from defeating a Telio stage entity. Noah took such a thing and pushed it towards the chest of his son freely as his eyes began to tremble with emotion. Our creed is one that will stand out across the omniverse, so none of us can be weak. You, my son, cannot be weak. Around Henry Osmond, the extremity of nepotism vibrated and began to change, seething towards the existential level. If what was happening wasn't the ultimate form of nepotism, what was? The existence of the son of destiny buzzed as he felt the waters of the gradations of extremity getting extremely far away. His gaze turned up as he found he could catch a glimpse of an endless sky. Boom! At such a moment, his existence began to give off a different aura. Of a step forward towards the primordium dominium realm. In the distance, others looked at this scene as the intent of the weaver of extremity blazed out. My creed is not one that excludes. Soon after our stabilization, we will begin the process of omniversal expansion as all hands will be needed. Perform well, and boundless loot shall be yours. If you have my lineage, transcending the 9th gradation and entering the endless dominium skies is only a matter of time. Those who achieve it within the next day will attain the titles of quintessential commanders and be the leaders of my legions. His words caused his people's hearts to shudder and their souls to buzz. His words were extremely potent as they were simply what the protagonist knew to be true from his own prophecy. To ends of existence, to the beginnings of extremes, a pioneer rises that has never been seen. Legacies and enclaves are many in between, but which can stand against an omniversal engine? Twist and turn again, until what is rare becomes all the same. Thinking of this, Noah turned towards his people and the two remaining quintessential dominium cores in his hands as he continued, My creed. The lineage of the existential omniversal emperor will soon be mixing with forces that have lived for eons. Even if we have lived for decades or thousands of years, we cannot be any lesser. So burn with quintessence. Reach the dominium skies, and form your dominium skies. Thereafter, an endless expanse awaits. The words of the protagonist rang out grandly. Trang, the bard of quintessence, began to play a tune of melody and wonder as the people and the very infinite existential omniversal seed entered another stage. Chapter 3009 Sanctus Populi. The bard of quintessence put in some overtime. A tune of glory and wonder rang out within a section of the infinite existential omniversal seed as the son of destiny was transforming his existence and stepping into the primordium stage of the existential dominium realm enacted by his father. Within his blood, there was a shocking lineage of immense purity, and such a lineage also flowed within them. Even if it weren't as pure, they could feel it. The bard of quintessence could feel it. There was a shocking amount of untapped potential flowing within them, and as they had this thought, their wills were drawn towards the existential omniversal emperor once more. This was because as his son transformed, Noah came to a point of his own transformation. The flow of all surrounding authorities seamlessly resonated with him at the very center where it seemed they came alive with every breath he took. When Noah checked within his dominium, he was the reason, devouring the eons worth of loot light of multiple neonate, Sequor, and Telio stage entities. After he amplified it all, was enough to bring him towards the peak of his primordium stage of existential dominium realm. The primordium sky has almost been scaled. The corrective effect on the existential extremity authorities currently present within your dominium has begun to be actively displayed. you are raising all three aspects of your existence harmoniously and with immaculate balance, allowing for the corrective effect on your existential extremity authorities to be even more profound. Your extremes are becoming more capable of altering the existence around you with less of a cost on your resources. The unknown weavings of your primordium core are slowly coming to fruition. To completely scale the primordium sky, nearly 10 times the amount of resources are required compared to the resources it took to arrive at the precipice. Even more information flowed into him. If he was about to finish scaling the primordium sky after devouring and assimilating thousands of quintessential fruits of existence from his enemies, where would he be ranked? With the tremendous amount of resources required for completion, would he be comparable to peak Sequor stage? Or could he even compare to a Telio stage entity? There was still much to learn and analyze as Noah smiled. To him, everything was perfectly normal, but to those in the surroundings, his aura was becoming even more unfathomable as just with his presence alone, they felt their own extremes flowing based on him as they sought to converge only on his dominium sky. You don't have a lot of questions regarding who I am and exactly where we are going, a sonorous voice rang out. At times, it was said that one could hear the beauty of someone just from their voice alone. This entity only furthered this stereotype as with her verdant hair shining brilliantly, the Sanctus Princess Emiliana was following a unique weaving of existence that was built of dignity. In front of her, the Dragon Knight Alder had a stern expression as he seemed to be following the very extreme weavings of dignity towards a certain location. Beside her, Noah in his sleek suit was studying this mode of transportation closely as it relied on traversing across an extreme and going towards its source. The source of the extremity of dignity. This was much more interesting to Noah than the weavings he had already uncovered of Emiliana as he replied calmly, I will learn what I need to learn in due time, but I do hold curiosity about where exactly the Sanctus Populi is. The whole omniverse is covered under the glory of the Imperium, so where exactly and how exactly could one hide from their gaze over the eons? His words and deep voice also furthered the stereotype of a handsome man behind a confident voice as towards this, Emiliana's eyes flashed while she shook her head. No, not every part of this omniverse is covered by the vile light of the Imperium. Oh? Noah raised his brows as Emiliana pointed ahead towards the pulsing light of dignity. The Imperium has carved out a great deal of this omniverse, but they alone do not have the power to do that. And even if it is in points of existence under their vile light, those powerful enough can live under the light and shadows of a single existential extreme that had been elevated so much to become intricately linked to the omniverse. In this case, we are going towards the sanctum of dignity, WAA, living not inside of an existential extreme. What did such a thing even mean? Accessible by those granted the specific rights of dignity. Nobody else can enter unless led through by both a knight and a Sanctus Princess. Unless someone with certifiably grander dignity possibly forces their way in. But in this omniverse, who else can have higher dignity than the Sanctus Populi? Then the Dragon Knights protecting the will of the people across it. As she spoke, the blinding golden light around them seemed to reach an apex. A singularity of dignity bloomed in front of them, and their figures warped entirely into it as they delved towards the source of the existential extremity of dignity. They reappeared within the sanctum of dignity, welcome, with her verdant hair gaining a golden sheen. With Dragon Knight's expression easing as if he were finally in a safe space, the sanctum of dignity. One of the core locations of Sanctus Populi, and where we can have you undergo verification. If you can successfully become a Dragon Knight, you can attain even more knowledge and dash. Boom, an unimaginably heavy impact ricocheted ahead of them. The surroundings were only just unfolding before Noah, and yet an impact of power that caused his dominium soul to feel a great sense of oppression rang out, far exceeding the Telio stage, bathed with an intense light of dignity. Far ahead, 9 massive statues of dragons could be seen as they glowed with a cosmic light, and at this moment, the figure of a powerful entity far exceeding the Telio stage smashed onto the wing of one of the 9 dragons. The auras of many entities of the existential dominium realm actually watching in the surroundings as spectators. The gaze of Sanctus Princess Emiliana flickered as she seemed to understand what was going on instantly, a sigh escaping her lips as she waved Noah for them to also go forward. Chapter 30:10 Sanctus Populi. 2. The 9 dragons each shone with a different color, the central one being bright gold and brimming with immense dignity. Each of them were the size of planes of existence, and behind these massive statues of dragons, clusters of thousands of planes of existence could be seen, some contained in small points of singularities akin to grains of sand, some outwardly expressing their grand stature. And at the very center of the statues of 9 dragons, there was an equally titanic golden arena that looked much more like a coliseum, and this was the location where an entity exceeding the Telio stage had been thrown out of to smash onto one of the dazzling statues of dragons. In the surroundings, entities in the forms of dragons or humans were abundant as they all seemed to be observing what was occurring in shock, the identity of the being who was smashed onto the dragon statue being someone they all had to revere, someone of much higher status than some Sanctus princesses. Emiliana's sigh became stern as she also realized this, her intent weaving out towards those far ahead to grasp just what had occurred. Moments later, a dragon knight appeared near them as they made their way over towards the massive golden arena, bowing towards Emiliana as he voiced out, "Sanctus Princess, it seems your younger sister has angered the Elder Queen so much so that Elder Queen Ariana sought to discipline her. But this is the result." The rankings within the Sanctus Populi were simple. While the Imperium had observers, knights, and martial kings, the Sanctus Populi held knights who served under the Sanctus Princesses, and the Sanctus Princesses who answered to the Elder Queens. The power of Elder Queens was utterly terrifying as they were at times equated to the martial kings of the Imperium, with all of them having begun influencing or grasping omniversal authorities one way or another. They all had long since exceeded the Telios stage as they had stepped on the Terracosm stage of the existential Dominium realm. Terracosm, one's Dominium would gain a heavy golden sheen at such a stage as the knight they wielded delved more so towards the Omniverse. And Yet.An Elder Queen of the Terracosm stage currently had her visage imprinted on one of the 9 Sanctus dragons depicted within this endless stretch of the Sanctum of Dignity. The culprit. Was Sanctus Princess Emiliana's younger sister, a sister even she had difficulty with as her power was something very few truly understood, unfilial. Boom. A screech boomed out from the dragon statue at the center as a beautiful older woman in her prime floated out, blazing golden flames wrapping around a unique Dominium origin as the existential extremity authority of dignity burned much too bright around her at this moment. Those at the Sequor stage couldn't even handle looking at her as she seemed like a burning sun. Only those at the Telios stage being able to glance at her figure without feeling their retinas burning. Noah's eyes brightly locked onto her as he felt a slight burning sensation, but he more so locked onto the target of this Elder Queen, a young woman who seemed to share some features with Sanctus Princess Emiliana could be seen at the very center of the vast golden arena. Her expression calm and devoid of emotions currently as her beauty far exceeded all others here, her head held gorgeous locks of green and gold hair, her nose sharp as her eyes seemed capable of piercing the secrets of the Omniverse themselves. She had a single white-blue sword in her hands that coursed with liquefied dignity and another existential extremity authority that seemed capable of freezing one's Dominium at a glance. You won't take any dragon knights under you. You won't take any missions as a Sanctus Princess. What good are you just staying here and wasting away? The roar of the Elder Queen boomed out as all of the surrounding weavings of existence seemed to be supporting her, yet the gorgeous young woman on the golden arena didn't pay her any heed, the shocking sense of oppression bearing down on her actually being withstood as if it were nothing. And she flicked her sword up once again. The horrific power of the Elder Queen pressing down all around was actually cut through with such a simple stroke, existence becoming frozen as the Terracosm stage Elder Queen was smashed by an unseen force once more. Singularities of frost and utmost coldness exploding around her as she was flung back to the same impression she made before on the dragon statue. Silence reigned in the surroundings briefly before a billowing golden mass of power filled with wrath rose up from the indentation of the statue, the power of an enraged Terracosm stage entity about to run wild when it's such a time. Elder Queen Ariana. Please lessen you anger. The voice of Sanctus Princess Emiliana rang out. Her arrival was quickly caught by others as they paid respects, the men in the surroundings particularly paying their loyalty by bowing, as this was also part of the critical structure of the Sanctus Populi. Sanctus Princesses, Elder Queens, Sanctus Elder Queen Mother, Sanctus Empress. All positions were held by female entities as the men supported them as their knights. As Sanctus Princess Emiliana was acknowledged, the Elder Queen, who was actually getting hooked by her unruly younger sister, harumphed, her power gradually calming as her intent continued. Nobody else can talk sense into her. If you fail to do so too, I will fucking get the Empress involved if I have to. All this power, and what does she do with it? Useless. With a glimmer of light, the Elder Queen finished her words and disappeared. In her place was utter silence, as well as the nonchalant and calm figure in the arena holding an icy blue sword. Noah went on to stare at her as his Dominium buzzed. Sanctus Princess Emiliana stared at her supposed younger sister as she held her own complex emotions. Just like her sister was also at the Telios stage of the existential Dominium realm, and yet she could freely battle against Terracosm stage entities as she was someone famous amongst the Sanctum of Dignity, famous as one blessed by the Omniverse. Famous as one with great destiny, with a power so unique that others could not even compare, an omniversal genius. and yet she also came with her own bundles and stacks of problems. Chapter 30:11 Osman's Proof of Dignity. Strands of hair shining green and gold, her forehead holding a brilliant scripture of S that seemed like a beam of curved light, immense coldness emanating from it as it was pure white. The same white covered her icy blue blade as it felt like her eyes were looking at everything with the same wavelength, as if the golden floor below her and the figures of dragon knights around her were one and the same, not to say she thought herself above them. There wasn't even a sense of superiority in her eyes, yet to her it all just seemed the same, none of it seemed to matter. Sensing the elder queen that was bothering her gone, she was about to leave when a moment later, "Little sister," the voice of Sanctus Princess Emiliana buzzed in her ears, and she came to a stop as she turned back to see the figure of Emiliana, Dragon Knight Alder, and a new face come before her. She looked at each of them in turn, giving a nanosecond of a glance on each being, but uniquely her gaze returned for a double take on the visage of Noah as she titled her head. She tilted her head akin to having a sense of confusion, and before she could clear up this confusion, "Little sister," the voice of Emiliana rang out again, and this terrifying Telios stage entity who could seamlessly smack a Terracosm stage entity before them only turned towards Emiliana and nodded. Emiliana sighed as she waved her hands for the gathered dragon knights in this area to disperse, walking closer towards her younger sister as her voice echoed out, "Eventually, the Elder Queen Mother will and even the Sanctus Empress may get involved. Can you not just give them a little bit of what they want? Just to pacify them here and there." The words were tired and pleading ones, as if she had done this many times before, and she had truly done this far too many times before. The one before her was referred to as an omniversal genius, the terror of dignity. The day she was born, the Elder Queen Mother overseeing the source of dignity trembled and was injured as this source was nearly automatically transferred over to her. She attained an existential extremity authority 24 hours after she was born, and attained the existential dominium realm a day later. She crossed the neonate, Sequor, and Telios stages in the weeks that followed, only for her to remain in the Telios stage in the years that followed. Others speculated this was merely her choice, because even at that stage, she could shockingly defeat elder queens at the Terracosm stage of the existential dominium realm. She was Sanctus Princess Sona, the terror of dignity, and also the sloth of dignity. Towards the words of Sanctus Princess Emiliana, Sona shook her head calmly as a barely audible intent leaked out from her, "At the end, none of it will matter." Barely audible, yet Emiliana and Dragon Knight Alder were calm as if they had heard this too many times, but Noah. He felt the weavings of his extremes buzzing as the flow of oraculum pulsed with an unknown resonance. "Today, you defeat Elder Queen Ariana. Will you battle the Sanctus Elder Queen Mother next? The one who raised you and gave you everything you have?" These words caused a sense of emotion to slowly come to the surface, but it was quickly ground down as Sanctus Princess Sona was about to shake her head again. But at this time, Sanctus Princess Emiliana's eyes shone with ingenuity as she turned to stare at Noah, a smile blooming on her face before she turned towards her sister once more. "How about this? Do one thing to pacify them, and I can vouch for them to leave you alone for the next eon." These words caused the brows of Sanctus Princess Sona to rise, unbothered for the next few eons. This was undoubtedly something sweet. Seeing the slight interest in her eyes, Emiliana pointed to Noah beside her and continued, "I have someone here needing to undergo verification and a test of existential knighthood. I was going to do it, but how about you take my place?" An idea bloomed as the moment she heard it. Sanctus Princess Sona soured as she shook her head, changing her mind. "I said it before and I will say it again, I will not take any knights under me or anything of the sort." There was clear defiance and reasoning in her eyes as she was rejecting the idea right away, but Emiliana pressed on, "Just a test of his knighthood. Nobody said anything about you taking him under your banner. You would have participated in one of our Sanctus rituals since you became a Sanctus princess, and the elder queens have nothing to come bother you with, at least for the next eon." Silence reigned. The entity that was Sona squinted her eyes as she came to gaze at Noah calmly once more, with Noah returning the same calm energy she gave off as moments later. Sona sighed while waving her hands. "All right, let's get it over with." The wheels of existence turned. A decision unfolded along with a new reality as Sanctus Princess Emiliana nodded, her visage rising up as her intent began to weave out to the masses that had begun to disperse. "I will express how the ritual of Sanctus knighthood normally goes, and you will repeat after me." Her intent began to expand out and became louder, reaching out towards the masses in the distance. "Who here wishes to test their dominium and come under my banner as a knight?" Bursts of golden dignity rose from her as her intent weaved out, and moments later, multiple men came forward and kneeled by the dozens as Sanctus Princess Emiliana looked at them closely. her fingers tapping out towards 3 as she chose 2 Telios stage entities and 1 at the Sequor stage. "You 3, come forward." She then turned towards Noah and Sanctus Princess Sona, who shook her head as if she had seen this too many times and did not need to see it again. Observe the test of sanctum knighthood, and what it takes to be verified. Chapter 30, 12 Osmond's Proof of Dignity. 2. The test of sanctum knighthood. Within the sanctum of dignity, this test was closely related to this concept itself, as one was tested on the compatibility of dignity with their very existence along with the potential of their existence with the sanctus populi, and revealing whether any harmful intents existing within one's dominium against the sanctus populi. The crux of it was a sanctus princess participating, as they already held high prestige with the existential extremity authority of dignity. And they could see if there was any resonance between them and those taking the test of knighthood. As if to express this, the figure of Sanctus Princess Emiliana rose high above the arena, her hands waving upwards to reveal a massive clear gold mirror that reflected the surface below, an existential armament that uncovered any veiled intent against the sanctus populi. She then looked at the 3 entities she had chosen below as she called out, "A test of one's existence. A test of one's character. A test of knighthood. Come, HUUM." Along with her words, the mirror above her fluctuated as her own body released tremendous waves of dignity, golden light beginning to form below her feet as it constructed a set of stellar gold stairs, and these stairs continued to form downwards towards the trainee knights below, forming a staircase of 1,000 massive stairs that vibrated with an astounding sense of dignity. Looking down, Emiliana called out again, "Come, a set of stairs. Those with a high level of dignity may be capable of climbing a tenth of such stairs, and even this was enough to allow one to be a dragon knight. To have an equivalent potential of dignity that was a tenth of a Sanctus Princess was already an astounding feat, since Sanctus Princesses were those with extremely high dignity, with hardened expressions. The weavings of golden dignity erupted around the 3 chosen trainee knights as they began their ascent. Their dominiums erupted with every ounce of their potential, their weavings of extremes coalesced around them to push them higher, but most of all, a profound sense of dignity rose from their bodies as quickly, all 3 scaled 50 steps, then, the pacing began to slow. One trainee dragon knight took the lead. It was a man with a bald head and golden goatee, dignity surging around him and painting his fair bald head golden. He took wide strides to cross 100 steps, and only began to slow down as he neared the 150th step. At this junction, he could go no further, even as veins began to rise below his skin, his dominium origin sending out waves of existential authority to no avail. He stopped at the 150th step. His dignity could only match up to 15% of Sanctus Princess Emiliana, but even this was astounding, as the other 2.1 stopped short of 100 steps as the Sequor stage entity could even cross past the 90th. Their bodies then reflected a unique light, as a great deal of information about them was reflected in the eyes of Emiliana, her voice echoing out soon after towards the trainee dragon knight that had reached the 150th step. "Arise, dragon knight." Reicher, HUUM. Glorious hymns played as the golden stairs disappeared. Waves of dignity surged as from the 3, only a single knight was chosen. His expression showed tremendous joy and pride as he nearly took on his draconic form, brilliance shimmering on his body as he kneeled. There were other parts of the ritual that still remained, but Emiliana looked towards Sona as if she had shown the way, her figure descending as she nodded lightly. "Go ahead, little sister." Without batting an eye, Sanctum Princess Sona began to rise up, countless weavings of existence and extremes that others couldn't even fathom surging within her as her thoughts were her own. When she reached a high enough point, she gazed down as she once more and with actuality locked onto Noah's figure. The top buttons of his white dress shirt were loose as his muscular visage seemed about ready to rip the shirt off, his obsidian pants glimmering with brilliance as he gazed up towards her with unbound regality. It was only when those in the surroundings really took this scene in did this reality begin to settle in. A new entrant into their sanctum of dignity was undergoing his sanctum knighthood, and the one to take the lead on it was none other than Sanctus Princess Sona. This was a deadly blow, as they wondered if this new entity had offended Sanctus Princess Emiliana for her to suggest this, or if there was something else they didn't know about, and truly, not many knew the workings behind the scenes. Emiliana wanted to confirm the aura she felt briefly from Noah that she only ever felt from Elder Queens, and the terrifying entity above was simply thrust into this situation as her goals were something others may never understand. But the case remained the same when it came to this knighthood. Wasn't he being set up for failure? When it came to dignity, none were higher than Sanctus Princess Sona. She had almost wrestled control of the source of dignity from the Elder Queen Mother just the day she was born, climbing up towards her dignity. It was hard to truly say, since unlike other Sanctus Princesses, she had never undergone a test of knighthood. but they could already see the weavings of what was about to happen. Far above, the figure of Sanctus Princess Sona gazed down towards Noah's utterly stable figure, her apathetic eyes gaining a sense of light once more as she saw the weaving that confused her before she was distracted. She focused on it now as around her, threads of dignity began to rise, threads, and yet the moment they emanated out, the statues of the 9 dragons in the surroundings began to tremble. The dominiums of Telio's stage dragon knights that had long since undergone their knighthood began to tremble with a sense of oppression. This dot was unquestionable and unbound dignity just beginning to rise in thin threads. Chapter 30:13 Osmond's Proof of Dignity. 3. At this moment, it was as if even the statues of the 9 dragons were paying attention to her. All eyes were on her and her calm visage as she radiated an unbounded sense of dignity. Many Sanctus knights had believed they knew and understood a fair bit about the abstruse and mysterious Sanctus Princess Sona who lived within their sanctum of dignity. Today, they found out that they merely held a glimpse, along with the thick tendrils of dignity she released. A stellar set of stairs began to unfurl below her feet as they were exquisite in nature. They didn't seem illusory, with each one being more massive than the last as to scale them. Sanctus Princess Sona replicated what Emiliana did, and in such a shockingly grand fashion as within a short instant. 1,000 luxurious golden steps inlaid with heavy dignity formed, all the weight of the feet of none other than Noah, one entity above, one entity below. The Sanctus Princess Sona gazed at this unfolding reality with a mixture of apathy and calmness, her golden blue pupils now starting at Noah. There was something about him she couldn't put her finger on, something on the edge of lips, and yet she couldn't quite grasp it. It was an interesting weaving, and it was one of the reasons she went along with Emiliana's ruse. Now, she gazed at the man below her. Was an interesting weaving it, or was there more? Her eyes were clear. She neither favored nor hated the man before her as she spoke lightly. Express your dignity, express your dignity. The first words that Sanctus Princess Sona utilized to address the weaver of extremity, following the ritual of knighthood. Noah needs to now take these steps towards the Sanctus Princess to express just how his dignity compared to hers. To test the potential he had on himself and towards the Sanctus Populi, but he was Noah Osmond. He now stood at the bottom of stairs as truly was he someone who had to climb stairs for others. In his body, deeply entrenched tyranny began to rouse and pulse as tendrils of purple light around his body. The weavings of what made him denied such an action, his selfishness, his tyranny, his quintessence. His standing as the protagonist. The surroundings began to buzz as they saw the new one not take a single step, his dominium instead beginning to give off a sense of unique pressure that they couldn't quite put a finger on. Sanctus Princess Emiliana watched closely. Sanctus Princess Sona raised her brows above as a light began to shine from the depths of the blue and gold. She could sense his defiance. She could sense a unique weaving rising within him that seemed to be so deeply filled with dignity. Even though it seemed this being had not fully expanded and flowed into the intricate weavings of this concept yet, this caused the apathy in her eyes to fade as a bit more light shone through. How could someone express this unique sense of dignity even before they deeply delved into the weavings of its extreme? Could there be something here? A light of interest had only just begun to increase within Sanctus Princess Sona when she saw the right foot of this entity below her eyes. And the light of interest instantly faded. It seemed that there was nothing new here. He, just like all the others, did not even know what he didn't know. Sona was about to close her eyes when she and all others saw the astounding scene of the visage of Noah not taking a step forward but him simply bringing his foot down right where he was, as this single action seemed to carry great weight and moment. At the same time, his intent weaved out as it caused many gazes to change. My dignity is not something that can be measured in such a manner. Who is he, the 9th infernal lord? The true emperor of quintessence. The weaver of extremity. He was Noah Osmond. Boom. The instant his foot came down, the stairs built from an astounding sense of dignity vibrated as, starting with the one directly in front of Noah, it began to rise. It rose along with his figure. After the first stair, the ones following it also began to rise as his body was emanating a profound sense of magnetism towards the very makeup of dignity on these stairs. Your very existence is immeasurably compatible with the extremity of dignity. Your foundation supports it. Your dominiums exude it, your extremes, records, and very existence emanated it. Your existence is grasping the existential extremity of dignity directly as an existential authority. He didn't expand the concept to extremity. But when he attained the effect of dignity it was as an existential extremity authority. What could express dignity more than this? What could show a glimpse of the unfathomable dignity that his existence held if not this? Illustrious golden light erupted from him amidst the tyrannical purple tendrils of cerulean waves of infinity mixing in as each one held its own weavings of dignity. A colorless light of quintessence spread as what else could be as dignified as it, every part of him seemed to show and express dignity as the stairs that were descending all began to change from his end rising along with him as they now formed a semilunar curvature. Those watching were first astonished. And when his intent truly settled in, a sense of stifling anger arose, but they could do nothing except watch as horrendously massive waves of dignity erupted from Noah like serpents, and as if they were sentient, they grabbed onto the stairs and hoisted it upwards until the semilunar shape began to straighten out, until in a shocking expression of reality, the 1,000 stairs showed no descent as they became supremely flat. As if it were a walkway, then, the astounding visage of the weaver of extremity releasing serpentine tendrils of dignity all around stepped on this golden path, his arms stretched out as if he were sending a challenge as his intent weaved out, express your dignity. The weaver of extremity spoke such words towards the Sanctus Princess Sona, his figure walking forward as his momentum rose boundlessly. Chapter 30 14 Osmond's proof of dignity. For her existence was a unique one. She wasn't apathetic to everything because she thought herself above others. She didn't participate in the workings and rituals of the Sanctus Populi not because she couldn't be bothered to, but because she had seen thighs others simply couldn't fathom. The day she was born, she felt such immense pain that in trying to eliminate it, she nearly stripped away the source of the most powerful existential extremity authority in the domain she was in. She saw too many things as on the elder Queen Mother. On the elder queens, on the Sanctus Princess, although she came across their dominiums were marked with an unbearably heavy darkness of oblivion and damnation, they were all marked for destruction. Bearing such knowledge the day she was born was a weight others couldn't even fathom, but it was her first years of life when she moved madly to prevent this fate, grasping weavings others couldn't even think of, connecting even to omniversal authorities. Even with all of this, she found that nothing changed. She looked further ahead, she saw some possibilities of people like her, those referred to as blessed by the omnivores, those known as omniversal anomalies. She theorized weavings of existence with such entities included, and tried to foresee far into the eons to come, but nothing changed. Thus, she grew despondent. She had all this power, she had capabilities that this sanctum of dignity didn't even know half of, and yet even with all of this power, she was essentially powerless. No matter how much she tried to change things, it didn't matter. So what use was all this power? It grew to the point that she even stopped annealing her dominium and let it be, whether she remained in the teleos stage or terracosm stage or further above, nothing changed. So why bother? This was the reason for her nonchalant and apathetic demeanor as to the elder queens. This was an affront to her blessings and power as they wanted her to do something not knowing she had tirelessly tried to do many things for them to no avail. And now, here she was, doing something, a process of knighthood. The light of apathy in her eyes was gradually drowned out by a light of interest the moment her expectations were defied. The moment this being made it clear he would not climb up, he instead forcibly altered the weavings of dignity she had laid down and made a pathway from the descending stairs. Dignity that Sona could see he was expressing for the first time truly. And when he began walking towards her grandly as his intent told her to express her own dignity, she finally understood something. She finally realized what the thing she just couldn't put her thoughts on, the thing that caused her confusion when she first saw him. All entities she looked at across this dominium, and though she studied the weavings of outside of it, had a darkness, a shadow of damnation. She had seen it so much all of her life that she had actually blanked out when she saw a being that didn't have this shadow. Yes, he didn't have the shadow of damnation. Such a reality could mean many things as the moment she ascertained it, boom. Her figure flung forward with horrific speed and power across the golden path of dignity. Boom, from her body, solidified waves of golden dignity erupted out in shockwaves that spread all around, the figures of Sanctus Knights feeling their dominiums shuddering as they were flung back. Only Sanctus Princess Emiliana and Dragon Knight Alder were among those nearby in this region who remained still even as their gazes changed. In the distant space above the 9 dragon statues, the visage of the elder Queen Ariana that had just left reappeared, her gaze stern as moments later, other elder queens began to appear beside her, all entities at the terracosm stage of existential dominium realm. One was shrouded in a purple light as she gazed down while her intent weaved calmly. That child actually did something for a change. The weaving was only meant for the elder queens who had come to observe the shocking fluctuations they felt, and yet wondrously, far down on the golden path of dignity. Sona heard the whispers of these intents easily as she felt all sources of dominiums nearby. Yes, she was doing something for a change, because she had to confirm, she had to see if this entity before her was an entirely new omniversal anomaly she hadn't come across before, and whether anything would change with the weavings she had seen before if he was incorporated. The first test she sent out was uniquely still a test of dignity. any anomaly had to have an extremely high value as this entity before her had to be distinguished from a common existence to an uncommon one, and as Telio's stage entities in the surroundings were knocked back from the shockwaves of pure dignity she released. The bustling visage of the entity opposite to Sona continued on the golden path of dignity as if the shockwaves weren't even felt by him. It didn't mean he was more powerful than Telio's stage entities, it only meant that when it came to dignity, he far surpassed such beings. Good, the light in Sona's eyes began to shine even brighter. She had shot forth with such blinding speed that she reached the halfway mark of the golden path of dignity, and the entity opposite to her had also reached the halfway point as they came inches away from each other, their dignity buzzing and warping the surrounding space as it felt like two fields were trying to establish their rulership. Around her, shockwaves of dignity burst constantly as from the entity opposite to her, snake-like tendrils of dignity supported by royal purple and colorless lights raged madly, some of these tendrils even beginning to form a throne behind him as if to show off his majesty. She looked at this being closely, and he seemed to be looking at her closely, sensing the deep waves and reserves of dignity before her. She nodded to affirm that he at the very least had passed this benchmark, her eyes grasping as much of his weavings as she could as her intent weaved out. The name is Sona. You are. The weavings within this intent were simple, and the one she asked pulsed with brilliance as he replied just as simply. Osmont, Noah Osmont. Behind him, unfathomable reserves of dignity raged as Sona looked at them calmly while nodding, her next words being anything but simple. Osmont, do you want to join an initiative? A question about something that no elder queens or sanctus princesses would even understand. This was the result of Noah's dignity being tested, as around the two of them who were nonchalantly clashing with heavy waves of dignity, dragon knights, sanctus princesses, and distant elder queens were gazing with calculative eyes carrying varying levels of shock. Chapter 30:15 The Initiative. Too many things worthy of note occurred. One was the fact a new entrant actually had such shocking levels of dignity to the extent it seemed to match someone as terrifying as Sanctus Princess Sona. The other was of course the expression of dignity from Sona herself, which only further amplified the shock regarding the being she faced. The ritual of knighthood was flipped over, the stairs were never ascended, the whole test of dignity was changed, and as the two came face to face, their dignity pulsed and emanated off of each other as all existence around them trembled. At that moment, the elder queens in the far distance reacted and moved. Who was this new entity? How could his dignity match someone who nearly wrestled the source of dignity away from the elder queen mother? This had to be ascertained first and foremost, yet the moment they began to move, the eyes of Sona flickered as she turned to gaze towards their direction. Feeling like something critical was about to be sidetracked, her intent weaved out calmly as a unique power erupted from her, forming into an icy blue bubble in this region. Let's filter out what isn't important first. She didn't care for the rituals or what reaction those within the sanctum of dignity would have towards what had just occurred, and she needed to truly understand this being before her if the reality she had affirmed over and over again could change. So she let him know of her intent, and the icy bubble enveloped everything around them with a speed even terracosm stage entities wouldn't easily grasp, and, pop, with a flash of blue light, they disappeared. Sanctus Princess Emiliana was astounded. Elder Queen Ariana arrived on the walkway that now began to crumble along with a few other elder queens, her body trembling with visible anger as she couldn't sense Sona and the newly appearing entity with any of her weavings, her capabilities showing they far outstripped hers. Sona. Her bellow of anger was the only thing that reverberated out as a proof of one's dignity turned out to be something far more than anyone imagined. A moment after her eruption of anger, Elder Queen Ariana turned her blazing gold eyes towards the figure of Sanctus Princess Emiliana sharply. The moment the icy blue bubble popped, the figures of two entities disappeared from the sanctum of dignity that was contained with the source of an existential extremity authority. And they actually went towards the source of another existential extremity authority. Being capable of containing immense amounts of existence within the source of a concept showed how far along one was, with the prerequisite being someone powerful enough at the terracosm stage of existential dominium realm. Yet Sona defied this once more as they warped across existence and extremes to arrive at a new place. All around, an icy blue expanse could be seen as stellar freezing galaxies rotated. Above and below, an immeasurably icy coldness spreading into one's dominium naturally, as they may feel a biting cold if they couldn't withstand it. This dot was within the source of one of her main existential extremes. The source of the existential extremity authority of Psychros. Her gaze was studying the weavings of many things as she turned to really look at the being she had brought here after asking him about joining her initiative, an initiative to stop what she could already see with her own eyes since eons ago. It wasn't some ridiculous apocalypse that she saw the weavings of, the omniverse was existentially stable. Its workings too pristine for others to even fathom as a possibility of. Destruction for it was truly an impossibility. It was them, the sanctus populi; others, the shadow of damnation covered them, as this seemed to be their omniversal fate. One that she couldn't even begin to change. If she were to truly succeed, she would need to have enough power to do so. If she wasn't enough, there would have to be others. Now, if there was someone who didn't even have the shadow of damnation on them, then she simply had to attain his services among others. She may actually begin to follow the past weavings she foresaw and look for other anomalies, other entities that may hold a similar uniqueness to her. This was the initiative, her initiative. But first, Noah Osmont. You seem to freely be doing whatever you want, his voice echoed out as he moved around the source of Psychros freely, as if its coldness didn't even have the chance to permeate into his existence. Sona looked at this scene as she nodded with a reply, yes. When you know what I know, you have to move as you wish. Otherwise, you get bogged down by unnecessary things easily. As she spoke, she looked at him up and down as if he were some interesting case study, nodding her head here and there as Noah raised his brows at such a demeanor. Sona then stopped doing such actions and started straight at Noah, her icy gold blue eyes seemingly calculating the best way to move forward with this being as after a while, she continued. I asked you about joining an initiative, but that may have been too many steps forward. You'll need some background. But the extent of it is that for a great deal of time now, I've glanced at the weavings of those like me. Those like you. Entities with some sort of pull with the omniverse. I did so in order to change something unfavorable that is coming, but none of the theorized weavings have been successful, so hold on. Before she continued any further, Noah stopped her with a sigh as he asked with a sense of doubt, don't tell me it's another apocalypse. The omniverse about to end and all that. His words caused the eyes of Sona to twitch as she shook her head in denial. No. The omniverse is far too stable, something that very few can even comprehend. But it is an unchangeable path of damnation that I've seen for the sanctus populi. Her words were calm even though she talked about such grave issues, but not just them, the Imperium, the omniversal pillagers. Chapter 30:16 The Initiative. 2. Her words were shocking ones. She included the sanctus populi, the Imperium, and the omniversal pillagers all in one. I sense the weavings of damnation on all of them without fail, and no matter what weavings I try to carry out, nothing can be changed so far. And thus I came up with the idea of an initiative, an idea to create a force strong enough to overcome whatever it is that is set to bring damnation to all forces indiscriminately, though even with that idea, nothing has come of it as of right now. And yet on this day, I meet someone that, unlike all of those I have seen and peered into, you do not carry the mark of damnation. Your demise is not a thing that has been set in stone. So naturally, you may be a critical piece that may finally change the results of the millions of possible weavings I've discerned so far. Thus, I asked you to join my initiative. After speaking this far, she silently stared at Noah as if she were waiting for him to take it all in, and yet he didn't show her much of a reaction of shock or concern, even when she told him of such shocking things. Seeing this unfolding reality, the fair visage of Sona actually smiled with satisfaction while continuing, good, you're the pragmatic type, likely wondering what you can obtain out of even a situation like this. I like that better than if you had been someone with a sense of righteousness who directly jumps into saying they will do what they can to save everyone. So, what could an omniversal anomaly like you want at Her eyes pulsed with liquefied waves of dignity. She waved her hands to reveal golden circles of light all around her that showed different things within them, her intent pointing to each one, various undiscovered and unexplored unique existential domains that will have their dangers, yes, but also their boons. She pointed towards multiple circles of golden lights that showed different locations across the omniverse, untouched by others and bustling with unknown wonders, a terracosm license for the existential Imperium exchange, a carapace of an existential pillager, or bundles of unique fruits of existence. You can take your pick. The golden circles around her rotated like treasured circles of lights, as among all of them, there was one blinding one that was clear and transparent. It didn't show anything. She brought such a circle to float behind her as in an instant, it was her face reflected in it. Even that may be possible for you attain depending on how the weavings unfold. On that treasured circle of light, there was only her reflection. Noah looked at this with a smile as his intent weaved out. You would even put yourself as a prize I would want? Are you planning on offering yourself to every anomaly you come across in order to get them to join your initiative? His words were sharp as Sanctus Princess Sona shook her head as if expecting them. Across the omniverse, many things vary and change, but the nature of a man remains the same. In the very depths of your drive for power and wonders, there lies a deep desire to dominate the most beautiful things in the omniverse. A weapon. An extreme. A record. A woman. Such a desire is even more intense in men who stand out amongst others. Thus, I know this method may work for you. And among the many beautiful things out there, very few surpass me. She spoke such brazen words with utmost confidence that any common being would be left dumbfounded. And as for offering myself as a prize for others, just that question there shows your need for possessiveness. To have something be yours and yours alone. Regarding that, I've already discerned which methodologies I need to utilize to attain the services of other anomalies and bring them into the fold. Whether they stem from the omniversal pillagers, Sanctus Populi, or the Imperium, a mighty confident Sanctus Princess voiced out, and Noah blinked at her before replying with sharp eyes, "Who's to say that you are something I consider an ultimate prize? I have many partners that I can confidently say are no less than you." A challenging light arose, and the dazzling figure of Sanctus Princess Sona placed her hand on her lips as she laughed genuinely for the first time, as if this laugh alone answered the question regarding whether she was an ultimate prize. "Look at me," she pointed to herself, her gorgeous visage, her dazzling existence, her icy gold aura. "No, really look at me. Past the extremes, look at this, Her body began to buzz in a shocking manner as the existence surrounding them began to bend and distort around her. The space within the source of Psychros was seemingly bending to her, while as she wasn't using any existential authorities to cause such actions, she was pulling on the weavings of the omniverse itself, what terracosm stage entities begin touching on. What I began to touch upon days after I was born, omniversal authorities. Something that many only hear about but cannot grasp. I can also lead you towards that as yes. I am the ultimate prize. Her level of confidence was utterly astounding to the extent that within Noah's mind, the extremity of tyranny appreciates the nature of the entity before you, the extremity of cheats states that she seems broken enough. The extremity of the protagonist sneers and states that she needs to know her place as an extra in his fable, that the weaver of extremity cannot just come under someone else's fold. The extremity of extremity questions whether this being is merely an extra. The weavings of his extremes were also jumping on board with their own opinion as Noah took a moment to lock his gaze with the incredulous being before him, his intent weaving out moments later as he thought of the subject of omniversal authorities. "You have my attention." Chapter 30:17 The Initiative. 3. She has his attention. When Sona heard this, she nodded calmly as in the next moment, she proceeded to sit down where she stood. Around her, intense weavings erupted out as she began to do something very few would understand. I have to get a glimpse of the weavings of future possibilities with you in the picture. While I do so, can you entertain me with more information about yourself? From her small figure, a blazing golden light shot up with this source of Psychros and melded with the surrounding space itself, melded with the very omniverse. With her gorgeous figure bathed in such a shocking light, she closed her eyes while still speaking to Noah. For you to not have a mark of damnation that even entities far stronger than you across the omniverse have, it must mean you have something far outside the scope of what many would imagine, something that would routinely cause others to be shocked or in denial. Of course, this is your big secret, so I won't peer directly into it, but I am curious about it since it should greatly affect things from here on out. Her eyes were closed as she did something profound, her dominium soul buzzing with existential authority as she continued. "So, what could it be? I'm open-minded. I won't suddenly start convulsing in shock and stutter while telling you how impossible what you have is. Nor can I steal or try to make it mine. It's nearly impossible to steal the omniversal fortune of others." She stated that she wouldn't suddenly break down frothing at the mouth just from Noah stating what his power was. At such an idea, Noah shook his head while replying, "What if I don't feel comfortable telling you such sensitive information? Then, I'll tell you about some of the omniversal anomalies we need to recruit, and you can compare yourself with them." Her reply was sharp. Even though she was multitasking, our first target for the initiative is actually a pair twins from the Imperium. A brother and sister whose dominiums are linked in such a way that even if you cut one of them up and destroy them entirely, they would regenerate everything right after. So long as one of them among the pair is alive and well, the other cannot die. The two of them uniquely have omniversal magnetokinesis, giving them a semblance of omniversal authorities as they have already begun to sense the vibrations and string-like minute structure of the omniverse. Another is an omniversal pillager that thrives on devouring extremes, records, and existence. To an extent, it can gain the power of the one it devours right away along with all of their extremes. This is a tricky one to get, as I'll have to cross existential barriers even more so than the twins from the Imperium. Then, there is .o-h-u-u-m, her words came to a stop. The dazzling S on her forehead shone brightly as the golden beam of light emanating from her and into the space above receded into her body, and she opened her eyes while blinking with utterly profound light. She then looked at Noah silently. She was multitasking. She had said she was observing the weavings of existence yet to occur that always remained the same before, no matter what she tried. It seemed that at this moment she had seen something, and it was something so profound that a sigh of relief and many emotions leaked from her a moment after. As if she was releasing a heavy weight she couldn't change for too long. Her fair left hand then propped her chin up with immeasurable charm as she blew on the locks of hair that came to cover the left side of her face. It was a type of charm any man could go crazy over, and one couldn't be sure whether she was doing it intentionally or not. I don't know what it is about you that was able to cause weavings of existence that led nowhere to actually have possible destinations. But alright. Have a seat. She straightened up while pointing to the area before her. Noah read the weavings of extremes and existence flowing in this region as he also focused on this unique entity, his obsidian pants stretching as he came to sit down opposite to Sona. His demeanor was that of a regal emperor as opposite to him. Sona emanated such a profound aura that was actually able to match it, in her seated position. An aurora of golden dignity covered Sona head to toe as her right hand rose, her palm pointing towards Noah. She looked into his eyes as if seeking answers to innumerable questions. Noah Osmont, I do not know you, nor do you know me. I had long since given up due to the impossibilities of every path I looked at, but I am putting myself into action once more due to your emergence. Are you ready? Was the weaver of extremity ready? Was this even a question that had to be asked? A tyrannical light of dignity arced around Noah as his own palm moved out, coming inches away from Sona's until ultimately, their palms touched. An eruption of dignity burst out as Noah's eyes released innumerable radiance. And his intent weaved out, show me, show me. His intent was simple, and Sona did not need help in understanding it as she knew what this being wanted most right now. With their palms connected, she began undulating with waves of pristine light, her red lips opening as her eyes locked onto the unique 9 pupils within Noah's. Omniversal authorities. The very makeup of the omniverse that many try to study and manipulate, with those in the terracosm stage of the existential dominium. Realm finding success as their existence has at that point been elevated to a critical threshold, but then there are those like you. She felt something from his palm, his skin felt soft and rough at the same time. And it seemed to hold eons of transformations, but through it, she could see a glimpse. You have already begun to glimpse them, haven't you? A question that wasn't a question. She nodded to it herself as she continued, good, this will make it easier then. I'll expose you to a semblance of what I see. Doing this to others may harm them and overwhelm their existence, but yours seems big enough. Bzzzt. Her palm began to buzz. Along with it, all of the surrounding space began to twist and distort as it felt like everything was converging around them. Chapter 3018 Omniverse 101. As if existence itself was converging around them. Sona's expression became stern as she continued. The makeup of the omniverse is something very few can understand precisely due to its stability. It doesn't naturally allow others to influence or control its weavings. And it's even harder to control its weavings as the makeup of the omniverse is made up of trillions of possibilities. It is made up of countless combinations and transmutations of the existential domains that make it up. A single omniversal authority could be made up of the weavings of 1,000 existential authorities, 100,000 or 1,000,000 existential authorities. This is why it is so exceedingly hard to even influence a single omniversal authority and affect the surrounding omniverse to aid you in expressing your extremes, or in altering reality how you see fit. Noah's eyes shone brightly as from the palm of Sona, her fingers spread as wide open before they interlocked, and through this interlock, he felt a pull of hundreds of existential authorities from Sona's hand. Hundreds. It didn't mean she held all of these, it simply meant she could influence them to an extent that they followed her will somewhat, and through it she was able to gain access to an authority with the very makeup of the omniverse around them. Funny, isn't it? Most people's dominiums can hold a few existential extremity authorities, with the more powerful one's dominium is allowing them to expand this number. And yet there are millions of existential extremity authorities weaving together to form the makeup of the omniverse. One could work their whole life, utilizing countless fruits of existence, and they may never be able to have within them even a percentage of the existential authorities within the makeup of an omniversal authority. as Noah listened to this, his dominium began to buzz, more accurately, his dominium soul felt his primordium core begin to spin with immeasurable heaviness. Noah feeling something new blooming from it at this time. A boon of your primordium core has been unlocked. Fully, you have attained omniversal sense, starting from his primordium core, a sight seemingly expanded as if many things were foggy before, as if he was a newborn baby opening up his eyes to something wondrous. And as his omniversal sense opened, he began to see countless threads, countless strings so numerous and so heavy that they could overwhelm a weak dominium and destroy it just from them being observed. Noah saw these countless threads weaving together in seemingly chaotic ways, and at the same time with an unknown order he could not place. As he realized something, he entered a state of epiphany as he spoke. The crux of their power lies in how they come together, not simply what they're composed of. Sona raised her eyes and blinked at such words as she nodded with appreciation. The same 1 million existential authorities weaved in different combinations and transmutations could yield the power of an entirely different omniversal authority. Which makes it clear that any omniversal authority can't necessarily have an owner. As she said this, her eyes flickered as she gazed in the far distance. Though if there is someone who fully grasps the countless combinations of authorities that make up even a single omniversal authority and they're able to make it theirs, well, that's a level of power to be feared. But, her head turned back to Noah, the crux of influencing omniversal authority is this: through their interlocked fingers, Noah felt waves of hundreds of existential extremity authorities course through this area as if they were invisible to him before, but they were visible now, because one's dominium can barely handle a number of them. If we want to influence existential extremity authorities by the hundreds or thousands, a prerequisite is a strong and perceptive enough dominium. This the terracosm stage, and weaving your own existential extremes and dominiums into the complex and chaotic weavings of the omniversal authority you wish to influence. In this manner, let's say for example dignity, I could mix it with the weavings of hundreds or thousands of existential extremes whose transmutations make up an omniversal authority, and it will seem like the very reality around me is magnifying dignity and making it unshakable. But it is merely me borrowing the power of something I may not even know the name of. Yes, most didn't even have the power to understand the names of the omniversal authorities they borrowed the influence of, and the more complex an omniversal authority was, the less was known about it. A terracosm stage entity may be able to influence the complex weaving of an omniversal authority made up of hundreds or thousands to achieve a shocking effect of power. But what if one could influence the transmutations of weavings of hundreds of thousands of millions of existential authorities that made up the truly heavy omniversal authorities? The answer was a terrifying one. From Sona's hand, Noah felt the golden strings of dignity mix in with the torrential flow of an unknown authority. And through this, boom, Sona's figure became unfathomably more brilliant. Massive tendrils and seas of dignity erupted all around her as the pressure she radiated far exceeded a teleo stage entity. Of course, the successful weaving of your authority in an already complex weaving of hundreds or thousands is extremely hard, with such a thing taking a tremendous toll on one's dominium. As to offset this and for other uses, some forces design something like the Codex of Extremity, WAA. Something to act as an intermediary. Even if your dominium soul isn't strong enough to sense or understand how to influence omniversal authority, you could still borrow a semblance of their power through it. But at most, it would be the influence of an omniversal authority made up of hundreds or thousands of existential authorities, the Codex of Extremity, the tool of the Imperium. Sona only just mentioned this before blinking and continuing. When I peer into the possibilities of weavings of the future paths, I glance at the movements of the complex existential authorities flowing all around me, and those from afar. From them, I was able to learn that the weavings to come show existence itself twisting and turning again, until the weavings of countless existences and non-existences fade. All the same, splendorous light erupted from Noah as Sona said her last words, his dominium buzzing while recalling the prophecy the protagonist had uttered after it was influenced by something foreign around Noah. Twist and turn again, all existence and non-existence shall bend all the same. Similar words also appeared from Sona, who had been peering into the weavings of omniversal authorities much earlier than Noah. Chapter 30 19 Omniverse 101. 2. The prophecy of the protagonist. It stated and repeated about twists and turns again over and over, and it was too distinct for Noah to hear the same phrasing from another entity for him to ignore. Towards the midpoint of the protagonist stating his prophecy, his primordium core that had now given birth to his omniversal sense had buzzed and emulated an interference from the surroundings themselves. From the omniverse itself. from the complex weavings of existential extremity authorities that Sona had been looking at in a distant area. The latter part of the prophecy Noah had produced was influenced by either an omniversal authority or multiple omniversal authorities, or specific weavings of existential extremity authorities mixed in with omniversal authorities. There were too many possibilities, there were too many unknowns. As these thoughts surged within his head, Sanctus Princess Sona continued, her interlocking fingers grasping down with even greater force as she channeled tendrils of weavings of hundreds of existential extremity authorities through her hand and towards Noah's. The difficulty of influencing omniversal authorities never eases. With it being difficult to always locate a single omniversal authority you are familiar with all the time. Thus, those who truly understand things take the stance of not familiarizing themselves with a single or a few omniversal authorities, but making themselves proficient in learning and grasping the weaving of any omniversal authority around them to influence reality on their behalf. This was a lifelong journey. Ultimately, it came down to understanding the complexity and how countless transmutations of weavings came together. When this was under control, one could influence any omniversal authority, wherever they were, at any time. Do you get it? Sona blinked her bright eyes while looking at Noah, who seemed lost in thought. Yet in the next moment, his eyes closed. His omniversal sense stemming from his primordium core then took center stage as he didn't rely on his vision, on his will, aura, or any other senses, just the omniversal sense, akin to this being his only tool to see, and he saw countless weavings of tendrils and strings all around him. He felt like if he sent his existential authority up to these weavings, he could pull them down just slightly for them to support whatever he wanted to do, but there were already hundreds of tendrils that Sona had already called down flowing between his fingers. He caught a glimpse of their weavings. Each one seemed to take its own unique path, with its own vibrations and constant snake-like looping, as if it formed a set of coordinated flows of data, and Noah had to insert his own data into all of this, have it not be buried down into oblivion, and instead integrate with the flow of whatever omniversal authority in order to borrow its influence, in order to borrow the influence of hundreds of existential extremity authorities. To accomplish such a feat required one's dominium to first even be capable of seeing and following these complex weavings, and to then be strong enough, have an existential authority that was strong enough or skip multiple parts of this process by relying on something like the Codex of Extremity. Noah had the omniverse sense as he grasped the tumultuous waves and vibrations of hundreds of authorities, and now, his primordium core began to buzz as he channeled an authority through it. The milky white light it released became even thicker as its spinning connecting all three of his dominiums churned faster. You have arrived at a fantastical precipice. You have seen the weavings of the omniverse. Now, you seek to borrow a semblance of their power. Vibrations boomed, and tendrils of a cerulean blue authority rose. The weavings of infinity flow out from you and towards the chaotic weavings of hundreds of authorities concentrated in a single omniversal authority amidst a deluge of an unknown number of omniversal authorities. The cost is high, but you emanate the weavings of infinity, boom, an action capable of heavily draining the reserves of a teleo-stage entity, leaving them without another move momentarily. Behind Noah, tendrils of infinity unfurled like gorgeous blue rivers of light, and his hand clasping Sona's moved in control for the first time as the gorgeous cerulean tendrils of infinity flowed into the complex weavings of hundreds of other existential extremity authorities, into the heavy force and power of an omniversal SAA. It didn't crack. It didn't get devoured. It stably followed the weavings, twists and turns of the few hundred authorities as an instant later infinity began borrowing the force of what all of these existential authorities made up, as it was the only sentient weaving here. At such a time, Sona's eyes blinked. Behind Noah, she first saw the blooming of a few tendrils of cerulean light that after a moment disappeared into the weavings of the omniverse itself, and thereafter an aggressive, mighty, and utterly unfathomable blue sea instantly bloomed behind him. It bore such a heavy pressure as it was something that would be able to suffocate a common teleo-stage entity. The suppression of a teleo-stage entity was possible only because this power normally belonged to those above this stage, and thus they couldn't truly defend against it. Before Noah gorgeously and successfully infused his authority to borrow the influence of an omniversal authority for the first time, Sona had asked Noah where he was getting it. At this moment, surrounded by a vastly stretching blue sea of infinity that could come crashing down on his enemies, his eyes opened as he replied to Sona, "Yeah, I think I got it." Sona quietly blinked. She unhooked her palm from Noah and stared at the vast blue ocean behind him, seeing how the icy source of Psychros in the surroundings began to weave cheerfully towards the endless sea and begin to turn its brilliance into glaciers, only to have even vaster swaths of these seas proliferate. she nodded with appreciation while giving 2 thumbs up. Nice work, big guy. I told you that I wouldn't start getting into epileptic shock if you say or do something amazing in front of me, even if it's the instant initial understanding of how to influence your power with omniversal authorities. But now, you've gained the first boon from me. Are you ready to get started with the work of the initiative? Chapter 30:20 Omniverse 101. 3. Was he ready to get started with the work of the initiative? Hearing such a question, Noah waved his hands to pull back the weavings of infinity carefully from the complex transmutations of data around him. His first successful entry and exit into borrowing the influence of the omniverse itself. He nodded in appreciation while replying to Sona, "You speak as if I've already joined your club." Sona blinked sharply for a moment, a silent aura rising around her as she placed her hand on her chin once more in a carefree manner while voicing her intent. "I see. You're the big bad omniversal anomaly who doesn't have the mark of damnation, so you wouldn't just be added under someone else's thing." At her words, Noah smiled brightly while nodding with appreciation. "I like how you catch on to things fast, it saves me a lot of the taking." His visage emanated unbound majesty and tyranny as he spoke, causing Sona to sigh as she waved her hands. "All right, partners. How about founders of the initiative? You can stomach that? After all, I do take the lead in who the stronger one is between us at this moment." 1101. Oh, Noah asked while recalling how this entity, at the teleo stage of the existential dominium realm, had been whipping the ass of a terracosm stage elder queen, and as if to further cement her words as the truth, she nodded towards Noah as she raised her hands and the purple light of her dominium soul began to blaze with a golden brilliance. A glorious golden brilliance of terracosm. This ridiculous entity really lived up to her distinction as an anomaly as she began taking her dominium from one stage to another at will. Others spent eons forever remaining at the teleos stage. Others had to resort to an enormous amount of fruits of existence if they could afford it, yet even Noah couldn't help but nod towards her with appreciation as she smiled with a sense of mischief and confidence. Sometimes, one's dominium can be unique by nature, or forcefully made to be so. One can accumulate so much existence within themselves to the extent that what others find hard, for them, it is simple. One's existential extremity authorities are a factor, their foundations, the type of dominium. As she spoke, the golden aura of terracosm around her only blazed brighter as nearly 10% of her purple aura was already turned into liquefied gold. It's been established that the easiest dominium to raise is one's body, followed by origin, and then of course the soul. It's why most of those you will meet have a dominium soul, even though it's the hardest to raise, but its cruciality remains undeniable when it comes to extreme and survivability. But of course, you have some terrifying beings who take the easier path of the dominium of the body and become living weapons faster than one can even weave anything with their origins or souls, as they find themselves dead before they even know it. So really, it doesn't matter in the end. Her explanation was lengthy as she did something that would be impossible for others. Noah nodded at her intent as he replied with his own, "Very well, founders of this initiative." A brief silence came as Sona closed her eyes momentarily. A small decision for some may be a tremendous moment for others. A small smile appeared on Sona after the first members of the initiative were decided. Her eyes soon becoming determined as her intent flowed. "So, founders, and the perks I mentioned before." The perks she mentioned before. Noah's eyes curved into smiles at this as he rose up while stretching his body. "And when do I get to have the perk right in front of me?" He unabashedly looked at her gorgeous figure as Sanctus Princess Sona actually rose up and turned around to show her curves and blessed chest with a serious face of contemplation. It was enough to cause the dominiums of weaker men to turn weak, yet the Weaver of Extremity observed calmly, "I know I'm stunning. But you won't get to have any of this just yet, as I have to keep dangling something in front of you. Don't I? Let the tension build. Can you imagine the anticipation in finally getting something you really want that's been in front of your eyes this whole time? Oh, and you mentioned you have multiple others just as stunning as me, right? Then I'm even more confident in your strength and waiting. Let's get some work done first." Her face was filled with shamelessness and confidence as she spoke, with her right hand rising to punch the air above the source of Psychros they were in as a massive portal began to form. Noah looked at it as he could see the statues of the 9 dragons gazing forward menacingly, auras of multiple entities filled with mad power still raging as he nodded. "I did come here for the Sanctus Populi." He came for the possible knowledge and opportunity of the Sanctus Populi, and he instead found Sona and her initiative, along with an introduction of the overall omniverse and omniversal authorities. At his words, Sona nodded as she began to float upwards. "Yes. As much as I wish to ignore everything unnecessary, your name has to begin carrying weight and distinction at least within the Sanctus Populi, otherwise those old crooks will begin making things more annoying." Her eyes were placid. Noah had no issues with her intent as he also floated up, his intent coming out slowly. "Since you claim to be familiar with me and my character, it's safe to assume you aren't about to come out and say that I've been chosen as your knight to serve you." Sona's eyes twinkled at his words, as her figure filled with mesmerizing golden dignity surged up. Her icy glow of psychros covered her intent entirely as she only smiled. Space twisted and tore as they left the source of psychros. Leaving was always faster than coming in, as within moments. Whap! They disappeared from the source of psychros. Now the question was, what status would Noah have within the Sanctus Populi? Chapter 30:21 The Existential Omniversal Guider. From the source of psychros, back into the source of dignity where the sanctum of dignity was contained. The transition happened quickly as at this moment, Sanctus Princess Emiliana was surrounded by three elder queens who had sharp regal expressions. Elder Queen Ariana was at the center as she repeated a name again and again. "Osmont. You just go ahead and pick someone up while trusting your weavings, and it just so turns out that he is someone with dignity nearly rivaling that freak?" Emiliana shook her head with a wry smile as she wanted to remind the elder queens that they still stood between the 9 statues, with trainee knights and other dragon knights present as by now. A few other Sanctus Princess had come due to the commotion, but before Emiliana could even reply, "That freak," an intent came up behind them as 9 had descended. "Yes, a free dash." Elder Queen Ariana didn't continue as her expression instantly became stern while turning around. The sparkling eyes of Sona, burning with a myriad of light, stared calmly towards her as moments later, the visage of Noah, whom she had left with, also appeared to her right. No intents weaved out, and just as they were about to, the pupils of the elder queens dilated. Sanctus Princess Emiliana and others soon followed as at the forefront. Elder Queen Ariana pointed towards the liquefied golden glow on Sona's body as she couldn't finish her words. You. Not a purple glow around her dominium, it was a glorious glow of gold beginning to form as it represented terracosm, but in such a moment of shock and surprise about something that should in no way be possible. Yeah. Sona waved her hands dismissively while coming to point at Noah and continuing, "I shall complete my duties as Sanctus Princess by taking on another to join me." Her proclamation caused those before her to be dazed before their expressions changed greatly. Sanctus Princess Emiliana was more baffled than all, as even though she set this up, she didn't think it would truly unfold this way. The shock of her somehow achieving the terracosm stage so freely was suffocated and pressed down as they were all forced to now focus on this issue. What had moved her staunch little sister to take a dragon knight? What quality did she see within Osmond after she had a genuine glimpse at him apart from his exceedingly high dignity, for him to be her first dragon knight? "He will not be joining me as a mere dragon knight, but as a Sanctus Prince at this moment. I have already completed the rituals and bound my dominium to his." What? The minds of those nearby stopped working briefly. They thought they misheard. They must have misheard, and yet the nonchalant expression on Sona made it clear that they had not misheard. Immense silence descended in the surroundings as nearly all were momentarily too shocked to reply. This silence only becoming broken as a dazzling golden light bloomed from Elder Queen Ariana, akin to an all-engulfing volcano. "You unholy fucking brat." An event of immense significance occurred within the Sanctum of Dignity as the elder queens couldn't help but erupt. Sanctum Prince. A distinction of heavy weight that held too many meanings, and one that could only be granted after the permission from the elder Queen Mother and the Sanctus Empress herself. Yet Sona, oh, Sona! The unfolding reality within the Sanctum of Dignity unfolded before Noah's dominium soul as he kept a close eye on it. Back within the infinite existential omniversal seed, his main body was watching the stabilization of his son's dominiums as like him. He was leading him towards the path of eventually forming a primordium core of his own, but at this time, there were also the gains from him gaining the capability to influence his first omniversal authority to express his own extremes in a fundamentally shocking manner. His mind was filled with the workings of omniversal authorities and their makeup of thousands or even millions of existential extremity authorities that no single being could grasp, no single being could hold that many extremes as those starting at the terracosm stage could only allow their own extremes to flow in the complex weavings of these authorities to borrow their power. No single being could do it, but then there was him. When he arrived here, Noah had to ask himself and ponder regarding his Omniversa Emperor lineage. It held a wondrous creed that recorded as many existential extremes as those who had Noah's lineage held. If his lineage spread far and wide, if his creed began to proliferate and countless millions recorded their own unique existential extremes, the possibilities were endless. But for this, his people had to also be capable and proficient in forming their own. Existential extremes. For this, the extremity of Cheats rises and states that it has an answer. A wondrous extreme stood up amidst Noah's existential extremity authorities, flowing its heavy tendrils of brilliance within his primordium core where a dense number of dominium rules were being set up even now. Cheats looks back through time and remembers. Cheats remembers the distinctions of the unruly guide, of the golden guider, of the dark guider. The extremity of Cheats urges the spinning of your primordium core and puts to use all existential extremity authorities for another existential distinction to be brought to fruition. The extremity of the protagonist rises with unbound regality and states that this is his specialty. His extremes began to work. In the surroundings, Henry woke up from his stupor as he stabilized his dominium, and he, along with all others, could only observe as a brilliant light bloomed from Noah and shot up to the distant space far above the infinite existential omniversal seed. And beyond it. The reason for this was because for what Noah's extremes sought to accomplish, even the aid of the influence of the omniverse was sought after. Being the first extreme to experience the complex weavings of an omniversal authority, massive tendrils of blue light surged upwards first as the extremity of infinity forges the road towards a new distinction. The extremity of Cheats states that the distinction shall be known as the existential omniversal guider. Chapter 30:22. The existential omniversal guider. 2. The existential omniversal guider. This was the distinction that Cheats sought to bring to fruition, as none of Noah's extremes denied it. They worked in conjunction like a well-oiled machine as at the center point of his dominiums. His primordium core radiated the most potent milky white light, a light that even seemed ready for the jump into the next stage soon, so long as enough resources were granted to it. As it rotated, it released a gravitational pull that was seemingly pulling on the surrounding space itself, the infinite existential omniversal seed, and the omniverse itself outside of it. Within moments, Noah's will felt itself melding with the countless threads and strings of the omniverse. It was an overwhelming sensation as he didn't focus on the complex and heavy clusters of thousands or millions of strings that made up a single omniversal authority, with his will likely being crushed the moment it tried to enter those, as he focused on the clusters of a few hundred existential extremity authorities. He focused on omniversal authorities with the lost numbers of weavings as within moments, as if the omniverse dipped and came towards him, an indescribable flow had its momentum carried by Noah, his extremes beginning to follow the flow of its weaving ever so slowly as his body began to vibrate with a heavy light of power. A power that made his vassals in the surroundings feel as if he had become some massive giant of an existence, and they were as small as ants. It was but a mere glimpse of the manifestation and difference of their power. After his extremes pulled on the influence of the omniverse itself, the distinction of the existential omniversal guider is being etched onto your existence. The features of the existential omniversal guider are being defined in real time. Your existence is not yours alone for you to benefit from. You hold the connections and intricate weavings of countless others, as even before you held this distinction, you were their guider. On this day, under the influence of an unknown omniversal authority, this distinction has been fully carved out as you can begin your path. You can guide the lost existences out there who know nothing of being at the center of a grand fable, stemming from far above. A pillar of blinding golden light smashed on Noah as it contained the affirmation and authority of the existential omniversal guider. His eyes opening wide at such a moment as in the background, he could hear the extremity of Cheats cackling. He looked at his people, and he saw those who could look at him in the eyes even with his blinding glory, and those who had to avert their gazes. He looked at his son stabilizing his realm, and at his partners gazing at him with unfathomable profundity. He gazed at all of them before he waved his hands and voiced out, "Gather." With a beckoning of his hands and his intent, a force wrapped around all of his people here as they were converged towards a central space before him, a miniature Alathian haven forming below their feet, his son, the queens of the infinite existential omniversal seed. And those with the purest concentration of his lineage, and those most powerful, were at the forefront, and Noah came to float in front of them all, his royal emperor's robe fluttering with brilliance as existential light was leaking from him, and then, his intent weaved out, what is extremity? What are records? And just what is existence? As he spoke, his body seemed like a center point where sparkling existential authority that looked like swirling galaxies were emanating from, and these galaxies of pure existential authority came to bathe his people ahead of him, and in front of their eyes, shocking prompts rose. You are blessed to be receiving the first quintessential guidance of the existential omniversal guider. The first prompt was the same for everyone. Thereafter, they varied based on who they were and their level of power. In front of the eyes of the daughter of hatred, Lilith, you have achieved the 9th gradation of extremity, as there lies a thin barrier between that and the endless dominium skies. Listen to the words of the existential omniversal guider, and this thin barrier will break as if it never existed. WAA. Drops of existential authority landed on her as she felt an inflow of information from someone who had entirely scaled the gradations of extremity in a manner very few others could even compare to, and even as this information flowed, the intent of the guider continued to echo out. The crux of the existential dominium realm lies within your own existence. Have you defined it with the concept that matches you the most? Have you lived up to the extremes of that concept to take it to the existential level? The words caused Lilith to tremble as if she were in a trance. Had she lived up to hatred? Was it what filled her existence fully? When she really thought about this, she couldn't help but nod towards herself as the moment she did so, boom, she felt hatred exploding within her and beginning to transform. The particles of existential extremity authority all around her stemming from the guider flowed into her calmly as in the next instant, hatred began to shine with the initial brilliance of the existential level. But it wasn't her alone. From the ancient visage of steel, the existential extremity authority of steel began to rise. From Ishtar, from Sargon, from Barbados. Obsidian skulls of existential light began to surround her as necromancy surged towards the existential level. From Athena, an illusion of a massive golden spear shot from her and tore the space above as the existential light covered the extremity of the spear. One by one, all of Noah's people were bathed with ridiculous guidance as one by one, they each attained their own existential extremity authorities. Chapter 30:23 The Existential Omniversal Guider. 3. One after another, within the infinite existential omniversal seed. Multiple entities in the gradations of extremity attained their first existential extremity authority as after this. They just had to reinforce and anneal their existence. Thereafter, the existential dominium realm waited, an endless dominium sky waited, while voicing out his intent. Noah looked at this scene with sharp eyes as while they were receiving their own prompts and climbing up, so was he, under your guidance. Multiple extremes are being shown the way towards the existential level. Those who have taken the lessons of the existential omniversal guider will gain the permanent buff of quintessential state of epiphany with their existence prone to epiphanies that aid them towards the dominium sky and across it. An existential corrective effect is applied to all those under your guidance once they attain a single existential extremity. The process of annealing and reinforcing the existence of those under your guidance is increased by 10,000%. The chances of successfully forming their dominium is increased by 50%. Once in the dominium realm, the construction and release of dominium rules will be smoother, increasing their existential effect by 100% and cutting their resources cost by 80%. All those guided by you who manage to step into the primordium dominium realm will be granted the distinction of existential supporting character. For existential supporting characters, all prior relevant boons are increased by 2 times, while their progression across the dominium sky is elevated by another 1000%. Depending on the gulf between the existential omniversal guider and the existential supporting characters, their elevation across the stages of the dominium skies can remain 1000%, or be skewed as high as 1,000,000%. The larger the gulf of power and realm, the greater the percentage of progression generated. A wondrous array of boons came from the existential omniversal guider as it sought to make his people into living weapons, into characters that wouldn't be forgotten and discarded, and this was shown more closely by Noah's own son as he was the first and only one after him to enter the primordium stage. And he found his 3 dominiums to be shaking while pulling upon his existential extremity authority of destiny, rapidly beginning to reinforce themselves as they hungrily sought resources, and his existence began to rise. He would merely be the first, yet another dazzling prompt befell Noah amidst all this. Your lineage is pulsing with excitement as the creed of the existential omniversal emperor is facing the inclusion of multiple existential extremity authorities. His lineage, which was already heavy, became even heavier. He began to amass access to a large number of existential extremity authorities even if they weren't bound to his own dominium, and he looked far into the future for a possibility others couldn't even fathom. Could he be capable of forming his own omniversal authority after gaining access to hundreds of existential extremity authorities within his creed? Within his lineage, the question was one for the future, but for now, he continued to guide them towards greater strength as a lesson by the existential omniversal guider continued. Within the sanctum of dignity, behind the statues of the 9 massive dragons, there were clusters of many planes of existences that held an uncountable number of people with their own dreams and beliefs. At this moment, within one of the largest planes of existence towards the center of the sanctum of dignity, inside a garden hidden somewhere within the weavings of this plane of existence, a woman who seemed to be in her 50s could be seen, her demeanor that of utmost regality and maturity. Her hair was verdant gold as she was adorned in a white robe currently. her hands holding a pitcher of water that gushed out rivers of liquids that pulsed with more existential authority than the body of a teleo-stage entity. The garden around her was the size of 10 football fields as there were multicolored plants all around, their branches budding to show dazzling fruits of existence. Coming to light, it was the ultimate scene of peace and serenity that moments after, whap, was interrupted as a figure appeared behind the gorgeous and regal entity tending to her garden, Elder Queen Mother. Something has happened, an Elder Queen of Ariana's caliber bowed whole speaking like this, her intent continuing, Lady Sona has, I know, her words didn't finish, the Elder Queen Mother tending to her garden didn't even turn around as she stated that she knew, surprising the Elder Queen bowing as they shifted their stance before nodding and continuing, she has proclaimed to take a newly entering entity as her Sanctus Prince, and she has already ignored all Elder Queens to bring him to the Sanctus Sea of Rebirth, Queen Mother, the words were those of hesitation as the Elder Queen didn't know how to proceed. Do they try to stop Sona, when someone like her could already thrash Elder Queen Ariana when she was in the Teleo stage realm? And now she was stepping into the Terracosm stage, towards her worries. The Elder Queen Mother waved her hands dismissively, let her do as she wishes. She must have a good reason to do so. The bowing Elder Queen was astounded as she grit her teeth and bowed down even further. Sometimes, even she didn't understand the stance that the Queen Mother took when it came to Sona, but she would listen and obey. For that was her job, yes, Queen Mother. With a glimmer of light, the Elder Queen disappeared to let the will of the Queen Mother be known. The gorgeous woman left behind only smiled as she sensed everything occurring within her sanctum of dignity. Was she always giving Sona too much free rein? This was a question amongst many Elder Queens as they didn't know what she knew. They truly didn't understand the extent and terror that this girl represented, to the extent that even the Sanctus Empress far away from here was paying attention to her. Chapter 30:20 for the Sanctus Sea of Rebirth. They truly didn't understand the thing named Sona as the day she was born and almost caused the source of dignity to change owners. It wasn't because the Elder Queen Mother had managed to rein it in and stabilize it, it was because Sona herself grasped the weavings of existence seconds after being born, and she grasped what she was doing as she simply stopped. The Elder Queen Mother did not have the power to keep her own source of dignity in front of a newly born chick. This was terrifying in itself, but it was merely one of the things others didn't know about the entity distinguished as Sona. The Elder Queen Mother raised her head while observing the thousands of plants holding tens of thousands of fruits of existence across the fields before her. I know her. So what does that make you, Noah Osmond? She knew Sona and her capabilities. So what exactly did Osmond have to make her begin moving like this? The eyes of the Elder Queen Mother fluctuated with brilliance. The scene of the garden she saw all around her very quickly became obscured as hazy illusory screens appeared in front of her. At the very center was a massive screen that showed two figures arriving in a plane of existence also towards the center of the sanctum of dignity not too far from the one that the Elder Queen Mother was in. But they were in a plane of existence rich in vitality and life, and this was where the Sanctus Sea of Rebirth was located. The Elder Queen Mother's eyes focused on the figures going towards the sea as both emanated immense waves of hockey that pulsed with dignity. In a plane known as the Sanctus Rebirth Plane, the surroundings were filled with verdant pathways floating in space, with lustrous greenish black holes floating around these paths like ornaments. Many of them seemed to come from one central direction and converge downwards towards a vast green sea down below. On one of these descending verdant paths, Noah was about to arrive at a location with the lead of Sona, who simply warped them away from the cluster of Elder Queens, Sanctus Princesses, and Dragon Knights who were shocked at her actions. At this time, Noah's senses that were freshly beginning to borrow the influence of omniversal authorities felt a tug as he raised his head and looked behind him, his eyes sharp as he felt like there was a pair of eyes watching him even though there was nobody behind them for light years. Don't worry about that. Without even turning around, Sona waved her hands dismissively as she continued forward. It's just an old lady who likes to peep at others since she has so much time on her hands. But I'm glad you're already beginning to expand your senses to merge with the weavings of the omniverse after influencing an omniversal authority not too long ago. This little pool here should also help. The first portion of her words affirmed Noah's intuition that there was a gaze behind them, and the latter portion spoke about a pool. The place she referred to was the dazzling green sea below them. As the closer towards the center they went, the greater the concentration of existential authority Noah felt, and at this moment, their steps halted as they arrived at a junction where all the stellar verdant paths converged, a circle forming. At the center where they met as down below was the absolute center of the Sanctus Sea of Rebirth, and right at its entry was a woman adorned in a full verdant gold armor emanating heavy sharpness, a golden aura of the Terracosm stage blazing around her. To her sides, 3 stern faces of dragon knights also at the terracosm stage could be seen staunchly guarding her sides as they emanated a profound aura of dignity. They were the ones guarding the Sanctus Sea of Rebirth, a unique type of an omniversal treasure that was in the form of a sea, continuously generating fruits of existence over the years as its waters were filled with potent existential authority, and then, all of it was magnified and further enhanced over the years. The Sanctus Populi would have its Sanctus Princesses undergo a transformation within a treasure like this once in their lifetimes, with the concentration of existential authority only growing over the years. It was one of the reasons why Sanctus Princesses were a cut above the rest, far above the sea. Noah could already see its verdant viscous waters filled with densely swirling fruits of existence, and the only way to truly access it was to be given the right to do so, and past the 4 terracosm stage entities standing at this central area. The face of the Elder Queen adorned in an armament was hardened as in front of her. Sona freely walked forward with Noah in tow while her intent weaved out. A Sanctus Prince is here to undergo his rebirth. I assume that won't be a problem. The Elder Queen remained silent, and an instant later, the verdant spear in her hand smashed down in a signal. The 3 terracosm stage dragon knights beside her making way and allowing a passage to form towards the center point that looked like a deep abyssal hole towards a dazzling sea. Directions had already been given by the Elder Queen Mother, and all others obeyed. Sona nodded at this scene and nodded towards Noah, who at this moment breathed out while unbuttoning his sleek white dress shirt. Within moments, his bare muscular chest and toned abdominal muscles were visible, his steps calm and filled with dignity as he walked towards 4 terracosm stage entities. They gazed at him with sharp eyes filled with pressure and suffocation that may have crushed the dominiums of weaker beings. But Noah bore it all until he came to stand on the path they had made, a terracosm stage entity to his left and right, a terrifying Elder Queen nearby. In such an enclosure, Noah merely threw his white shirt back as Sona caught it with raised brows, and he then dove towards the deep hole leading towards the center of the exceedingly verdant sea, a sea thick with existential extremity authority. A sea filled with dazzling fruits of existence like shimmering galaxies. It was the sea that told Noah he had found the resources he needed to devour to get past the primordium stage. Chapter 30:25 What Lies Beyond. His fair skin reflected the brilliance below. He dove into the hole that would carry one to the center of the Sanctus Sea of Rebirth. As far below was the swirling eye of the sea. Thick, dense with fruits of existence, the accumulation of eons that only Sanctus Princesses received. He wondered just how much damage he would do to it, as he wasn't the only one. Far above him from where he just jumped, the visage of Sona came close to the other terracosm stage dragon knights and the armored Elder Queen as she spoke calmly. Some crazy things may happen below, so be prepared and don't be too baffled or shocked when it does happen. As if she could see the tumultuous weavings to come, the Elder Queen stared at her silently. Before her will came to follow Noah's figure that at this moment, pop, entered the distant center of the thick verdant sea. The Sanctus Sea of Rebirth is an omniversal treasure that has existed for eons, with princesses undergoing their transformations within as even they can barely handle absorbing a percentage of its power before their dominiums and authorities are saturated. What can this supposed prince do? The voice of the Elder Queen rang out as towards this. Sona only gave a light smile. Down below, the interminable waves of the green waters wobbled. After diving in, Noah felt like he was at the center of a massive singularity that was applying infinite pressure all around, his head and chest becoming visible while the rest of his body remained submerged. All around, he felt the crushing waves of extremely pure existential authority as when he simply raised his hands from the sea, a cluster of fruits of existence would rise with him. He could feel his primordium core beginning to pulse with excitement. It was the one that would devour all authority and spread it across all his dominiums equally. His dominium soul was here, but with it came a representative portion of his primordium core where the authority would flow through, and at this moment, let loose, WAA. His intent was made clear. His body began to tremble, his primordium core flashed within his depths as it began to spin with a radiant white light, and after a single spin was completed, a heavy gravitational pull emanated from Noah as the waters around him began to churn. They began to circle and flow towards him. The primordium core began to spin faster as it soon began to absorb verdant liquid in dozens of fruits of existence, and within seconds, it seemed like Noah was becoming the center of the sea as all waters began to collect and be devoured by his figures, the affected areas only expanding as time passed, and very soon, it felt like Noah was the center point of a rotating galaxy drawing everything into himself as all 3 of his dominium began to surge with potency and power. Your primordium stage was the initial and earliest stage of development into the existential dominium realm. Within it, an existential primordium dominium core was formed as it granted an omniversal sense towards the very weavings of the omniverse. the verdant sea began to churn, like an endless black hole. Noah began stripping this sea of its dense and thick verdant hue, hundreds of fruits of existence being swallowed up by him as all parts of his dominiums radiated a lustrous light, and the primordium core. Its white light soon began to gain color. The completion of the primordium stage indicates complete development and acclimation in the existential dominium realm. As now, you have to set up what path you will pioneer. Hereafter, yes, he wasn't following the stages of neonate, sequor, teleos, and terracosm. His path was his own as if he could equate them to others. His primordium stage at the peak included both neonate and sequor stages. But for his next path that he had to decide on himself. Would it follow this principle? He was pioneering it. He was trekking new paths others could not fathom. Naturally, he could make such a path as obscene and broken as possible. So, quintessence rises with imperishable majesty as stares at the path ahead. At the very center of his existence, a colorless authority rose. Quintessence pulls upon all existential extremity authorities. Quintessence pulls upon the extremity of cheats. Quintessence rose with wild abandon on this day as it decided to define and delegate the stage forward. Noah was quintessence, and quintessence was him as at this moment, it was given free rein. Quintessence states that after the initial stage of development is completed, the stage that follows should be one where you spread your wings and fly. Quintessence states that in this next stage, you must be undefeatable in power and stature. Quintessence states that in this next stage, you must be unconquerable. Hues of vibrant green shone above the sea. The figures of the Terracosm Elder Queen and Dragon Knights began looking down with somber eyes as they saw waves churning across all of the sanctus sea of rebirth. And going towards a single being. This sea carried eons of worth of accumulation. Why was it churning and swirling towards him as if he could swallow it whole? A grand question, but even this didn't have an answer as the visage of the bare-chested entity they locked onto down below began to flicker with a deeply purple radiance at this moment. From its white milky brilliance, the existential primordium dominium core instantly gained a milky purple radiance as its circular form instantly began to break. It was blooming into something else. The primordium core is budding into its next stage, which allows it to rapidly and efficiently scale the endless dominium skies. Quintessence burns with brilliance and asserts the distinction of the next stage, undefeatable, unconquerable. Quintessence asserts that the next stage of your dominium realm shall be known as the Invictus stage. Boom! His primordium core instantly shattered and collapsed into itself as the moment it did so. A quarter of the sanctus sea of rebirth was instantly swallowed as it disappeared. Chapter 30:26 What lies beyond? 2. His primordium core shattered and collapsed. Along with this action, it also devoured a quarter of the sanctus sea of rebirth to use as its fuel, a singularity forming in its place as it bloomed into something else. Invictus, a grand and heavy distinction, one that truly had to be lived up to. As at this time, quintessence wasn't done. The existential primordium dominium core is transforming into the existential Invictus dominium organ, an existential Invictus dominium organ. Inside his very existence, Noah felt the collapsed primordium dominium core begin to transform into something else entirely at this moment. A golden aura rose and began to permeate all around as the existential extremity authority of ascension blazed with brilliance. Ascension caused this entire transformation to enter a new realm of quintessence. From the collapsed primordium core, Noah began to see the formation of what seemed like purple-colored wings. An organ in the shape of wings, the existential Invictus dominium wings have been born. The existential Invictus dominium wings will carry you across the endless dominium skies. The newly forged organ was truly in the form of wings as the moment they formed in the very center of Noah's existence. His back also sprouted dazzling purple wings that radiated tremendous existential authority. This wasn't all as on his feet, a pair of purple wings rose, each one being more dazzling than the other. A pair of wings deep in his existence. A pair of wings behind his back. And a pair of wings on each of his feet. He looked like an entirely new entity coming to fruition as the pressure his body radiated was one that may cause even a teleo stage entity to feel a sense of suffocation. In the next moment, all the wings within his existence flapped, releasing a terrifying gravitational devouring force that caused another quarter of the sanctus sea of rebirth to disappear. And this large portion of sea that disappeared went on to become the fuel that caused his wings to shine ever brighter, as if he was ready to soar into a grandiose endless sky. The next path has been outlined. All that is left to do is for you to utilize the tools you have brought to fruition to scale the dominium skies. The capabilities of the existential Invictus dominium wings are for you to discover and understand. Noah felt the wings pulse as if they were always an intricate part of him, like a second beating heart. Just by existing, They drew in heavy concentrations of existential extremity authority and magnified it before allowing it to course across his dominiums, inside his body. Massive mountainous passages cheered all the incoming authority while gushing out even more, and it was at this time that Noah felt the waves of authority all around him begin to calm. As if the verdant sea around him that was part of an omniversal treasure was sentient, and that it had deemed his transformation was over. But he had taken half of the sanctus sea of rebirth towards his transformation whole. Sanctus princesses would normally take a single percentage. Feeling the slowing absorption around him and the vibrating sense of power of his existence, he finally opened his eyes and looked up. Far above, the 4 terracosm stage entities were gazing towards him in the sizably reduced sea with incredulity, and only the gaze of Sona was calm and unblinking as she nodded. Noah's eyes were glazed with a tyrannically purple hue as the vibrant wings on his feet and back flapped. And, whap, he instantly disappeared from the sea below and traversed great distances in an instant, his visage materializing as a flash of light in front of Sona. The Elder Queen and her 3 terracosm dragon knights turned back to him the moment he warped behind them. As this speed caused their eyes to rise in alarm. It was not a speed a common teleo stage entity could show. It was a speed that nearly neared those at the terracosm stage, with his bare chest and face looking even more chiseled and glorious. Noah motioned towards Sona for his sleek white shirt, only to have this daring woman smile and walk forward and actually begin putting his shirt on him with her own hands. You're living up to expectations and exceeding them at the same time. Thanks for not going overboard and devouring the whole sea. I had that as a possibility. Who knows how many days the Elder Queens will scream if that happened. She spoke nonchalantly as she went around Noah and then came in front of him, beginning to button his shirt that phased through the radiant wings on his back, unbuckling the belt of his obsidian pants. She then tucked his shirt in at a shockingly fast speed as before one could even blink, the Weaver of Extremity was clothed and adorned spectacularly. Sona smiled and nodded in appreciation while the terracosm stage entities behind them felt like they were watching a scene they shouldn't be privy to. Sanctus Princess Sona was actually this bold. Without missing a beat, she nodded towards the Elder Queen ahead, a golden light of her terrifying terracosm stage wrapping around her and Noah as she paid her goodbyes. Thanks for not making it complicated. Whap, with a glimmer of light, the 2 of them disappeared, leaving behind astonished terracosm stage entities who began staring at each other. Their figures were traversing across the source of dignity currently, with Sona taking the lead. As her intent weaved out, with that done, we can get started with the first task of the initiative, obtaining the twins belonging to the Imperium. A task lay ahead, one that Noah raised his brows at while replying. The Imperium is hunting me down as far as I know, and the Sanctus Populi are sworn enemies. How exactly is this task to unfold? He had butchered Imperium knights and even used his illusory weavings to do so even in their home existential domains, and the Sanctus Populi were their sworn enemies. So what plan did Sona have exactly? Towards such a question, this entity only smiled while replying mischievously, "That's where the fun part comes in. And if we were to somehow run across any of those hunting you, who's to say exactly which party is the hunter, and which one is the hunted?" Terrific words rang from her, and Noah could only smile while beginning to read the weavings of the possible paths of existence and extremes. A majority of his will still focused on uncovering the boons of his new organ, the existential Invictus Dominium wings. Chapter 30:27 What lies beyond. 3. Invictus. As Noah attained the Invictus stage of the existential Dominium realm, he also attained an organ in the form of wings that even at this moment, he felt like he hadn't grasped a percentage of their usage. In the infinite existential omniversal seed, the rest of his body was acting as the existential omniversal guider, and it also erupted with the same glorious organ, on his back, on his feet. Dazzling purple wings blazed as his people who were in a stupor as each one attained an existential extremity authority. Gazed at him in a daze, as if they were asking him, "Did you really just sprout wings on your feet, on your back? Sure, we've seen that before. But why the hell were there purple wings on his feet?" Noah saw their astounded gazes as towards this. There are many forms of authority in existence. He simply continued his guidance as he began to delve into an extremely heavy topic, and at the same time he did so, the bodies of his people began to feel rapid changes as a prompt appeared before them. The one who guides you has just made a substantial breakthrough. His power vastly jumping forward, the increased percentage of progression towards your dominium and beyond it is being skewed towards the upper limit. It took time to anneal one's aspects of existence and prepare them to form their dominiums. It took resources, but Noah's people would have their work ridiculously cut short as it became clear a batch of primordium stage entities would be born sooner rather than later within the infinite existential omniversal seed, alongside Noah's people. behind them where they couldn't even see. His illusory weaving legion with 3 Telios stage entities at the forefront was also listening to his guidance. The records of these defeated enemies followed the progression of those they were made. From as subtly, their existence also began to change and be elevated towards the direction of the existential omniversal guider. And Noah continued his guidance as for the first time, he introduced a certain concept to his people. Among the many myriad forms of authorities, there exist those that hold the structure of the omniverse itself. Composed of dense amounts of existential extremity authorities, they are omniversal authorities, HUUM. As he spoke, a shocking scene occurred out of even his own control as the Invictus Dominium wings behind his back flapped, and his intent instantly gained the weight and influence of an omniversal authority. Above him, space instantly looked like it twisted and distorted to converge on him. As if he did any action right now, he would carry the influence of an omniversal authority with it. His people were now privy to his words, and they also saw firsthand what their guider was teaching them about as before their eyes. New prompts arose. You have been exposed to a shocking form of authority. You have entered a state of quintessential epiphany for the next day, with the chances of successfully elevating extreme to the existential level rising to the highest, ever so slowly. The breadth of your existence is being expanded. The boons were immense, but as this occurred, Noah also got to understand something about the root cause of what had just happened. You have grasped a feature of the existential Invictus Dominium wings. This organ can resonate and instantly connect to the influence of a nearby omniversal authority that consists of a range of existential extremity authorities by the hundreds with no delay. Elevation across the Dominium skies will allow for the instant connection to the influence of even more complex omniversal authorities, a feature of instantly connecting to an omniversal authority. It was something that made Noah think about another tool that allowed one to access omniversal authorities, the Codex of Extremity, but his Invictus Dominium wings were much faster as when he felt what they could do. He thought of the half-completed codex he held in his hands, and then, an idea and possible path bloomed. Initially, he would complete the codex by going to the forces of the Imperium and obtaining it from those powerful enough to be granted such a tool. But if he had something that could do what the codex could right now, and in an even grander way, could he not take another path for the codex? Could he not create this tool himself for his people? As soon as this idea bloomed, Noah turned his will towards the infinite existential omniversal seed, and his intent flowed. What would it take for us to begin the production of our own Codex of Extremity? A quintessential Codex of Extremity, he asked the infinite existential omniversal seed, and he received no answer. His eyes became sharp as his intent weaved out to understand, and the infinite existential omniversal seed has entered a state of existential quintessential omniversal epiphany after the demonstration of influencing omniversal authority from the guider. The infinite existential omniversal seed ponders, can it not make its own dozens or hundreds of existential extremity authorities and begin forming its own omniversal authorities? The infinite existential omniversal seed sees a possible pathway for it to sprout from a mere seed, a wondrous development. The distinction of the existential omniversal guider was so potent that its targets weren't limited to just his people alone. Even the infinite existential omniversal seed was listening, even it received guidance, and in its state of epiphany, the infinite existential omniversal seed dares to dream, taking the next steps as the extremity dreams is being elevated towards the existential level. A golden Alathian haven gravitating around a dazzling extremity vein trembled at this moment, a golden aurora of light radiating across the infinite existential omniversal seed, but it wasn't the only one. The infinite existential omniversal seed ponders upon its humble beginnings and elevates the extremity of Genesis towards the existential level. A milky white brilliance shone. The extremity of relativity, the extremity of entropy, the extremity of gravitation, the extremity of polarity, one after another, as if possessed by unfathomable urgency, the infinite existential omniversal seed took the pillars that held it together and culminated them towards a grand apex. Chapter 30:28 What Lies Beyond. For every pillar of authority that helped it become what it is today, from natural laws to decreta, to past heavenly and infernal authorities, and even more, such an action was so immense that the extremity vein began to shake and tremble, the Alathian havens all around it pulsing as if they were cheering. The infinite existential omniversal seed took them all towards the existential level. As with these actions alone, many things would also fundamentally change with it. The rate at which it produces fruits of existence would soon explode, as enough of these resources would be there to aid Noah's vassals in forming their dominiums, and there would be even more to aid in the heavy resource cost of rising across the dominium skies. This was just a single aspect. This wasn't to mention its defensive features, its offensive features, its alchemy hall or blacksmith's forge, Too many things would continue to undergo changes, as it was hard to say whether there would be a time when the infinite existential omniversal seed sat still, or its aspects remained calm and at a stable stage. It felt like changes would constantly continue to occur, as Noah could only observe and try to see just what weavings and changes would come from the current actions, especially since the sources of all the authorities being taken towards the existential level were connected to him. He computed countless thoughts in an instant. He was always doing many things concurrently, as now was now different. His path was an illustrious one that would only continue to be so, and never once did he stop looking forward to what weavings he could uncover and what broken levels of strength and power he could reach. So, he reached ever higher. Across the endless expanse of the omniverse, there were countless planes of existence strewn out around the Imperium, each of them under the banner of legacies and enclaves that farmed unfathomable amounts of fruits of existence over the eons. All of these resources went towards the Imperium. All of these resources are what allowed the Imperium to reign with an iron grip across the omniverse. Their forces were powerful. Their enclaves were immense behemoths that controlled vast stretches of life and workings across the omniverse, mainly through the existential Imperium exchange. In return, they themselves enjoyed even more resources and power. Towards the region of the omniverse where the power of the Imperium was concentrated, past a few thousand existential domains, there was a blinding expanse of golden light that seemed to stretch out endlessly. It was the sheer expression of the power of the Imperium, as this was the source of the Imperium, the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium. Within such a location, many behemoth enclaves resided within and carved their homes as among them. There was a certain enclave respected within the Imperium. It was an enclave that focused on the weavings of records, existence, and extremes of the very omniverse itself. It was known as the Visionary Enclave. Its listing in the existential Imperium exchange was always increasing in value over the eons, with many citizens and royals of the Imperium choosing to invest their resources into this enclave for the products and services they provided, the discovery of unique existential domains, knowledge of the weavings of the future, knowledge on exactly what path one should take to advance their dominiums. Products increased the efficacy, output, and longevity of one's existence. There were too many things to count, as the Visionary Enclave was one of the few triple royal Imperium enclaves everyone invested in. Within the depths of the source of the Imperium, past countless planes of existence, within one of the compounds of the Visionary Enclave, an old man shining with the liquid gold light of the Terracosm stage was surrounded by 18 different colored codexes of extremity, each one brimming with a different authority, as this entity exuded brilliance. He was within a massive dome-shaped building floating in a golden sea amongst other dome-shaped buildings, each brimming with a heavy authority. Within the dome-shaped structure this entity was in, surrounded by the various different codexes, this entity of immense power was actually trembling at this moment, as his eyes were glazed gold, sweat trickled across his head as his golden white hair was damp, the wrinkles on his face trembling with a sense of fear and trepidation. As soon enough, the codexes around him began to crack and tear, tendrils of multicolored brilliance surged around him. Space converged around him on all sides, as he had been utilizing the influence of omniversal authorities this whole time. But even while surrounded with such authority, he began to croak out a petrified scream as his glazed eyes showed fear. His yell became louder and turned into a bellow, his authority running rampant and wild as it exploded out from his dome and alarmed others in their own domes. Instantly multiple figures of Terracosm stage entities appeared within his dome with alarmed looks, a woman going towards the bellowing man who looked crazed as a golden light flowed from her to stabilize him. What happened? Boom. She didn't even finish her words before the crazed entity she was holding onto exploded with existential light, his whole body shaking instantly with the influence of omniversal authorities as his intent bellowed out like grinding bells. Genocide! Genocide! Crazed bellows rang out from him as others became even more alarmed. The Imperium fractured. The Sanctus broken. Countless dominiums lost. Oh! He spoke of something he had seen, as the subject matter was so incredulous that the faces of many changed, even more coming forward to hold down his limbs as this entity trembled unstably, the wheel of existence shattered and broken. Countless twists and turns. Oh! We shouldn't have sought them. We shouldn't have enraged them. Genocide! Genocide, HUUM. The surrounding space fractured and tore as a renowned Imperium Martial King on an enclave proficient in reading weavings of the future seemingly went crazy as unfathomable words were uttered from him. Chapter 3029 Expansion I, an Imperium Martial King from the Visionary Enclave trembled with unstable authority and ravings. ravings of genocide and destruction that when others heard them, they couldn't help but swarm towards him to stabilize everything. Within moments, a terracosm stage Marshal King came up behind the crazed old man as she cradled his head forcefully between her lap, dazzling rivers of white light flowing from her hands and onto his head as she spoke sternly. What genocide? Who are you referring to? Who shouldn't be enraged? Her words were like melodies as other terracosm stage entities also circled in the surroundings, pulling on omniversal authorities as everything nearby gained a sense of stability. The glazed eyes of the old man slowly calmed as he breathed heavily. The woman cradling his head spoke once more. Who, Lucas? Who should not be enraged? The words of serenity caused utmost calmness as the old man, Marshal King Lucas, opened his mouth as if he were perched and facing extreme dehydration. His pulsing veins will shatter the wheel of existence, as if his eyes could see something others couldn't, as if he had peered into a far distant future he shouldn't have been able to see. He blinked as he gained a sense of clarity while continuing. The Imperium, the Sanctum, the Omniversal Pillagers, they shall all bend the same. With the expansion of his wings, thousands of domains will face extinction. There is still time to change things. There is still time. Do not enrage him. WAA, do not enrage the Weaver, do not dash. Boom, an unimaginably heavy impact bloomed as if this entity had seen what he shouldn't have with the weavings of the Omniverse. His Dominium soul instantly faced cracks as the situation turned extremely serious. Those around him scrambled, while a few others in the distance recorded the weavings of everything occurring before their figures disappeared. Within the very same source of the Imperium, in a plane of existence known as the Majesty of the Imperium, a golden castle made of crystallized reinforced fruits of existence floated grandly, a dense number of swirling formations circling across it as just by being inside of this construct. One would gain the effects of swallowing hundreds of fruits of existence every minute. It was a tool very few knew about, and a terrifying omniversal treasure among the many under the banner of the Imperium with shocking effects. Those living inside such a construct wouldn't even need to step out of it to seek the fruits of existence, and one couldn't really say how heavy the cost was to build this construct. Inside such a place, one of the many leading figures of the Imperium stood on a balcony filled with brilliance, gazing out into the expanses of dozens of stellar citadels of the Imperium around this castle. His hair shone purple gold as he was adorned in an emperor's robe. His visage, magnificent and handsome as his dominium, released a silent rainbow-colored glow. Rainbow, not purple of the Telios stage, not gold of the terracosm stage. Rainbow. He was someone distinguished, but at this moment, one only needed to know him as the one at the head of the visionary enclave. WAP. At this moment, 3 terracosm stage entities appeared behind him on the balcony and kneeled, sending blinding singularities of information forward as they paid their respects. Exarch, this is the current state of Marshal King Lucas. What he has seen, a terrifying possible weavings of the future, one that spoke of genocide and destruction of the Imperium, the Sanctus Populi, and the omniversal pillagers. As for those responsible, Marshal King Lucas spoke about not enraging them. The only thing they had to go on at this moment was a single distinction: the Weaver. There was a very real and possible weaving of existence where this Weaver brought down destruction and genocides across the Imperium, Sanctus Populi, and omniversal pillagers. What exactly would happen? How would? There were so many questions to answer as at this moment, the terracosm stage entities of the visionary enclave gazed towards their exarch as he proceeded with everything calmly. His intent came out in waves. Do you know how many times we have received and come across possible weavings of destruction for the Imperium? His words came in the form of a question as the terracosm stage Marshal Kings didn't dare to answer, and he continued, too many occurrences have come and gone over the eons. Weavings of possible destruction by the hands of the omniversal pillagers, by the hands of the Sanctus Populi, by anything else. But even in all those weavings, the Imperium has remained standing strong and gotten to its height today. WAA, possible weavings are just that. Possibilities. With the power of the Imperium, all unfavorable possibilities have been overcome or crushed. This will be the same as all others. An astounding sense of power and confidence was within his words. His emperor's robe flowed grandly as he began giving orders soon after. Let it be known that the visionary enclave has gained paramount existential omniversal information for sale. I will pass it on to the other exarchs myself. Yes, with commanding bows, the terracosm stage entities disappeared and began to make preparations. This was what the visionary enclave did. It bought and sold information. Even information on the possible weavings of destruction could be bought and sold. After those behind him disappeared, the body of the exarch covered by rainbow-colored light pulsed to release an illusory figure of himself that disappeared soon after. He had to do his depart and let other pertinent people know, even if he knew very well that, like all others, these possible weavings of destruction would come to pass. After all, they were able to pass all others because they were prepared beyond all measures, and they continued to dominate to this day. With sharp eyes, Exarch of the visionary enclave muttered while staring out towards the citadels around him, both the rats within the sanctus and the dogs of the pillagers as well. That is an opportunity. Chapter 30 Expansion 2. Even in the midst of the weavings of such news, an entity like this thought on how to best use it, as if it could only be the pillagers and sanctus populi that were affected by these weavings. With a rainbow-colored glow surging around him, he stared above and began to seamlessly pull up on the influence of multiple omniversal authorities. Far, far away from the source of the Imperium, within the gaps of the omniverse, between the complex weavings of omniversal authorities themselves, a massive pocket of existence was carved within such a location as it was 10 times as vast as common existential domains, yet everything within it was immeasurably dark and veiled, as at the center of it all was a massive form of an entity that seemed to be entirely made up of trillions of tentacles filled with a deeply obsidian light. These tentacles were so numerous and massive that they seemed to stretch out across this carved pocket of space, with 2 crimson eyes the size of planes of existence simmering with power visible at the very center. Arcs of destruction and devouring might crackle around this massive entity as very few could ever handle their pressure alone, but in the next moment, whap, a humanoid figure surrounded by a blazing rainbow-colored light appeared in the center of the void in the line of sight of the 2 crimson eyes and the trillions of tentacles all around it. The figure bowed towards the eyes while speaking out, "Master, I have seen yes, weavings of destruction." "Haha, you are bothering with such things? We live and thrive on pillaging and destruction. I welcome whatever force will try to do this. You haven't gotten a clue yet, have you, Butler Schuyler?" Before the humanoid entity surrounded by a rainbow-colored light could even reply, the tendrils of the monstrous entity he called Master interrupted him and asked a question at the same time, a question that the humanoid entity distinguished as Butler Schuyler shook his head with sternness while replying, "Not much." A flash of colorless wings of light, of interminable wrath raging out, yes, wrath. Meaning this may happen from the weavings of the future that will be reacted upon. I want to help them achieve this wrath that brings about so much destruction. I want to make sure they truly get enraged and involve all those prevalent. The only question is, who they are and what we need to do to achieve that level of rage. Unfathomable existential waves of destruction bloomed out as towards this issue. It seemed different entities reacted in their own ways. Find them. Enrage them. Let us seek out this possible weaving of the future and bask in its destruction. Hearing the words of the terrifying entity before him, the humanoid visage only bowed down with absolute loyalty. "I will do my best to collect the information, Master." With a glimmer of brilliance, this humanoid entity disappeared. It left behind the terrifying tendrils of weavings of an omniversal pillager whose eyes began to shine with expectation and excitement. It thrived on destruction. If such a level of destruction could truly be brought forth, its existence felt like it could advance even further. The others just like it were getting even further ahead. Their strength was reaching unfathomable levels as it couldn't be left behind, so it began to peer into the weavings of existence itself, on the identity of the one it needed to find. What it needed to do in order to enrage them. Normally, enraging someone could be done by taking what was theirs, or that which they truly loved. It would first find the party promising destruction, and it would utterly and existentially destroy that which they loved to earn their rage. Where are you, O bearer of destruction? An unknown party was being sought after by many entities. Uniquely, this unknown party was also looking for themselves, in another area of the vast stretches of the omniverse. An omniversal authority twisted as it spat out a few hundred figures radiating terrifying might, and at the very center, "Old fool, this is fucking exhausting," an entity surrounded by a liquid gold light uttered out as he was an Imperium Martial King, and the one he was grumbling to was of the same stature. It was the Archon Basilius Alderon and the Imperium Martial King of Cappadocia. The visage of Archon Basilius Alderon was the one complaining as he was currently tightly entangled with an omniversal authority, constantly using its influence as he didn't let it go. The Imperium Martial King Rapirial nodded as if he understood entirely, his intent gazing around. "You are the best tracker among us. With the omniversal authority you've entangled yourself with, every time we warp. Gives us the slim possibility of getting closer towards the one we're thinking of across the omniverse. You never know, during one of these omniversal warpings, Noah Osmond could be right before us." Terrifying words emanated from this being. "The problem is the whole entourage you're carrying around with you. What use do they have if we're here? Archon Basilius Alderon seemed annoyed and exhausted as he pointed to the legions of Telios stage Imperium knights behind them. Amongst them were Acalusia and Knight Pomino. In one legion, along with the visage of Alabalum, multiple other legions surrounded their figures as when they were pointed out. Marshal King Rapirial only smiled. I want there to be not even a slim chance of him slipping through. My Imperium legions have means to ensure this even with us being present, a heavy and prepared force, a force led by 2 Terracosm stage entities who were warping across the Omniverse while utilizing a unique omniversal authority that had a probability of allowing them to warp closer and closer to a certain target, a target that even at this very moment was actually heading towards the direction of the Imperium. Chapter 30-31 Expansion 3. In a distant corner of the Omniverse, 2 figures were making their way across as if they were strolling on a fun little journey, an existential vessel in the form of verdant gold ship leading the way as ever so often. It seemed to breeze over the back of an omniversal authority. Aboard this ship, 2 beings sat down on verdant gold cushions as between them, an illusory construct of a massive existential domain could be seen, this actually being a loose recreation. Of the source of the Imperium, Sona had gone through great difficulty in grasping the weavings of existence and records to recreate this as they now studied it on how to best infiltrate to get what they wanted. Noah looked at Sona's green and gold locks of hair, finding a few locks of blue within that seemed to be caused by her icy source of psychros. She held the face of determination right now that caused her whole visage to emanate immeasurable charm, her fair nose wrinkling here and there as she seemed to be in a great battle of thoughts. She was currently adorned in an icy white-blue robe that hid the many blessings underneath, tendrils of omniversal authorities occasionally dancing on her figure over the past minutes. As Noah gazed and studied her stunning figure, an extremity relating to the 7 deadly sins arose of its own volition. The extremity of lust nods in appreciation at the entity before it. The existential extremity authority of dignity glares at the extremity of lust with warning. The extremity of plot states not to worry and let things flow as they should. Noah's extremes continued to have their own intents and express them, Noah himself only listening to them with a smile as he looked at this entity that he had to admit held a sense of beauty and charm exceeding many of those that came before. He couldn't quite put his finger on it. Who would dare to destroy a figure such as this and damn the whole Sanctus Populi along with her? He only had this thought as his intent weaved out afterwards. Do you have any theories regarding what the cause of damnation could be? What could bring an apocalypse to the Sanctus Populi? Omniversal pillagers, and even the Imperium? He asked a fairly important question, and Sona blinked her dazzling eyes as she came to focus on him. I can't say for sure. But that level of destruction across the most pertinent forces of the Omniverse shows that whatever is behind it is callous, uncaring, and seems to only think about destruction. Soulless as if it cannot be deterred no matter what. The most astonishing thing for me was not being able to change the destruction brought forth in countless possible weavings, but with you added and the rest of the anomalies we're going to gather. Whatever is seeking to bring damnation now has a chance of being wiped out. In time, we'll gradually obtain more information on just what this enemy could be, an unknown enemy, uncaring and callous in nature. Noah thought about this closely as he stared ahead where the verdant gold vessel was streaking across, thinking of all the many things he had to do now and in the future to come to prepare, because far away from the location of his Dominium soul, he was about to make a significant move among the many other moves he was carrying out. He was starting the spark of expansion across the Omniverse himself even before his people were ready to get involved, and this spark would bloom on a nondescript unique existential domain where a certain slightly wealthy Imperium Royal had taken actions to make certain things possible. Within an unstable anomalous existential domain, the Imperium Royal Decimara had a bright smile on his face as he got past many restrictions and danger zones of the unstable anomalous existential domain, his face sweeping around him to see a small army of 49 automaton workers shining in bright golden blue luster that he continued to buy and utilize to make headway into this unique domain. Their statures of muscular humanoid bodies with a pair of blue wings behind them and a golden luster all across made them seem like a menacing celestial army, and because of them, he had already discovered a cluster of fruits of existence in a region that held pulsing unstable existential authority in a singularity. And right now, he stood behind a pulsing wall of violet storms of authority where behind it seemed to be the core of this unstable anomalous existential domain. Past the storm, he caught a glimpse of shining violet metals, crystals, and even fruits of existence that seemed to be unique fruits of existence, a treasure trove. No other royal here to share it with, and I just need to bypass the most dangerous part of the storm. Imperium Royal Decimara was gleeful at the scene before him. He navigated treacherous areas of this unstable anomalous existential domain while utilizing these automatons workers, and he continued to buy them from the existential Imperium exchange as if he couldn't have enough of them. He wanted to amass as many of these products as he could, and at this moment, let's go, he commanded them once more to go forward and see which path would be of least resistance, since it seemed only Telio stage entities may be able to bypass the storm ahead safely. The commanded automaton workers remained still. Decimara blinked in confusion as the two Sequor stage guards behind him became stern, their senses just beginning to go off. Why? And just as Decimara was turning towards the automaton workers, he felt a pair of hands land on his shoulders and press down with unfathomable pressure. His Sequor stage guards were the same as when Decimara turned to gaze at his shoulders. He saw invisible hands pressing down as at this moment, they gradually began to gain light and materialize. Along with it, the brilliance of an illusory commander unfolded. Chapter 3032 Expansion 4. The illusory weavings under Noah's banner were invisible, yes, but it didn't mean they couldn't show themselves if they wished. At this moment, a pair of invisible hands clamped on the Imperium Royal Decimara and his guards at the Sequor stage, none of them being able to move an inch as the pressure of three Telio stage entities bloomed out. The visage of the illusory commander Augustus appeared behind Decimara, with the illusory weavings of Archon Basilius Ignatius and the Royal Observer Xavier pressing down on the guards as from the illusory commander. No need to be so hasty, a biting intent filled with unsurpassable power boomed out and shook Decimara's will. His will gazed at the entity at the Telio stage surrounded by blazing purple flames behind him as too many questions arose. Who were they? How could they have possibly found this place? And were they not friends or foes of the Imperium? Decimara's head buzzed as before any answers could come. You can get all the resources lying behind this existential storm, but before you proceed, you simply have to pledge fealty. Decimara felt like his throat had become extremely dry as he weaved out his intent. Pledge fealty to who? He felt an unbelievable sense of danger. A danger that told him if he said the wrong thing, it would very likely be the last his dominium would see. Behind him, the illusory commander let go of the body of the Imperium Royal as he walked forward, a smile on his face as he spoke callously, to the Weaver of Extremity. Pledge your fealty to the master of the illusory weaving legions, HUUM. A thick tendril of tyranny erupted out along with slivers of conquest. Before the eyes of Decimara, this thick concentration of existential authority came towards his body as if his dominium rejected it. He knew the full pressure of the Telio stage entity before him would eviscerate him. So Decimara closed his eyes and shuddered while the tendrils of authority flowed deep into his dominium. His pudgy body filled with fat and brilliance trembled as he felt the source of his existence be penetrated, a new authority settling within him that would control his existence for the eons to come. He didn't fight it, he was too used to life. He didn't want to end everything because of stubbornness, and he saw the possibility of taking another path in the next moment as behind him, one of his guards roared out in defiance as the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium exploded out from him. Glory to the Imperi dash, boom. The hand of the illusory weaving of the Archon Basilius Ignatius smashed down with an interminable existential authority that was colorless, causing the body of the guard to crack and fold into itself before it shattered into fine dust within an instant. A Sequor stage dominium turned to fine dust in an instant, and the more terrifying thing was that within the next few seconds, a light shone from the dust that then coagulated to begin forming an illusory figure, a figure that when its humanoid body fully formed looked extremely like his dead guard. The pudgy visage of Decimara trembled even more as he suppressed the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium as far down as possible, not wanting its arrogant quality to rise up and cause him to be killed. As within his mind, a voice rose, a voice telling him to pledge fealty. It was the last and final straw for him, as the moment he did so, his dominium would forever be bound by another, and so, his visage kneeled as he and his remaining guard voiced out at the same time, I pledge fealty to the Weaver of Extremity, HUUM. Waves of brilliance shone, and his weavings completely became bound to another as slowly, he felt the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium leaving his dominium, but in its place, multiple existential extremity authorities shining with a colorless, cerulean, and golden lusters began to present themselves to Decimara with prompts as there would be more choices for him to make. While this occurred, the illusory commander nodded his head and left the dazed Decimara behind, walking towards the chaotic violet storm of a natal existential extremity authority as he also kneeled down and thrust his hand forward. I serve the master. His hands were raised up as he was used as a conduit. From his raised hands, a singularity in the form of a seed bloomed with a gorgeous blue light of mana dynamics. It was known as a miniature existential omniversal seed of the infinite existential omniversal seed. it was part of Noah's construct that the moment it was released into this unstable anomalous existential domain, it anchored itself in space as matter dynamics began to flow out freely, latching on the tendrils of violet existential authorities ahead and beginning to change and devour them. Matter dynamics, it stated that essence could neither be created nor destroyed, only changed in different forms. At this moment, it altered the form of an unknown natal existential extremity authority while a devouring light began to radiate from the miniature existential omniversal seed, the very reality of this unstable anomalous existential domain beginning to be devoured even before the deadly storm that prevented Decimara from attaining clusters of unique fruits of existence, metalloids, and other resources within place was cleared. The weavings of the unstable anomalous existential domain seemed to tremble and roar as it began to be eaten up, tendrils of heavy existential extremity authority beginning to gather here. At the same time, the automaton workers flapped their wings and floated towards different areas of this unstable anomalous existential domain, intent on releasing the power of the infinite existential omniversal seed across it. As after the Vitalis and vacuous existential domains, this unstable anomalous existential domain would be the third domain to be devoured. It was the true beginning of the expansion of the power of the infinite existential omniversal seed, a construct that was adding dozens of existential extremity authorities even at this very moment from the pillars of authorities that made it. Chapter 30-33 Expansion v. Roar. A violet existential authority raged as it began to feel an undeniable devouring across its unstable anomalous existential domain. Different anchors, different seeds were placed that began to devour everything about it. Its signature within the very omniverse itself was being devoured. This encroached upon its very source, upon what it stood for, violet. This was the color spread out across the unstable anomalous existential domain, as even though it was a natal existential extremity authority with nobody to command it, it had reached this current stage even though it was born not too long ago, and if given eons to continue, even with the errors that caused its instability, it may have culminated to become a terrifying unstable anomalous existential domain. Because its weavings were grand ones, filled with majesty and grace even amidst the chaos of instability, Noah had found the identity of this authority through the existential automatons a while ago, and at this moment as his infinite existential omniversal seed devoured it, the chest of an existential automaton opened up like a door as from it, Noah's dominium body stepped out, simmering with wild power. Glorious pairs of purple wings on his back and feet, and his chest laid bare for his sculpted visage to bless the surrounding reality. He appeared as the moment he did so, dense rivers of violet light seemingly found their target, the one behind all of this, as they converged towards Noah's figure in anger. Noah looked up at the perilous rivers of existential extremity authority as he merely stood there, letting it smash into his body, and in this surrounding space as the crackle, his body glistened like a reinforced diamond that nothing could pass through, and amidst this storm, his body began to give off tendrils of golden dignity, of tyranny, of infinity, of quintessence. He gave off such brilliance as his intent weaved out. Do not be defiant, I will raise you to a level even you cannot fathom. Surrounded by his own pristine authorities, Noah told the natal existential extremity authority of this unstable anomalous existential domain to fall in line, that he would elevate it to a level it couldn't even imagine. The violet tendrils of light paused while staring at the boundlessly coiling dignity, at quintessence, infinity, and tyranny, and after it ascertained the state of the current reality, the raging rivers of violet light became calm. It sensed the immeasurable dignity from the entity before it, as this natal authority fully felt like its distinction would not be wasted if it submitted to this being, and there didn't even seem to be much of an option anyway. The hidden seas of dignity it was shown just simply granted complete acceptance. Come, Noah beckoned to it as the violet authority seethed and began to surge its tendrils of light into Noah's body. It would do well. Its extreme would be signified well with this being. After all, it was the existential extremity authority of sovereignty, HUUM. The wings behind Noah's back flapped. For a brief moment, they seemed to expand and cover the countless light years this unstable anomalous existential domain stretched out to, and a moment later, whap! All incoming violet authority of sovereignty instantly disappeared into Noah's body, and the vast stretches of the unstable anomalous existential domain also disappeared into the miniature existential omniversal seeds. Everything happened in an instant. The existential automatons, illusory weavings, and newly conquered Imperium Royal Decimara and his guard were the only ones left behind to bathe in the shocking result of this brilliance. A result that somehow within the span of an instant, the entire unstable anomalous existential domain was devoured. Decimara trembled in shock while the illusory weavings kneeled with respect. They didn't ask how, while Noah himself, you have discovered another feature of the existential Invictus Dominium wings. The Invictus wings are capable of affecting, accelerating, and bringing to fruition the existential causality of an action or event that is ascertained to happen with the highest probable chance within the span of an instant. Existential causality, cause and effect. If an event had the highest probable chance of happening, Noah could affect it, accelerate it, or even bring it to fruition in the span of an instant. Noah's mind buzzed at such a finding as back in the infinite existential omniversal seed, his dominium origin felt the influx of the whole unstable anomalous existential domain of sovereignty bloom like a singularity atop the extremity vein, its authority being assimilated into the infinite existential omniversal seed rapidly as everything within was enriched. But even as this scene played out, Noah was still stuck thinking about the Invictus Dominium wings and their capability to affect causality. It had just happened naturally without Noah directly putting his mind to it, but what if he focused on an event directly and utilized this terrifying power to bring it to fruition? An event, his mind buzzed, his dominium origin was the only one remaining within the infinite existential omniversal seed, giving a lecture as the existential omniversal guider, and at this moment, in his humanoid form of his dominium origin, he raised his hands up while focusing on an event. His people only watched him unblinkingly as they wondered what he was doing now. But Noah was unfettered as he thought about the production of fruits of existence by the infinite existential omniversal seed. This was an event that would continue to happen for the foreseeable future. It was something guaranteed with the highest probability. So could he affect causality and bring to fruition the production of all the fruits of existence for some time frame in the future within the span of the next instant? The production of fruits of existence that had its rate already rapidly increased. This was the idea, and as soon as he focused on it, the dazzling purple wings behind his back shone, and then proceeded to enlarge with an illusory light as if their wingspan was covering all of the infinite existential omniversal seed. Even the wings on his feet fluttered and radiated a blinding radiance as the existential causality feature of the Invictus Dominium wings has been applied on the production of fruits of existence within the infinite existential omniversal seed for the currently possible maximum time of 24 hours, a single prompt, and an instant later, boom, a glorious eruption of thousands of fruits of existence gushed out in front of Noah, twinkling over the astonished gazes of his people like stellar blinking stars. Chapter 30-34 Causality. Thousands of fruits of existence, each one held its own unique color as they held a uniqueness based on Alethean havens of the infinite existential omniversal seed. Looking at the cluster of fruits of existence in front of him, it wasn't even Noah who showed off the most reaction, it was his extremes. The extremity of Lut salivates with excitement, quintessence shines upon this new action with brilliance. The extremity of Cheats states to do it again. Do it again. Shock and awe reverberated across Noah's weavings as what he had just done was more than just broken. Since something that was guaranteed to happen could be actualized within the span of an instant, many possibilities opened up for him from here on out. The alteration of existential causality could be utilized in so many different situations, even within battles, as the applications were endless. As he saw the eruption of thousands of fruits of existence, he let them flow towards his people as these would be utilized as the fuel for their dominiums. At the same time, he studied the effects of what he had done. As when he looked at his Invictus wings, they were much dimmer than they were just seconds ago. At the same time, he studied the effects of what he had done. As when he looked at his Invictus wings, they were much dimmer than they were just seconds ago. Gazing at them, he could feel the reserves of their authority as the shocking alteration of existential causality he had just done had seemingly taken nearly half of the power of his Invictus Dominium wings. The action of causing the instant devouring of the unstable anomalous existential domain of sovereignty had taken less than a tenth by comparison. But since he had over half of the reserves of the astounding power of the Invictus Dominium wings still remaining, with the rest regenerating over time, he could once more affect causality as he wished. Right now, the wings seemed much dimmer than before, but Noah wanted to continue. He wanted to affect existential causality once more when, bzzzt, his wings buzzed with a warning from the Invictus Dominium wings, as if they were telling him to conserve his reserves of authority, as if he would very much need their capabilities soon. What did this mean? His gaze became stern. It meant something big was coming. His dominium origin could be ruled out since it was within the infinite existential omniversal seed. And his dominium body that had just finished aiding in the devouring of an existential domain was a possibility, and his dominium soul traveling with Sona had an even greater possibility. But what exactly would be happening, and what level of danger could there be? Noah could only plan ahead in advance as he began to move. In the space where the unstable anomalous existential domain of sovereignty used to be, Noah's visage was in front of the Imperium Royal Decimara, who was kneeling while raising his head to peek a gaze at the new master he had signed his dominium to, with Noah's intent flowing out succinctly as he looked at the distant vessel of Decimara that had his attendants left behind within it. They would also come to bend the knee soon as. First, you have tried the products of the infernal enclave now. Spread the word about them to your peers, to the Archon Basilius of existential domains. Let them know of the amazing constructs of the automaton workers that you found and monopolized as if you do well. You could easily rise among the ranks. Decimara trembled at Noah's words as if he could already understand everything behind their meaning. If other Imperium royals and even Archons of legacies bought the existential automatons of his new master, wouldn't what just happened to him happen to them as well? This terrifying reality caused his dominium to buzz as thereafter. Yes, master. His pudgy body bent even more as he would actually do this action gladly. He didn't want to be the only one bending the knee from those among the Imperium and Misery. Loves company. I will use all my sources to advertise your products for you, and if you have even rarer things than the automaton workers, neonate and sequor stage existential workers will be produced soon enough. Start with these and measure your progress. Noah's intent boomed out as Decimara nodded, returning towards his vessel with his guard as in the surroundings. The illusory legion also bowed before they began to disappear. Noah alone was left behind as he wondered what was about to happen. Away from this location, towards the vessel his dominium soul was traversing in with the anomaly and Sanctus Princess, Sona. His dominium soul gazed at the stern Sona, who seemed focused on what was to come. When he spoke out calmly, "Something is coming, something was coming," a simple sentence that told of many things as Sona absorbed it and gazed up. Her eyes becoming sharp as she tapped her finger towards the empty space to instantly cause the descent of the weavings of an omniversal authority. Her dignity and psychros flowed into it as glacial golden light shone brightly, with Sona's gaze becoming more difficult as she spoke out succinctly. "Yes, and it seems unavoidable even if we change our path." At this point, she turned to Noah as if to explain further. "Our path. If we were to separate, it seems I would be able to escape whatever is coming as it seems to be honed in on you. But don't worry, I won't abandon you just yet, Osmont." She smiled brilliantly at such words, as even though she affirmed danger was coming towards Noah and she would simply be implicated, the option of leaving wasn't even a possibility as the initiative stuck together. They needed to be a cohesive unit in the future to come if the possible weavings of paths absent from damnation were to ever arrive, so Sona knew that she would never abandon Noah, no matter what. At such conviction, Noah looked deeply into the eyes of this mesmerizing woman as before any other weavings could unfold. In a close distance, a mere light year away from their vessel, a massive wave of teleportation exploded. With it came the sweeping auras of two terracosm stage entities that instantly covered trillions upon trillions of light years all around, their eyes blinking in stupefaction when they found signs of life merely a light year away. And when they further focused on these signs of life, incredulity and excitement welled within these two terracosm stage entities as wondrously, it was the target they had been chasing for the past day. Along with the sweeping of their auras, existence congealed instantly all around as the raucous laughter of a martial king rang out alongside it. Noah Osmont. The fucking effort it took to find you. Noah's gaze became stern as he and Sona rose on their vessel. He looked ahead and recognized some faces as behind the terrifying auras of two terracosm stage entities, there was a legion he had just recently clashed with that included Knight Akalusia and Knight Pomino. There was even the cause of Alabalum gazing towards him with incredulity as he truly couldn't seem to believe a seed like him was currently where he was. The forces of the Imperium had arrived, and in tow were two terrifying terracosm stage entities as they really sent two big bosses without sending minions to simply die in numbers. Chapter 30-35 Causality 2. Incredulity. This was what Alabalum felt as he floated in the midst of Imperium legions while looking at the distant figure of Noah. Was that really the seed that caused havoc within his past Vitalis domain, someone who should have only been in the gradations of extremity? So why was it now that in mere days, his body shone with the distinct purple grandeur of Atelios stage existential dominium? How? Alabalum wanted to understand. He wanted to know the root cause of how things ended so spectacularly for him. He wanted to, but at this current stage, he was only considered a small piece of the puzzle. A single booming word echoed out from the smiling martial king of Cappadocia Rapirial, that caused the Imperium legions he brought to instantly disappear and reappear in different points of space light years away. The Knight commanders holding codexes of extremity shining with brilliant light as barriers of Golden light bloomed all around them rapidly. Even Alabalum could only grit his teeth and move among the Telios stage knights within the legion that Knight Commander Akalusia led. He couldn't even speak at this stage as owed how times had changed. The only players deserving to even speak were two terrifying old men at the very forefront who vibrated with waves of omniversal authorities while glaring towards the distant visage of Noah, and by the look of green gold hair a Sanctus Princess with him in tow, they stared towards the encirclement with sharp eyes as in the hands of the Sanctus Princess, a freezing icy sword appeared freely. These easy teeth, tendrils of opposing light, seemed to clash between their line of sight. The eyes of the Sanctus Princess and Noah Osmond were locked onto the aged eyes of Martial King Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderon, two young-looking entities with unfathomable beauty. Against two old men whose golden locks of hair ran over their shoulders like ancient hermits, it was a unique contrast as Archon Basilius Alderon smiled with a veiled sense of satisfaction and cruelty as he stretched his hands. Around a few thousand light-years here, the existential Imperium blockade enacted by the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium has been established, not allowing even a Terracosm stage entity who doesn't have the authority of the Imperium to pass through. The legions that had moved to the surroundings were all for this purpose, Alderon didn't say, but all knight commanders were holding their codexes of extremity and connected to the Imperium knights within their legions to also allow the flow of an omniversal authority to further reinforce the Imperium blockade. And for it to even be broken, all knight commanders would have to somehow be killed before it could be opened, and even then, there were the two of them to deal with. Basically, you won't be leaving here anytime soon. And since it did take much effort to find you, I do want to solve some of the mysteries surrounding you and what the fuck made you so bold as to attack members of the Imperium. Archon Basilius Alderon began succinctly as beside him. Martial King Rapiriel smacked his lips while shaking his head, his intent bright as his body began to buzz with brilliance. You get more talkative in your old age, Alderon. Is it because you're seeing the pretty face beside him? Brats like these need to be killed first, and then have the questions asked later. Their records will tell the story. Martial King Rapiriel was much more straightforward. He already began to gather the influence of omniversal authorities as beside him. Archon Basilius Alderon languidly began to float towards Noah and Sona as his eyes showed countless veiled weavings. Noah and Sona looked at this unfolding scene as Noah's pairs of wings were already buzzing, analyzing the danger present and the possible weavings of battle that could unfold when beside him. Sona tilted her head while gazing at the dazzling folded barrier that would even stop Terracosm stage entities all around them. She then raised her brows towards the terrifying Martial Kings ahead as her intent weaved out. Shouldn't old men like you be retiring? There's an existential nursing home somewhere with your names on it going around the omniverse like this. Should be beneath you. As she spoke, her body began to pulse as she raised the icy sword in her hands, golden tendrils of dignity booming out as this time, they were supremely fast. Her eyes became cold as they gazed at the mocking look on Archon Basilius Alderon and the careful visage of Martial King Rapiriel. And also. To keep me in any cage, those holding it up must ask themselves, do they have more dignity than me? Her sword hummed, and her dignity was expressed as a flash of golden light that illuminated everything. Instantly, the face of Knight Commander Akalusia and all other knight commanders holding codexes of extremity changed drastically as the very existential extremity of dignity was expressed in a horrific way by Sona. A golden light blared as it questioned whether they had more dignity than her, and since the answer was no, crack, the codexes of extremity were the first things that shockingly splintered in half, a golden sword flash of dignity blooming before the bodies of the commanders holding these books, and instantly, their dominiums were bisected. It happened in the span of an instant. The brilliant golden blockade supported by the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium began to distort and fade away soon after. The Imperium Knight commanders cried out as some of them had their bodies cut in half, while others like Knight Pomino were bleeding from their orifices as they grasped shattered and stopped codexes of extremity. It was a shocking scene as only now did they see that above Sona, there was a taut weaving of an omniversal authority already influencing her actions. Her figure blazed with brilliance as she seemed distinguished across the battlefield. A single strike from her had put a dozen Telios stage Imperium commanders out of business, and she then spoke towards Noah beside her as her words caused him to question if he heard correctly. Alright big guy, you take on those two old men and I'll clear up the Legion cronies? One of them can't seem to stop looking me up and down. You have to protect me if I'm to be your possession. Yes, she blinked calmly as she spoke. In this absolutely deadly situation, far ahead of them, their enemies reacted even more strongly as the visage of the golden-haired Archon Basilius Alderon had his eyes wide and his nostrils flaring as his eyes existentially locked onto Sona's visage. his intent weaving out, "Oh fuck Rapiriel, I want her." Gazing at the astounding scene of all Imperium Knight commanders and their codexes cut down. With the barrier even capable of blocking Terracosm stage entities cut down. The first intent to leave Archon Basilius Alderon's mouth was a vile one. Chapter 30-36 Causality 3. Archon Basilius Alderon had a vile character very few knew about. He managed many existential domains as the legacy of Alderon was a grand one. Marshal King Rapiriel knew very well about his tendencies as the moment Alderon spoke his vile intent out, Rapiriel's intent weaved out, "Put in some effort if you want her, she seems to be a difficult one." The words seemed like a challenge as in the next moment, Alderon's visage released an overwhelming aura of golden brilliance. The might of a true Terracosm stage entity unfurled as when it came to this stage, it was hard to ascertain one's power within it. The gulf across the dominium skies of this stage was so wide that someone at its entry point to be oppressed by the mere pressure of someone at its end stages. And one wouldn't be the wiser on exactly where in the stage of progression a Terracosm stage entity was until they revealed their power. Noah analyzed and understood this all very closely. He sensed the power emanating from the two terrifying entities ahead as truly, his dominium didn't yet match theirs in power as in this, he was trailing behind, but he did have his concepts, his extremes, and his records. But most of all, he had the existential Invictus Dominium wings, the progression of the Primordium core where he had stored a dense number of Dominium rules simply waiting to be unleashed freely without cost, and he also had his own reserves of existential authority, and the reserves of authority of the Invictus Dominium wings to rely on. And then, of course, there was the weight of his infinite existential omniversal seed he could apply to his attacks, but in the face of sheer power, would it be enough? His enemies didn't even give him a chance, nor did he have the chance to analyze countless weavings within an instant. They also moved within the span of an instant as heavy tendrils of existential extremity authorities erupted from both of the Terracosm entities while complex weavings of omniversal authorities descended on their bodies, and at such a moment, Noah's Invictus Dominium wings, once more buzzed. The Invictus Dominium wings stand as an organ that represents one who is unconquerable and undefeatable. When a weaving unfolds posing any danger directed towards you, the Invictus Dominium wings breaks down and analyzes what is coming your way to allow you to best react against it and ensure victory. In the flash of an instant, he saw many things. From the body of Marshal King Rapiriel, he saw the flash of gold as above his head, a dense set of words appeared, backed by the influence of an omniversal authority. The concept of domination seeks to assert its extreme on two targets. You and Sona, rendering your extremes void so long as any part of your dominium is dominated. Such words and more rose above Rapiriel as the Archon Basilius Alderon even closer to them. Backed by the influence of an omniversal authority, the concept of hypnos seeks to assert its extreme on a single target Sona. It seeks to hypnotize her existential authorities, dominium, and everything within her existence as if it were still under her control. It seeks to assert that Alderon is actually a dear and trusted knight of Sona, somebody who has been with her for eons. A golden aura of domination from Marshal King Rapiriel, a pinkish aura of maleficence rose around Alderon and surged out rapidly. Each of them carried a heavy weight as they had the influence of omniversal authorities flowing along with them, or even if another weaker entity had concepts grander than these. Stopping their advancement was going to be nearly impossible, but, you got it, the intent of Sona beside him rang in his mind as she was ready to move at any time. Noah's eyes became sharp as his reply was his own actions. So what if they were Terracosm stage entities? It was still merely Terracosm, his Invictus Dominium wings buzzed as the Dominium rules lying dormant within them began to be released one after another. The Dominium rule of tyranny questions who said an attack could bypass it. The Dominium rule of quintessence asserts that nothing that isn't quintessential can bypass it. The extremity of the protagonist questions whether the attacks directed against you are released by characters of a high enough caliber. In your grand fable, do they even deserve a few pages? The extremity of fables borrows swaths of existential extremity authority. The extremity of fable seeks to assert the reality that the enemies before you never held the chance to affect your fable. One dominium rule after another was enacted as for Noah, many prompts rose. For others, they only saw Noah's visage flash with intermittent lights before suddenly, vast arrays of distortions of reality began to unfold. A massive purple throne appeared behind him and released a protective light all around. A colorless nine-pupiled crystal rose up above everyone and began shining its colorless brilliance, and then, waves of golden brilliance began to show one after another as an illusory golden book formed above. Its pages shining as if it were writing a grand fable, as within some of its pages, it was seeking to erase some names. Everything was filled with tantalizing existential extremity authorities. As to top it all off, the one responsible had his wings shining brilliantly, as they already connected to an omniversal authority already borrowing its influence. It was why in the next moment, boom! A heavy impact of extremes seeking to assert their influence exploded out, and the dust was cleared within an instant as the pinkish malevolent light around Alderaan was repressed around his body, and the golden light of domination had its glow stopped and could not proceed within close proximity to Noah and Sona. It was a shocking scene of defiance as through spamming multiple Dominium rules that sought to alter reality to his will, Noah actually withstood the attacks of those much more powerful than him, and the eyes of Marshal King Rapiriel twinkled. Wow, Alderaan actually clapped his hands as he seemed to find the situation more entertaining. His intent was about to weave out once more when, bzzt. His eyes instantly dilated as he contorted his neck to move his head to the right. Instantly, where his head used to be, was the sharp tip of a sword shining with blazing psychros that would have frozen his very dominium. Behind it, the hands of Sona shone with glorious splendor as somehow she had almost sniped the head of a terracosm stage entity. Her dazzling eyes squinted as she began to disappear while her intent weaved out a shame, and towards her actions and the sense of danger they actually brought him, Alderaan actually became stern while his existence exploded with pink light. A shame indeed, you shouldn't have ever come close to me, boom. An eruption of even grander waves of existential authority bloomed in a chaotic battlefield where for the first time Noah was actually standing and fighting against terracosm stage entities. Chapter 30-37 Causality. 4. With age came wisdom, with age came power. Such weavings remain true for the most part in life. They remain true for Marshal King Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderaan, no matter how twisted either of their characters may be. A deep smile bloomed on Alderaan as he stared at the disappearing figure of Sona while speaking out. Dominium curse, HUUM, a Dominium rule spread out in a flash. It tinged the visage of Sona just barely, but this was enough. Her figure reappeared beside Noah as she instantly stared above, seeing an illusory marking floating above her head with a devilish purple-black light, Ka. It was a purple flaming obsidian skull that began to bite down and devour any existential authority, a sea of thick obsidian liquid sloshing behind it and crashing down as it sought to encase everything in the existential extremity authority of curses. Noah's figure instantly appeared above Sona as his hand thrust out, a cluster of Dominium rules booming out as behind him. A dazzling blue sea of planes of existence formed. Each one was more dazzling than the last as they carried with them the endless expanse of infinity. Infinity questions the extremity of curses. How does its vile authority compare to its endless expanse? The cerulean sea of planes of existences ballooned up to swallow the obsidian purple sea of curses. It was supported by other Dominium rules as it trembled with interminable splendor, and between its brilliance, the icy sword of Sona struck out as she uttered while frost leaked from her red lips. Glacial dignity, a dignity that froze and shattered all things. It erupted from the tip of Sona's sword, merging with the endless sea Noah threw out as in the next instant, everything above them shattered into stellar shards of white blue. The existential extremity authority of curses was wiped out into oblivion, but in the next moment, you youngsters are still wet behind the fucking ears, boom. Marshal King Rapiriel instantly appeared behind Noah as he swung his hand like a whip, while Archon Basilius Alderaan appeared to the left of Sona with his hands forming constant symbols of pink cloud blooming from him as the existential extremity authority of carnality erupted. It was a high-paced battle. One wrong move, one delay in overcoming the extreme of another person, and the whole tide of battle would shift instantly. One wrong move, and everything could be decided. At such a moment, Sona's eyes fluttered as her sword instantly turned its tip towards her chest, instantly sinking into her dominium as in the next instant, a piercing white light bloomed that covered and froze everything. All bodies were frozen, even Noah's visage included, as only moments later did he and Sona begin to get free, but Marshal King Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderaan remained frozen. A heavy and costly Dominium rule of Psychros was utilized as the brilliance in Sona's eyes was a little dimmer, her hand slowly moving in the frozen space as she yanked the sword tip from her chest and swung it towards Archon Basilius Alderaan, who still emanated vile pink clouds of existential authority. Her intent weaved out while she swung her sword down, the illusion of a massive golden sword of dignity forming behind her as she sought to sever the dominium of this being. Why are all the authorities you release so vile, old thing? Boom. Her icy sword bathed in golden brilliance was about to smash on the skull of Alderaan when in the frozen state. A burst of pinking light erupted as the neck of this entity twisted unnaturally, and his mouth opened wide as in the next moment, his pristine white teeth clamped down on the descending sword, dense pink shields of existential light covering everything as three omniversal authorities expressed their influence above this being simultaneously. His eyes shone with malice and vile brilliance as he laughed while the sword buzzed in his teeth. I won't lie to you. At my level of power and as eons pass, I've only found myself enjoying eating and fucking, thus, my authorities are geared towards this. Fruits of existence are the tastiest, and captured sanctus princesses and even omniversal pillagers. Man, do you all give me a rush? Distasteful words were uttered out as the teeth of this entity bit down, and the sword in Sona's hand was shockingly shattered. His body then began to pulse with a pinkish-purple light that turned into a liquefied solid slime-like material, tentacles erupting out a moment later. Sona's gorgeous visage shook its head at such a scene as she released the hilt of her broken sword, her palms coming to meet in front of her chest as dazzling golden wings of dignity erupted from her back, the scripture of S on her forehead beginning to shine radiantly. Her bright eyes held utmost distaste as her intent weaved out, "You're a genuine dirty old man? Shit. You're gonna have to die today." Brilliance unfolded. Beside Sona, Noah's right hand clashed with the massive hand of Martial King Rapiriel as his whole body trembled, a multicolored light beginning to cover him as the brilliance of the infinite existential omniversal seed started to spread from him. He looked into the eyes of the Terracosm stage entity right before him as behind his back and on his feet, the Invictus Dominium wings began to buzz. He wanted to play with causality. The moment this thought arose, his wings began to buzz as he wondered, what thing had the highest probability of happening that he could bring to fruition? What thing could be brought forward in the next instant to allow some leeway in this heavy battle where their enemies were truly not just some run of the mill extras? The existential extremity authority of the protagonist blares with brilliance and states that no matter how vibrant an extra is, it is still an extra that cannot outshine the protagonist. A possibility of a possible causality blooms within the weavings of the protagonist. Chapter 30-38 Causality. The battle was an intense one. While utilizing many of the means available to him, Noah was only able to rebuff against the terrifying enemies as neither were seriously damaged or injured. In the surroundings, the Telios stage knight commanders that had survived against the deadly attack from Sona had gathered the Imperium Knight Legion as they now moved in a formation, weaving all of their power together as they also prepared to attack. And then, there was this Martial King Rapiriel before him who, thinking about so many things in the middle of battle, are you? What gives you such confidence? Little guy, his body blazed gold as his skin entirely took on this color, the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium fully cascading over his visage. Layers of the influence of omniversal authorities also supported him as he seemed like a staunch and unbeatable golden entity, his hand that was swung like a whip down at Noah bearing down with even greater pressure as Noah's hand holding against it began to vibrate, the existential extremity authority of the body states that even though its dominium is not here, its extreme remains unfettered and unbroken. His own body began to vibrate with a multicolored sheen. He pondered on the weavings of the protagonist as his Invictus Dominium wings began to buzz, intent on showing how they couldn't be conquered. But at such a moment, weavings from Sona began to flow into his mind. These dirty old fools seem a little more sturdy than they should be, and this battle will take a ridiculously long time even if you start pulling out one or two surprises from here. The unbound visage of Sona sent such weavings as Noah replied back succinctly. Resources are the things I lack the least, as in a prolonged battle, I will always come out on top. But what is the alternative? Their intents exchanged within the span of an instant as their enemies were bound to respond in the next moment, but Sona had already been connected to the weavings of an omniversal authority as she laid out a possibility. Let's make it as chaotic as possible. Our original plan was to continue on this path towards the Imperium for the twins, but if we change things a little and go towards another place, I know exactly how things can become truly chaotic. Even though they couldn't read facial expressions in this span of an instant, Noah felt like he could see the lips of Sona curve into a smile as she voiced out, the next one that is set to join the initiative. The Omniversal Pillager. They are not alone at this moment and are in a somewhat precarious location, and thus I placed them second on the list. But if we go to where they are right now, it would be the perfect stage to erase these dirty old fools. The only issue becomes in getting there, as it truly is a vast distance. Do you have any ideas? It was as if she knew Noah should have the answer, but she wasn't too sure as she asked. Listening to her weavings, Noah's eyes flashed with quintessence as he looked at multiple probabilities, and his wings buzzed even more as within him, the weavings of the protagonist began to alter their initial path. A few pieces of the puzzle began to fall as Noah asked lightly, "What is the precarious location of our target omniversal pillager?" The moment his Intent finished, he received the weavings of a place in the distant corner of the endless omniverse, hidden within veils of extremes. And further veiled with the chaotic weavings of omniversal authorities, a place very few set their feet in, as it was within the areas under the control of the omniversal pillagers, the nest of turbidity. Are you able to get us there? There will be opportunities amidst the chaos, the nest of turbidity, a pocket within the expanse of the omniverse containing omniversal pillagers. Eventually, Noah and Sona would have made their way there, and now that this event was brought up in advance, the probability of them being there was even higher. But was it a high enough probability to distort existential causality? Noah's wings began to buzz in an answer. A deeply purple hue began to spread as the eyes of Marshal King Rapiriel became stern. Turning to focus on the wings behind Noah's back and feet as his pupils dilated as if he discovered something, his hand that was swung down began to rise up as at such a time, Noah's own hand clamped down like an unbreakable construct. Behind him, Sona came and embraced his back with a smile as icy tendrils of light locked onto the obsidian purple tentacles being released from Archon Basilius Alderaan, and at such a moment. Noah's wings flashed brilliantly as they seemed to cover everything visible to the naked eye, a brilliant light covering not just their four figures, but even the Telios stage night legions far away, as in an instant, they all disappeared. Immense silence descended in this region of the omniverse. Existential causality was twisted and distorted in a shocking fashion as Noah forcefully took himself and multiple other parties, willing and unwilling, towards a place even he had never been to, but he would have eventually been to this place sometime in the future, so causality became twisted, space, time, existence, and records warped. Multiple entities were shuttled across the omniverse amidst a blinding light of purple radiance, and as soon as this radiance died down, a booming voice echoed out even before any wills could fully ascertain where they were now. An omniversal organ. This kid has actually already developed an omniversal organ. This key. The booming intent of Marshal King Rapiriel came to a halt. This was because his will had spread out and captured their surroundings. Amidst the explosion of his voice, multiple titanic eyes shining with terror-inducing radiance became locked onto their figures. They were the eyes representative of a single group of entities across the omniverse, and among those in this region, three massive ones shimmered with the radiance of the Terracosm stage. It was many sets of eyes that landed on Noah and others at this moment, the eyes of omniversal pillagers in what was known as the Nest of Turbidity, Chapter 3039. Little Beast. It was a moment of immense silence, as if neither side could believe what was currently happening. Within the Nest of Turbidity, thick obsidian rivers flowed as they only added to the feel of a deluge of heavy and dark existential extremity authority. There were dozens of Telios stage entities who took the forms of various beastly abominations strewn about, with the central of the Nest of Turbidity having three entities taking the spotlight. One was a beast with the head of a squid, but the lower half showed 9 thick and furry obsidian legs fit more so on an ox. The other seemed like a massive predatory fish that had a long appendage sticking out of its head, this appendage holding a luminous singularity at its end as it allowed light to shine on its horrific face and jaws that swirled with thousands of jagged teeth. The third entity had the form of a starfish as at its center. There was the face of an exceedingly gorgeous woman. It was currently staring at them with the same stupor that Marshal King Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderaan stared with a moment after Marshal King Rapiriel stated with surprise that Noah had formed an omniversal organ, and in such a shocked stare down. The eyes of Sona, who was tightly hugging Noah's back during the teleportation, gazed around shiftily as if she was looking for something. The three terrifying Terracosm stage omniversal pillagers didn't even seem to enter her eyes, as after she swirled her head multiple times, her eyes finally came to lock onto a certain spot. A spot that had no other omniversal pillagers, but there was a small round creature that had black and white fur shining with stellar brilliance. It had 2 wide eyes and a small mouth, the eyes shining with red-black pupils that shone of innocence and ingenuity. It seemed to be blinking in surprise right now at what was occurring, just as all others, when all of a sudden Noah's voice rang out as it acted like a scorching spark. It didn't even originate from him, as it seemed to emanate from the mouth of Knight Pomino, who was bunched up with other Imperium Knights in this terrible location. Our great Imperium has located the nest of omniversal pillagers. We shall eradicate all of them. The intent acted akin to a trigger. The 3 massive Terracosm stage omniversal pillagers instantly blazed with thick and tenebrous brilliance as roars boomed out. Motherfucker, Archon Basilius Alderaan cursed out with distaste as his body erupted within even more purple-black tentacles, while Marshal King Rapiriel came to gaze at Noah's visage, only to see him flashing a devilish smile as his figure disappeared in a hazy illusory light. Boom, and chaos unfolded right after his heavy Bouts of existential extremity authority clashed, Knight Pomino, Akalusia, and others of the Imperium legions roared out as a dense number of Telio's stage omniversal pillagers rushed towards them. And in all this blooming chaos, Noah and Sona's figure retracted the auras of their dominiums as much as possible as the two of them materialized in front of the little creature Sona had locked her eyes onto. The moment they appeared, the eyes of this creature widened with curiosity, as from these eyes, one couldn't sense even an ounce of fear. In front of such a creature, Sona smiled as her intent weaved out. "Hey little CSE Yulatan," she smiled as if she were speaking to a child, and the little beast in front of her became surprised and drew closer towards her in an instant. "Whoa. Big sis, how do you know my name?" "Nobody knows that, don't worry about that." "Say, little beast. Do you want to eat up everything here?" In the midst of blooming chaos behind them, and other auras locking onto them and the surroundings, Noah watched with sharp eyes as Sona actually picked up the little beast and rubbed its fur as if it were the most normal thing in existence. The little beast even seemed to like this as it smiled sheepishly while shaking its round body. "I want to, but it will never end well if I do. It's so sad, big sis." Its big eyes turned down to express its sadness at not being able to eat and devour everything. As towards this, Sona raised the little beast in her hands directly in front of her face as she spoke seriously. But what if I help you? You can eat up them, and all of them too." As she spoke, she pointed her face towards Marshal King Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderon, towards the three Terracosm stage omniversal pillagers, and all others in the surroundings. Hearing such a proposition, the eyes of the little beast shone with a sense of excitement. "You'd do that, big sis?" "Yep. And the only thing you have to do is listen to me and this big boss here." Sona pointed towards Noah behind her as the little beast looked towards him and nodded while bouncing around happily. Okay, good. Now, my foundation will not be as compatible with you as the big boss here, so why don't you join up with him and begin eating things up?" She took the little beast in her hands and pointed it towards Noah as the two of them stared at each other. Noah's senses were quaint as he could sense a terrifying amount of authority and mystery on the tiny creature, and the weavings of Sona flowed into his mind a moment later as she held this beast towards him like a present. "The third member of our initiative. You're probably much more compatible with this little thing, so have a go with it." A simple proposition, one that Noah knew wasn't so simple as his weavings were buzzing while looking at this creature. Through these weavings, he began to see a glorious pathway form as his hand reached out, the bouncing fur ball in front of him shaking with even more excitement as it flew toward his right hand. Its round structure then instantly warped and became as pointy as a needle, sinking into Noah's palm and disappearing into his hand entirely. The temporary fusion with an unknown omniversal existential parasite has begun. Chapter 30-40 Little Beast 2. Sona gazed at the scene before her carefully while dignity began to blaze around her, akin to flames, actually attracting the eyes and wills of the Telio stage entities nearby, and those who were hiding close to them ready to sneak attack them also became visible. She let out this small brightness at this moment because they had to get a grasp of just how terrifying the little beast would be, especially if it was fused with someone else who wasn't her. When she had fused with the little beast before, its physiology was much more complex than the current her, as she couldn't utilize it with great efficiency. After all, at this point, she had only achieved the Terracosm stage and wasn't even at its peak. Her Dominium soul was the strongest, with her body being much weaker as its complexity was much less. During the fusion with the little beast in the possible future weavings, she observed, her whole body would bulk up in size to accommodate the complex weaving, her skin turning tenebrous and taut as the limbs the little beast used to initially fuse with her body turned into an amalgamation of thousands of tentacles. These tentacles moved to latch onto and devour anything they came across, as much of Sona's beauty and grace was taken away during the fusion. Over time, the transformation wouldn't be as drastic as within the possible weavings she saw. Over time, while she became stronger, she became less susceptible to changes on her own weavings in existence, until the only change that occurred was her fair skin turning a caramel color. Noah's foundation should be much different compared to the current her, as how drastic of a change would he exhibit initially? She watched expectantly. And she continued to watch, but why wasn't the man before her undergoing any change at all? What Sona was currently seeing was much different from what Noah was experiencing, with many prompts rising the moment that the little beast was allowed to enter his hand. Little Ciesi, it was stated that it was an unknown omniversal existential parasite. What followed thereafter was even more stunning. The weavings of the unknown omniversal existential parasite are innumerable and complex, being capable of acting as a catalyst that speeds up or slows down the rate at which existential processes across one's weavings flow. They require an equally complex host to attach to in order to fully express their power as an omniversal catalyst, he felt. The weavings of this entity streak across his existence akin to millions of lines of data akin to the complex weavings of omniversal authorities he had observed before, but the tendrils of data, the weavings of this creature, were much simpler even though they were just as complex. They permeated across his existence and came to attach themselves at a cellular level, shimmering with a black and white light as a moment later, Noah heard a voice within his mind, "Big boss, I'll get started here. Bear it as best as you can and we can have fun." The little beast spoke to Noah as if to prepare him, as if it knew no entity could have their body easily handle what it was about to do, and Noah's existence became lit up and catalyzed at a fundamental level as his dominium soul instantly brimmed like an unfathomable engine. But his cells were akin to stout and immovable stars that only shone brightly at this process, and they didn't creak or tremble at the complex weavings of the little beast fused to them. Because they were part of a tremendous foundation, they were made up from the blood of an unfathomable lineage, the lineage of the existential omniversal emperor. Whoa, the shocked voice of the little beast rang out, "Big boss, why is everything in here so sturdy?" Why is whoa? Like a curious child, the little beast had begun asking questions when the process of fusion truly started off, and just as Noah began to feel a feedback from the little beast, it also began to undergo its own changes while bound to Noah. The compatibility between you and the unknown omniversal existential parasite has exceeded all established parameters. Your dominium has perfectly accepted and amplified the catalytic process of this entity. Your Invictus Dominium wings grant passage after analyzing the source of the unknown omniversal existential parasite, his pairs of wings began to buzz and glow with ecstatic power, and your existential processes are being catalyzed. The rate of existential resource regeneration has increased by a factor of 10. The regeneration of the authority of the Invictus Dominium wings has increased by a factor of 10, the cycling, manifestation, usage, speed, and utilization of all existential extremity authorities and linkage of omniversal authorities has been increased by a factor of 10. Multiple dazzling prompts arose as even more seemed to be coming, all parts of Noah's existence becoming catalyzed as a single prompt shone much brighter than the rest. The capability of Omniversal Absolute Eater can now be expressed through your right hand by communicating with little CSEULA-10, Omniversal Absolute Eater. Such a ridiculous capability arose as Noah's dominium felt like it was constantly being pumped by enhancers. At such a moment, the intent of Sona rose with doubt beside him. "Hey, did the fusion not work? Why aren't you bulking up and changing?" He blinked at her questioning as his visage remained ever so glorious, his wings and skin even beginning to shine with more majesty and dignity. Sona seemed to have caught on a little here as her pupils began to dilate. "Don't tell me your foundation is so ridiculous and more complex to the extent that even after an omniversal parasite merges with you, nothing about you changes." She spoke out the words doubtfully, but seeing Noah's unfettered gaze, this shockingly seemed to be the truth, so she simply smacked her red lips and nodded while motioning all around them. "All right, I promised you I wouldn't froth and tremble with surprise no matter what you do. Let's have an initial test with rats all around us." She motioned at the dozens of teleo-stage omniversal pillagers that had surrounded them. Noah didn't even turn his gaze as he kept his eyes locked onto the gorgeous visage of Sona while calling out calmly, his right hand rising above at the same time, "Omniversal Absolute Eater, CAA," from the palm of his hand. An unholy screech boomed as in an instant, thousands of thick white and black tentacles erupted, shooting out in a circular formation and piercing the dominiums of the dozens of the teleo-stage omniversal pillagers all around them as the moment they came in contact. Whap! The tentacles retracted while miniaturizing and swallowing everything it had touched. Out of all the teleo-stage omniversal pillagers targeting them nearby, none could be seen anymore, and within Noah, waves of authority and prompts exploded. Chapter 3041 Catalyst. It was a scene of utmost horror. His body was becoming ever radiant, akin to a seething engine, and his raised right hand shot out thousands of tentacles at shocking speeds that bypassed the dominiums of teleo-stage omniversal pillagers before dragging them all onto his open palm. Massive creatures with tentacles, segmented bodies, and other variations of monstrosities all found their bodies becoming smaller while disappearing within Noah's palm, and once they were in it, crackle, a force of absolute authority began to break them down as their dominiums cracked and splintered within that same instant. Any entity unable to resist or overcome the pull of the Omniversal Absolute Eater will have the weavings of their records extremes, an existence devoured within the span of an instant. 59 teleo stage entities have been devoured and broken down by Omniversal Absolute Eater. the omniversal authority of Geolocity has been triggered by the catalyst that is CSEU-10. CSEU-10 is a unique parasite that has received the recognition of the omniversal authority of Geolocity, a shocking development. Noah's eyes blinked a few times to make sure he was seeing things right, but truly he had just come across his first named omniversal authority, the omniversal authority of Geolocity. Above Noah, a blinding crimson pillar of illusory shot down and focused on his right hand, causing the weavings of existence to distort and bend as Noah did not consciously call upon this omniversal authority. To call upon omniversal authorities, one had to utilize the very power and authority of their existential dominium as it was taxing. It required a great deal of resources and it strained one as they merged the weavings of their extremes to the complex computations of hundreds or thousands of existential extremity authorities within an omniversal authority. So having an omniversal authority flow down and grant its heavy influence out of its own volition was something that only truly powerful entities who were recognized by omniversal authorities due to their extremes and existence were capable of doing. The little beast was actually one such entity. HUUM. The beam of crimson light illuminated Noah's hand as it pulsed a moment later. Untold waves of pure authority from all the devoured Teleos stage entities instantly becoming magnified as the omniversal authority of Geolocity imposes its influence on the devoured nutrients. The entirety of existence of all 59 nutrients and all records they had achieved over their lifetimes have been elevated by a factor of 3. In equal parts, the existence of all devoured nutrients will be sublimated into the dominiums of the host and parasite. The usage of the omniversal parasite showed itself. It could quickly devour powerful entities, and with the influence of an omniversal authority of Geolocity, it actually amplified the existence of all those devoured by a factor of 3. In totality, Noah would get 150% while the little beast would also obtain 150% of the existence of those devoured. And just as this authority was about to spread within Noah and little CSEU-10, WU, the authorities of Lut and Quintessence shine on the devoured light of existence, Noah's extremes began to surge. The already amplified devoured nutrients have been amplified by a factor of 2. 59 Teleos stage omniversal pillagers were devoured, but after everything was over and done, it was akin to devouring 354 Teleos stage entities divided between Noah and little CSEU-10. Within the span of an instant, the tendrils of little CSEU-10 merged with Noah's cells and spread this dense concentration of nutrients. Noah's Invictus Dominium wings blazing heavily is visible to the naked eye. They enlarged in size just a little, and on the surface of the gorgeously purple Invictus Dominium wings, intricate and unknown scriptures began to form, and the aura surrounding Noah became immeasurably deeper. Wow! Big boss, we should eat up more. We seem to be really good at eating. In a voice akin to being in a drunken stupor, the voice of little CSEU-10 rang out in Noah's mind as beside him. Sona was nodding with a thoughtful look while gazing in the distance where a chaotic battle was blooming between the 2 Terracosm stage Imperium Martial Kings and 3 Terracosm stage Omniversal Pillagers and the heavy fight of the scattered Imperium legions in the surroundings. Alright, the weavings of possible futures are aligning with a little bit more favor. So let's erase some disgusting old men from existence. HUUM, her eyes blazed with brilliance. Even though she didn't show it, she heavily disliked the comments and actions of the Archon Basilius Alderon towards her. Her hands began to buzz with brilliance as Psychros gathered to form a dazzling icy sword, her left hand shining with a brilliant golden light as a blazing sword of golden dignity formed within it. Beside her, Noah's wings buzzed as they were about to join the chaotic battle ahead when at this time, the wily visage of Archon Basilius Alderon gazed towards their direction with sharp eyes as he rebuffed the massive starfish-shaped omniversal pillager, his intent then booming out all around. Those youngsters over there are our enemies who brought us all here to cause chaos, likely waiting for a chance, whereas 2 or you 3 are exhausted or killing each other before they reap the rewards. Why don't we kill them first, and then we can continue this battle? Sona's pupils dilated. Why was this disgusting old man so good? The wills of the 3 Terracosm stage omniversal pillagers pulsed as these entities were not foolish ones, their gazes beginning to turn this way as before anything else could progress. Shing, wings flapped. And the glorious visage of Noah appeared behind the thick scale-like exterior of the massive starfish that had the face of an exceedingly gorgeous woman at its center. His hands holding a multicolored spear that carried the brilliance of none other than the infinite existential omniversal seed and the force of his own foundation that was under the catalyst that was little CSEU-10. Boom, an impact that even caused the ears of the Terracosm stage entities to buzz resounded. Along with the intent of the Weaver of Extremity meant to continue to muddy the waters. You're right, Archon Basilius Alderon. These insects will believe anything, words to implicate them and place them in the same camp, Along with it, the roar of omniversal pillager reverberated out. Chapter 3042 Catalyst 2. Omniversal pillagers. It was a unique distinction that was given to entities that many believed to have originated outside of the omniverse. There were also just as many beings who believed that the omniversal pillagers were born within the weavings of the endless omniverse, and that apart from this omniverse, there could be nothing else out there. But the one unique thing was the fact that the omniversal pillagers thrived on devouring existential domains and the dominiums of others, and due to this or a variety of other factors, omniversal pillagers were capable of influencing and connecting to omniversal authorities much faster and more efficiently. Their bodies were normally massive in size and took on monstrous forms, with the regions they inhabited being where most instability resided. Their attacks were random and without any set strategy. With there being immense fear towards any leader that may be controlling the omniversal pillagers, if placed side by side and compared to other lifeforms across existence, it was ascertained that omniversal pillagers were more powerful and much harder to kill. Noah found out about this truth firsthand. Boom. The entire weight and weavings of multiple existential extremity authorities that the infinite existential omniversal seed had elevated, all of this smashed onto the posterior of the murky obsidian purple starfish with a woman's face, and yet all it did was shatter a thick veil of the existential extremity authority of digestion, and just as his spear was about to pierce until its jelly-like skin, he had to pull it back as the weavings of digestion returned and even flourished around this entity, backed by an omniversal authority as it was trying to gnaw and eat up the dazzling spear in his hands. No single terracosm stage entity was easy to defeat and destroy, this reality being affirmed again and again as right after his attack, Noah was faced with the eruption of trillions of miniature starfish-shaped obsidian singularities gushing from the back of the omniversal pillager. It was filled with a heavy extreme that wanted to break down and digest everything. But towards such a terrifying authority, omniversal absolute eater, Noah thrust his right hand out as his palm opened a smiling mouth with stellar white teeth. The jaws opening wide and acting akin to a funnel that drew in and devoured all of the incoming trillions of miniature starfish singularities, and such a reality continued to unfold until all of this tenebrous authority was pulled into Noah's palm. A dense convergence of existential extremity authority has been devoured and broken down by omniversal absolute eater. The omniversal authority of gulosity has been triggered by the catalyst that is Cacu Latan. The devoured authority has been elevated by a factor of 5 and has begun to spread across your existence to refill the reserves of all possible authorities. Noah's visage felt like it was getting full, his Invictus Dominium wings buzzed as a decent amount of their authority continued to be refilled. Noah observed all of this while also looking at the constantly changing battlefield, observing the figure of Sona appearing near Marshal King Rapiriel and attacking the squid-like omniversal pillager opposite it as if she was giving reinforcement to the Imperium forces. In all this, both sides threw heavy attacks and went all out as in battles with terracosm stage entities. Things could change within the span of an instant. Noah didn't like such a flow of events as he once more turned towards his Invictus Dominium wings. He wanted to see whether he could bring forth the existential causality of death. He wanted to know whether there was a high enough probability of the terracosm stage entities here dying, and if he could bring this event forward to occur right now. So his Invictus Dominium wings began to buzz, and he looked at Marshal King Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderon. Neither of the two had an extremely high probability of death in the near future that Noah could alter the causality of. It was a ridiculous reality as these two old men were truly powerful, with Noah turning his gaze towards the omniversal pillagers to see where there was a high enough probability of their death. His wings shone brightly and reflected a similar red light he saw on Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderon, and he saw the same light on the squid-like omniversal pillager, and, his eyes brightened up. The fish-like omniversal pillager that had an appendage with a radiant singularity at its head shone with a green light. Whether through him or Sona, or the two Imperium Marshal Kings currently in the field, had actually made it so that this creature had the highest probability of death in the very near future, the one to die first. Noah nodded at such a probability as he spoke lightly. Let me just bring your death forward a little earlier, He could sense that it would cost a great deal, to the extent that even with little Caesiulaten catalyzing his processes and granting him immense waves of authority, he would be drained entirely. Even the conditions of allowing it to happen by bringing all parties here were rare. But since it held a high probability, he could affect its causality. If he could successfully pull it off, it would mean he would manage to kill a terracosm stage entity himself. By altering existential causality, his wings shone with astounding radiance and enlarged upwards. The eyes of all terracosm stage entities were drawn to such brightness as at this point. The means of the Invictus Dominium wings could not be stopped, they could only unfold. You seek to effect a unique existential causality with the Invictus Dominium wings, an existential causality of death. When effecting existential causality to bring about the death of an entity in advance, an extra cost can be paid to cause the altered existential causality to unfold in unique ways known as existential Invictus fatalities. Chapter 3043 Fatality. A unique reality presented itself with the latest usage of the Invictus Dominium wings with the alteration of existential causality that brought about the death of lifeforms, paving the way for something unique, existential Invictus fatalities. Any existential causality that finishes with a fatality will have its subsequent loot increased by a factor of 2. Currently, 2 existential Invictus fatalities are available: the Severing Box of Mercy and the Infinite Blades of Quintessence. A unique world of possibilities opened as with a glimmer of brilliance. Noah uttered out, "The Infinite Blades of Quintessence, HUUM, the wings on his feet and back buzzed." Among the wills of the multiple terracosm stage entities here, the fish-like omniversal pillager with a bright appendage felt its dominium constrict as an infallible and undeniable sense of death made its descent. The existential causality of death has been brought forward for Rincactus Desmond. The name of the omniversal pillager was uttered as along with it, a brilliant colorless and blue hue began to blaze above it. The existential Invictus fatality of Infinite Blades of Quintessence has been deemed for Rincactus Desmond. He wasn't directly attacking it, he didn't exceed its defensive parameters or overcome its existential extremity authorities backed by omniversal authorities. He was simply bringing forward an action with the highest probability that was bound to happen in the future. He was simply playing with cause and effect, with existential causality. Such a power caused Noah to take a brief moment of reflection on the terrifying capabilities that entities could have out there. And the reason for his dot was the omniversal organ that was born from his own unique pathway that he forged with his dominium, his Invictus Dominium wings that called for one. To be undefeated and unconquerable made it possible, and after his brief reflection, he saw the dazzling scene of the first fatality unfold. It all happened within the span of an instant as nobody could alter its result. In the distance, the eyes of Sona shone brightly as she and all others observed. A dazzling blue sword twice as big as the Rincactus appeared, swinging down from above akin to an undeniable sword of judgment. The Rincactus bellowed out as existential extremity authorities and the influence of omniversal authorities gathered around it, but, shuring. The sword swung down and ignored all of these authorities as if they didn't exist. After all, it wasn't an attack against authorities. It was simply a future being brought forward in advance. In a shocking unfolding of reality, the head of the Rincactus was cleanly bisected. It didn't seem real, it didn't seem feasible. But the massive head of the Rincactus was operated from its head and pulled down below, where a dazzling colorless singularity suddenly bloomed as the head was pulled into it and disappeared. Thereafter, thousands of massive blue blades appeared around the remaining fish-like body of the Rincactus and chopped down with fervor, bisecting all parts of its body constantly as if this entity was on a platter. The blades didn't stop chopping until its body turned into slivers of meat, and they continued further until everything about its body and dominium turned into shimmering blobs of blood that exploded a moment later, and everything contained within this explosion redirected itself towards the man responsible. His right hand thrust out, his jaws opened on his palm and devoured everything that used to be a terracosm stage omniversal pillager, and uniquely, his left hand was also thrust out. A colorless singularity blooming around it as the bisected head of the Rincactus that had disappeared could now be seen in his hand. He grasped on the cylindrical appendage leading to the glowing light on this entity. That at this time had turned entirely dim. Noah floated there, holding the decapitated head of a terracosm stage entity as if he were a grand champion that had claimed his victory. The Archon Basilius Alderon and Martial King Rapiriel stared at him with eyes showing disbelief. The starfish and squid-shaped omniversal pillagers stared at him blankly as if they couldn't believe what had just occurred. Undoubtedly, all eyes on this chaotic battlefield turned towards Noah, but he wasn't the least bit afraid, because power-ups during battles were where he was quintessential at. And the death of a terracosm stage entity that he would now devour and even amplify its existence he would assimilate with little cacu latan. This would grant a boost that nobody on this battlefield but him understood. It would make it so that he would no longer be on par or even struggling against these terracosm stage entities before him. At least, these were the weavings of his thoughts. With the fatality completed, tentacles erupted from his right hand and swallowed the massive head he was holding onto entirely. prompts beginning to bloom as many eyes remained on him, a quintessential achievement. The existential invictus fatality of the infinite blades of quintessence was successfully brought to fruition. Prompts had begun to flourish while little Ciaciulatan and his own existence began to tremble with interminable fervor, but at the same time, the roars of omniversal pillagers rang out as alongside Martial King Rapiriel and Archon Basilius Alderon. The blazing auras of 4 Terracosm stage entities instantly abandoned everything and surged towards him alone. The moment this occurred, a sigh was heard as the visage of Sona appeared in front of Noah. You know how to become the center of attention. As she spoke, her adornments began to burn as an entirely flaming icy white battle dress bloomed on her body. She seemed to have thought about something deep as she felt the blazing auras of 4 Terracosm stage entities coming in from behind, and she moved forward while her intent weaved out. Hold on to something for me real quick. She came in front of Noah with a sense of decisiveness and determination, taking his right hand and bringing it towards her chest. Be delicate with it. With such words, she took his hand and pierced her own chest, bringing it towards her beating heart. Chapter 30-44 Fatality 2. His hand pierced her chest, right between her blessed breasts as it was leaning more towards the left side. The flaming white battle dress blazed with icy light around her as Noah squinted his eyes while locking onto the pupils of Sona, seeing 4 Terracosm stage entities surging towards him after he inexplicably eradicated one. She likely thought he was in a precarious situation as she forced herself to resort to something that could overcome this. She led his hand towards her beating heart, her intent moving to have his hand wrap around it before, squelch, she rapidly pulled her body backward, and Noah's hand contained in it a heart. It was pure gold in color, seeming like a crystalline heart shaded with a beautiful halcyon luster. The veins and arteries connecting it to the rest of the body seemed cleanly cleaved off, with the chest of Sona closing up and healing right away as right after, a terrifying aura began to build around her. I've given you my heart, she spoke succinctly as her eyes blazed with golden, verdant, and icy blue lights. Her visage was so gorgeous and vulnerable at this moment as if she lay naked before Noah's eyes. Please do not hurt me. Boom! With these words, authorities surrounding Sona and all around turned utterly wild. A beam of cerulean omniversal authority twisted space and came to cover her entirely, her pupils entirely disappearing as her eyes became icy white, and from her body, waves of immeasurable frost instantly erupted to cover everything within the nest of turbidity. Even the figures of the 4 rushing Terracosm stage entities and the remaining Imperium legions battling with Telio's stage omniversal pillagers, everything became frozen. Regardless of what it was all frozen. On her forehead, the aperture of S blazed into blue flames as an aurora of 2 pairs of butterfly like wings unfurled from Sona's back. 2 icy blue blades burning with icy flames appeared in her hands, her gaze becoming increasingly apathetic as this being moved without a heart, and her gaze turned towards the 4 incoming frozen Terracosm stage entities whose bodies had already begun to buzz and free themselves. And she shot towards them like a freed bullet. Even Noah was surprised at the progression of events as he looked at the glistening golden heart in his hand, unique weavings rising in front of him in the form of prompts. You have been granted the authority to grasp the omniversal organ, the existential Fidelis Dominium heart. WAA, the Fidelis Dominium heart is extremely delicate, with the low pressure of unknown scale being capable of crushing it in the case it is not properly protected. By obtaining the Fidelis Dominium heart, you have lifted the restrictions and limitations of its owner. If you so choose to devour the Fidelis Dominium heart, you will attain authority potent enough to allow you to scale past the Terracosm stage, attain the recognition of greater omniversal authority, and form a random omniversal organ within your body. Fucking hell! Noah could help but gaze at the figure of Sona that had given him such an object. Who could she trust to ever give such a thing to hold? Were it anyone else but Noah, he didn't doubt they would devour it right away for the things it promised. Along with all of this were restrictions and limitations. Some beings took such concepts towards utterly ridiculous levels. The omniversal organ in Noah's hand actually acted as a limiter, and now that it was released, just how terrifying had Sona become? Noah had this future weaving to understand. But while holding onto a ridiculously delicate omniversal organ, there was also a vast array of prompts raining down because of the existence of a Terracosm stage entity he just devoured. So his eyes flashed as he took the golden heart in his hands and placed it towards his own chest, a brilliant light releasing from him as it carefully took this heart into Noah's Dominium soul. Then, he gazed at the shocking changes about to unfold within him in this small period where everything was frozen by Sona. The entity granted death through existential causality did not have their existence analyzed, and thus, no illusory weaving was created. The devoured and amplified existence of Rincactus through the existential invictus fatality of infinite blades of quintessence and further amplification by the boons of little cacu is being analyzed and assimilated into your dominium concurrently in order to bring to fruition its illusory weavings, because the analysis is occurring on the amplified existence of Rincactus. The illusory weaving born will be of this quality of existence, and not the lesser quality of the original Rincactus itself. A bonus reality came as Noah felt a terrifying illusory weaving forming within his dominium, that at this moment was akin to a dried sea, starved of any authority after what he had just done, and yet sensing the unbounded excitement of little cacu and its connections with his dominium. His dominium wasn't going to be dry for much longer. Boom, the amplified existence of Rincactus is being assimilated into your dominium. Little cacu amplified the existence, and then Lut, supported by all his other extremes, further amplified the devoured existence. The Invictus dominium wings shone brilliantly, the color purple becoming even denser as from this organ. Tendrils of purple light began to bloom, tendrils that caused space to twist and distort as they seemed to be pulling upon omniversal authorities, the amplified existence, dominium, records. All the weavings of a terracosm stage entity are being assimilated into your dominium as you rapidly scale across the Invictus stage. The existential omniversal organ has advanced even further. The Invictus dominium wings reach out towards the endless omniverse for the recognition of an omniversal authority. WAA, those in the existential dominium realm traversed across multiple stages. At the teleos stage in terracosm, some may begin to pull upon and influence omniversal authorities to aid the power of their existence in extremes. Very rarely, there were those who had the recognition of an omniversal authority. They didn't need to exhaust their dominium to call upon an omniversal authority, they always had it by their side. At this moment, Noah's omniversal organ advanced ever further from the fuel of a terracosm stage entity and spread out tendrils of light to attain the recognition of an omniversal authority. Chapter 30:45 A little broken eye, obscene. This was how the authority and power of others could be. Something even more obscene in the existential dominium realm was one's link to omniversal authorities. Some people knew much more than others regarding how unique this link could be, with Sona being among those who were very knowledgeable. As she arrived before the frozen bodies of terracosm stage entities, her will caught onto the glorious scene of Noah's omniversal organ radiating tendrils of light upwards, tendrils of light that were seeking to pull on omniversal authority. This was the man she had just given her heart to, her own omniversal organ. Since she gave it away, not once did she look back to observe whether Noah had a sense of greed that one when he looked at her golden heart. After all, eating it granted one shocking boons. Even the weavings told her he wasn't like that. Could one ever be entirely sure? At the depths of her heart, a small part of her asked what if, but no, she could feel her heart entirely safe this whole time. Very well, her thoughts were linear and without blemishes. I'll put in my all, HUUM. She instantly arrived before the figure of Archon Basilius Alderon, who had just managed to free 90% of his body when both the icy sword in her hand swung down. Alderon bellowed out grandly as the existential extremity authority of lust erupted with a protective pink cloud of light, but the force Sona wielded currently was too powerful. Waves of Psychros emanated in waves all around her as they slowed down even the circulation and utilization of authorities. The cloud of pink barely formed. The two icy swords swung down and cut through the heavy golden terracosm dominium barrier, freezing everything it touched to vile. Boom, a singularity of glacial impacts bloomed right after as shockingly. A half-frozen visage of Archon Basilius Alderon with his body cut into 3 pieces could now be seen. His expression was one of shock and a sense of fear as horrifically, a grievous injury now coursed across his dominium. Who was he? How many eons worth of accumulation of fruits of existence and power did he have? He was a notch above any terracosm stage entities out there, as only Martial King Rapirial came close to his capabilities. For him to be hurt so greatly by a young bitch like this, to the point he felt fear and all his authorities were currently frozen as her sword came down again, outrageous, his anger allowed his lust to burn. But even that wasn't fast enough. The freezing swords of Sona came to irreversibly damage his dominium once more as his authorities weren't reacting. Vile creatures like you deserve to die in even worse ways. The intent of Sona blazed around and descended with her sword as true trepidation dawned on Archon Basilius Alderon. But in this period of peril, a golden bastion of light came down to block the deathly sword. The visage of his old friend appeared, Rapirial intervening as even with his intervention. Boom. The golden bastion of the Imperium was shattered. Rapirial was pushed back while holding onto the injured visage of Archon Basilius Alderon, the authority of omniversal authorities surging around them as these two old men stared at their opponent. A beam of cerulean omniversal authority was constantly cascading around her. Freely, as this was one of the main reasons her extremes seemed unstoppable right now. the influence of a greater omniversal authority, the fear and trepidation within Archon Basilius Alderon slightly eased with his friend by his side as his heavily injured dominium rejoined itself. Both of them becoming extremely serious as they knew at this moment, they were fighting for their lives. They had come across too terrifying of an anomaly in their search for Noah Osmont, and just as things seemed so supremely dark with the relentless visage of a gorgeous woman bathed in an icy light surging towards them without fear, her figure was stopped once more as she pointed her swords left and right. The pointed tip of the massive body of the starfish-shaped omniversal pillager was on one side, and one of the many limbs of the squid-like omniversal pillager was on the other. All 4 Terracosm stage entities had broken out of the frozen world of ice as after Sona heavily injured one and was about to kill him. Another came to defend him as now. Even the 2 omniversal pillagers attacked her to stop her advancement, martial kings of the Imperium and omniversal pillagers working together. What a day this is, the intent of Sona vibrated out, supported by the influence of a heavy omniversal authority, as one, around her. For Terracosm stage entities did not want to be killed off one after another, and they sought to work together to quickly eliminate at least the threat of Sona as far from them. Their wills still looked with worry towards the man who had already killed one of them. They had to be fast. Existential extremity authorities with the support of omniversal authorities blazed and bloomed forth. But yes, Sona was not alone. In the midst of his elevation and assimilation of a Terracosm stage entity, Noah felt his Invictus Dominium wings pulse with enrichment and fulfillment as the reserves of their authority were filled to the brim. So he gazed at Sona being ganged up on as he asked, "Is there a high enough probability of death now?" Reality had changed. Sona unveiled tremendous power to nearly kill another Terracosm stage entity as in the coming future. Was his death sealed? Could Noah bring its causality forward just a little bit faster? Towards his question, Noah smiled as he saw a bright green light. It hung above the figure of the injured Archon Basilius Alderon like a blade of death. It was his Invictus Dominium wings telling him that in the near future, there was a high probability of death for the vile creature known as Archon Basilius Alderon. Now, he could just distort causality to bring it forward. The only question was, what existential Invictus fatality did this disgusting old man deserve? Chapter 3046 A little broken too. Of the 2 available existential Invictus fatalities to choose from, which one was best? The moment this question arose, Noah's wings buzzed right after while they radiated even more massive tendrils of purple light. The Invictus Dominium wings have scaled vast stretches of the Dominium skies as even now, their transformation is ongoing. New existential Invictus fatalities have been added whenever affecting the existential causality of death. The existential Invictus fatalities of Gang of Tyranny, the Coffin of Kronos, the Quintessential Iron Maiden, and Firestarter have been added as those available to use. The amplified existence of a Terracosm stage entity was not for show. Their weavings flowed into Noah's dominiums and powered up his extremes alongside it, every part of his potential and power being expanded as he wasn't alone in this. Even as he was focusing on the prompts of the task at hand regarding the existential Invictus fatalities, there were other prompts he was receiving relating to Little Caesiulatan. For the first time, Little Caesiulatan is devouring the amplified existence of a Terracosm stage entity. Little Caesiulatan had begun its metamorphosis towards a Terracosm stage dominium. The third member of the initiative, its existence was a unique one as it was benefiting itself just as much as it was benefiting Noah, but Noah filtered out of these prompts and others to focus on the buzzing of his wings and how they could alter causality. Let's bring forth the said death of this great Archon Basilius. It was akin to a snowball effect. The first death of a Terracosm stage omniversal pillager allowed for the next death, and after the death of Alderon, would that not make it even more likely that the remaining 3 Terracosm stage entities would have a high chance of meeting an early end? It was a terrifying reality. Even Noah clicked his lips at such an obscene capability, his intent weaved out as he communicated with his wings, sensing the obscene amounts of authority he had to spend on someone as powerful as Archon Basilius Alderon. As even with his elevated Dominium and Invictus Dominium wings he would have 30% of his authority remaining after this. But the cost was paid. Amidst the worried gazes of 4 Terracosm stage entities surrounding Sona who constantly had Noah under watch, they observed the wings on his feet and back shine again before their light flashed to eclipse the whole nest of turbidity, and each of them bellowed out with their own authorities as they all understood the power of a developed omniversal organ and how hard it was to defend against it. They had just seen what happened to the ring cactus. They didn't want to be the next entity to go through that, but the existential causality of death has been brought forward for Archon Basilius Alderon, existential causality twisted and distorted. Being defended by Martial King Rapiriel, Archon Basilius Alderon instantly raised his head upwards as his face turned ashen. The existential Invictus fatality of Gang of Tyranny has been deemed for Archon Basilius Alderon to Gang of Tyranny. This was the existential Invictus fatality chosen by Noah for Archon Basilius Alderon as the moment it was determined. Booming rays of multicolored light descended around this target. No matter how much authority he was radiating, the visage of Martial King Rapiriel protecting Archon Basilius Alderon felt an undeniable repulsive force as his figure was pushed away from this area. Archon Basilius Alderon came to be alone, his body bubbling with immense authority as at this moment. Dominium burn, HUUM, he felt the descending threat of death and actually began to burn his very existence for power. Rays of multiple omniversal authority were pulled towards him as he sought to resist. But how could one resist a determined future that was only being brought to occur early? The WU, as Alderon gathered his power with urgency and fear, the existential Invictus fatality of the Gang of Tyranny unfolded. Different colored lights manifested around Alderon as they came to form humanoid entities with Noah's devilish likeness. In front of Alderon, the visage of Noah covered with the colorless brilliance of quintessence could be seen, but he was adorned in a colorless tank top and obsidian pants. His hands holding onto a colorless spiked bat. To the right of Alderon, a manifestation of tyranny could be seen adorned in a regal purple baseball cap worn backward, a purple tank top around him and majestic baggy pants as he held a dazzling smooth purple bat. Further around Alderon, other figures with Noah's devilish likeness continued to appear as the cerulean manifestation of infinity appeared with a blue handkerchief tied around his head, this handkerchief reflecting an endless sea behind him as in his hands, a cerulean axe could be seen that he threw up and down. In another direction, the manifestation of loot appeared as he was adorned in countless bejeweled items, his hands coming out and showing golden jeweled brass knuckles as the weapons of choice. The manifestation of the protagonist appeared as Noah in a white tank top and white pants, crouching far above like a gangster as his hands held white slippers as the weapon of choice. Alongside this, the visage of Cheats actually appeared, sleek in a golden white suit. Cheats had 2 assault rifles in his hands, floating semi-automatic submachine guns, railguns, nuclear warheads that seemed compact with singularities of cosmos and planes of existence. And even more unfathomable weapons. Multiple parts of Noah's extremes appeared and surrounded Archon Basilius Alderon like a gang, with this esteemed entity erupting with all of his extremes and the influence of omniversal authorities. But, Quintessence in a tank top swung his spiked bat to the right of Alderon while Tyranny swung his smooth bat from the left. The glorious pink and purple extremes of Alderon burning all around him and supported by omniversal authorities, seemed like nothing in front of these bats. They simply passed through them. It was ridiculous, it was unfair, frankly, it was just a little broken. Crack. The 2 bats smashed at the same time, the head of Archon Basilius Alderon becoming deformed and nearly shattering as a moment later, Loot appeared in front and swung his brass knuckles into the chest of Alderon, the sounds of cracking bones and barriers of his dominium shattering alongside it. Even before anything else could be done, a cerulean axe swung down below and cleaved the legs of Alderon. A pair of white slippers appeared from behind and smashed onto the back of this vile entity, causing everything to cave in. All the meanwhile, gunshots began to reverberate at a ridiculous rate as from Cheats, a hail of bullets began to shred the body of Archon Basilius Alderon as truly an unfathomable scene played out. A scene of utmost unfairness as it seemed like a gang beatdown was taking place, ignoring eons worth of hard work of a terracosm stage entity as none of his defenses did anything to prevent it. It was simply the alteration of existential causality. Chapter 3047 Insane. The scene was carved into the wills of all those watching, whether they would live to ponder on and tell the tale, or whether they would join Archon Basilius Alderon in the very near future. His existential extremity authorities did nothing against the ongoing attacks, with his mangled body continuing to get shredded by a hail of bullets from the manifestation of Cheats as before Alderon could even rest. Boom. Boom, a spiked bat, a smooth bat, brass knuckles, slippers, and an axe crashed onto the body of this being as within the span of an instant, it became more and more mangled, until finally, the manifestation of tyranny seemed fed up as he threw his purple bat upwards, his body jumping along with it before descending down in a dropkick with both legs that smashed right on top of Alderon's head, and then, the golden axe in the hands of infinity swung at the neck of Alderon, which had nearly been flattened with the force of the drop kick from tyranny, the head of Alderon becoming cleaved cleanly as at such a moment, Quintessence was already in position with the colorless spiked bat. The spiked bat was swung with force and precision as it smacked onto the cleaved head, the mangled expression and visage of Alderon with his dominium already destroyed being flung across space until it came to land in the left hand of Noah. His Dominium soul that had initiated this existential invictus fatality of the Gang of Tyranny was presented with the mangled head at the very end, and he held on to it like a victorious champion while Marshal King Rapiriel and the two remaining omniversal pillagers observed with their wills in shocked silence. Noah then gazed at the head he held in his left hand with distaste as an instant later, tentacles erupted from the mouth on his right palm that devoured it entirely. As for the rest of the body, apart from being shredded by the deadly barrage of bullets from cheats, the axe wielded by Infinity continued to cleave everything before the white flippers of the protagonist smashed onto this badly beaten foundation of a Terracosm stage entity, everything becoming thrown in Noah's direction as he devoured it all into his right hand. Thereafter, all the manifestations that had carried out the fatality came to float together like a deadly group up to nothing good, glaring at the three remaining Terracosm stage entities threateningly as the manifestation of tyranny even pointed his smooth purple bat towards the squid-like omniversal pillager as their figures began to vanish. As if tyranny was telling it, "You may just be next," the many limbs of the squid-like omniversal pillager trembled, a successive quintessential achievement. The existential invictus fatality of the Gang of Tyranny was successfully brought to fruition. Everything about the unique entity that was Archon Basilius Alderaan was devoured and amplified, the leader of many existential domains, ruling over the legacy of Alderaan. Unfathomable Imperium legions led by Telio's stage could move under his banner. His power as a Terracosm stage entity was a notch above the rest, and yet, the devoured and amplified existence of Archon Basilius Alderaan through the existential invictus fatality of the Gang of Tyranny, and further amplification by the boons of little Cseula 10, is being analyzed and assimilated into your Dominium concurrently in order to bring to fruition its illusory weavings. All he could be was the fuel for another entity, the fuel of the existential omniversal emperor, and as such a reality settled in, the visage of Marshal King Rapiriel became extremely ugly. His golden hair vibrated on his face as the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium surged around his body. The Rincactus had fallen, and now, Archon Basilius Alderaan had fallen. It wasn't hard to guess what would be happening next, as the power of the omniversal organ from Noah seemed terrifying, and the authority radiating from Sona seemed just as unfathomable as she was even currently moving right now towards them without skipping a beat. Marshal King Rapiriel stared at the starfish-shaped omniversal pillager and the squid-like omniversal pillager. An instant later, all three chose different directions and ran across the glacial nest of turbidity turned into a frozen wasteland by Sona. They were entities that had lived eons, for any who had lived such a long time. They valued life more than anything else with absolute certainty. Why remain in a reality where two Terracosm stage entities had already perished in shocking means? Such a reality was not an entirely shocking one as the moment it occurred. Sona shot out towards the retreating Marshal King Rapiriel while her intent weaved towards Noah. "You got the other two," a daring intent, one that Noah, who had begun to accept the amplified existence of Archon Basilius Alderaan, replied to just as daringly, "Yeah, Along with his words, a prompt rose. The analysis of the amplified existence of Rincactus has been completed, and the illusory weaving of Rincactus is coming to fruition." Golden blue light flourished, a massive illusory construct of a deep-sea fish bloomed with a terrifying aura, multiple omniversal authorities gathering around its conception. Its scales shone with a deeply cerulean hue as in front of its head with thousands of sharp golden teeth. A long cylindrical appendage with its end shimmering with a dazzling blue singularity formed. The moment this illusory weaving appeared, it radiated a profound liquid gold light as its appendage lowered towards Noah, his command booming out, "Don't let it escape, WU." With a flash of brightness, the illusory weaving of Rincactus disappeared towards the direction of the squid-like omniversal pillager. As for Noah himself, he stared briefly at the frozen wasteland of the nest of turbidity. That Sona had entirely frozen. Here, the figures of the dozens of remaining Telio's stage omniversal pillagers and the Telio's stage Imperium Knight legions remained frozen and unmoving, their wills alive but their bodies unable to escape the terrifying power of Sona. Chapter 3048 Insane 2. Among those frozen, the figures of Imperium Knight Akalusia and Knight Pomino could be seen, along with the visage of Archon Basilius Alabalum. His eyes seemed to betray their light of utter disbelief for what was currently happening. But no matter how much his existential extremity authorities struggled, the weavings of Psychros only tightened around him and all other Telio's stage entities even further. They wouldn't be able to escape. Noah gazed at all of them coldly as, "Stay still until I'm back." Terrifying words that caused the dominiums of the Imperium legions to tremble echoed out, Noah's figure turning into a streak of purple light as his Invictus Dominium wings that were digesting the existence of a second Terracosm stage entity became ever stronger. His weavings calling out to them as asked once more, of the remaining three. Are there any with a high probability of death we can send on their way? A WAA. He wanted to continue altering existential causality as he followed the weavings of the starfish-shaped omniversal pillager, but even as he discerned from the Invictus Dominium wings, nothing shone green. There may have been a probability of death for these beings among the many possible paths, but all the weavings of their possible paths weren't entirely filled with their deaths, as it didn't meet the requirements of being the highest probability. All three remaining Terracosm stage entities were the strongest ones. Sona chased after Marshal King Rapiriel as in time. His probability of death would likely increase until it met the requirements, and this would be the same for the squid-like omniversal pillager that Noah's illusory weaving of Rincactus was chasing, and the starfish-shaped omniversal pillager Noah himself was chasing. Wait, but Noah stopped in his tracks an instant later. He thought of a what-if, and he acted on it right away as he changed his intent and weavings. He formed a new purpose and intent of no longer chasing the starfish-shaped omniversal pillager, but instead adding himself to the chase of the squid-like omniversal pillager, and, a green hue was instantly reflected in his eyes as the image of the retreating squid-like omniversal pillager instantly appeared in front of him. Among the many possible weavings of its paths, its death reached the highest probability the moment Noah was added to its chase. In addition to the illusory weaving of Rincactus, existential causality could now be twisted. This was utterly insane. Noah hadn't even moved a step, he had only changed his intent to say that he would be chasing after this being, and the moment he did so, this changed the possible future results and added more weavings of dead paths for this entity. And because of this existential Invictus fatality, Noah could call upon a fatality. He could call upon existential causality and distort it through his terrifying omniversal organ brought about by the realm he was pioneering. An omniversal organ that even now was radiating even more terrifying tendrils of thick purple light, calling upon greater omniversal authorities for recognition. Robbed honor and glory become commonplace, their process undeniable once in place, to ends of existence, to the beginnings of extremes. A pioneer rises that has never been seen. His own prophecy had foretold it, and now he seemed to be fulfilling it as he called out lightly, "Quintessential Iron Maiden." A new fatality was called out for the entity Noah had altered the causality of by merely changing his intent. Far from the nest of turbidity, space buzzed from the sheer speed of a Terracosm stage entity as he seemed to be riding the wave of an omniversal authority. Its appendages spun like rotators below its squid-like body as behind it, the aura of a terrifying entity coming closer could be felt, but this omniversal pillager felt threads of possible paths of escape as its dominium burned even faster. It could escape, it could escadash. Its figure that was riding up the tendrils of the complex weavings of an omniversal authority was stopped in its tracks in the most gruesome way possible, a long chain with a hook piercing its head as it was forcefully pulled upwards. In the space above, the hooked chain was receding into the massive construct that looked like an iron box with spikes filling its inner compartments and wide open doors. Above this construct, the face of none other than the man that had killed two Terracosm stage entities prior could be seen, his devilishly handsome visage looking twisted and angry as colorless flames burned out of his eyes, nose, and mouth. It caused the spikes on the terrifying iron box to also blaze with fiery colorless flames as the figure of the squid-like omniversal was pulled into it by the long chain. No matter how much it struggled, thousands of spikes were gouged into its body the moment it arrived in the quintessential Iron Maiden, its massive crimson eyes vibrating in shock and pain as moments later, these eyes saw the spiked iron doors that were flung open close and rapidly as their flaming spike would be directed towards all parts of its body. Clang! The massive spiked doors flung themselves shut once as black and gold blood gushed out like rivers within the quintessential Iron Maiden, the doors flinging open an instant later to show the mangled visage of the squid-like omniversal pillager as what followed. Clang! 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 What followed was simply too gory to even describe as a Terracosm stage entity was skewered. Its shattered dominium and existence on the other hand was constantly leaking out and disappearing into the folds of the omniverse as all of it returned back to a single entity, an entity who had wondrous prompts flowed past his eyes as he breathed out terrifying words. Just two more, of 5 Terracosm entities, 3 were already decimated by him as it was time to wrap up this wondrous incident. Chapter 3049 Insane. 3. Yet another successive quintessential achievement, the existential Invictus fatality of the quintessential Iron Maiden was successfully brought to fruition. The devoured and amplified existence of Cephalopoda prima through the existential Invictus fatality of the quintessential Iron Maiden, and further amplification by the boons of little Csu, is being analyzed and assimilated into your dominium concurrently in order to bring to fruition its illusory weavings, prompts past. over Noah's eyes with a twinkle of brilliance and wonder. The doors of the Iron Maiden snapped open and shut so many times until the terrifying omniversal pillager within was unrecognizable, with everything about it being transferred towards Noah's dominium as even now, it was being analyzed to produce something even grander. The terrifying existence that was little Caesar Yulatan was benefiting immensely as well. Noah feeling his right hand vibrating as an aura at the terracosm stage far exceeding what even Archon Basilius Alderon had been able to radiate was currently rising. As for himself, his existential Dominium realm had continued rising across the vast Dominium skies. His Invictus Dominium wings continued to pulse with ever-increasing authority as they urged him to wrap up the current weavings of reality to really enjoy and understand their elevation. And for this, the analysis of the amplified existence of Archon Basilius Alderon has been completed, and the illusory weaving of Archon Basilius Alderon is coming to fruition. Space twisted and distorted as the complex weavings of an omniversal authority burning with a pink light helped in the construction of a new weaving, clad in black robes and filled with vile authorities within. The visage of the old man who didn't know when to stop spouting vile things could be seen before Noah. On his face, he only had eyes and a nose as no mouth could be seen, as if even his weaving was being told not to speak too much. He bowed towards Noah as with sharp eyes, he gave the command to this illusory weaving and the illusory weaving of Rincactus that currently had no target. And their target now, as Noah would try to twist existential causality once more, was none other than the martial King Rapirial who led the Imperium legions to hunt him. Sona was already after him. If he sent 2 terracosm illusory weavings as well as him making the intent to go there himself, would the death of this being be the major probability across most of his future weavings? Boom. His path was blocked by a dazzling woman bathed with a light of frost and dignity, Martial King Rapirial had an extremely somber gaze as his voice boomed out in low tones, extricating his nearly cleaved golden right arm from a frozen sword. I am not some run-of-the-mill Martial King within the Imperium. Nor was Alderon a run-of-the-mill Archon Basilius. We shoulder too many things, as our deaths will undoubtedly seal your own. If you stop here, the death of Alderon could be overlooked. When pure power didn't work, one turned to reason. As the Martial King of Cappadocia, Rapirial truly held a high position. If he died, imagine the chaos the Sanctus Populi will be embroidered in. There has not been an open war for eons between us, but this will definitely trigger it. Boom. Yet around him, dozens of frozen swords continued to smash towards him senselessly, with Sona calmly raising her hand up in the distance and conjuring a massive frost sword above that was 1,000 times their size. Her calm face was acting as if she couldn't hear any of the intents of Martial King as his dominium continued to be slowed down. You may not be greatly affected by the war, but think of all your sisters. Think of the elder queens that will sacrifice themselves when faced against the omniversal Imperium legions. Against those treading on the paths past terracosm. Think of all the blood that will be spilled from your single action here. Causality, you can change the future greatly just by making a different choice here. His intent painted a very possible and likely future due to his high status, his latest round of mind games causing Sona to look at him with sharp eyes before she spoke while swinging down the massive sword of frost. You overestimate just how important you are within this omniverse. You and many others are already set for damnation. Let me just give you your damnation earlier. Boom. The whole region for light years turned into a frozen wasteland as akin to an icicle breaking free. Martial King Rapirial burned with the exclusive existential extremity authority of the Imperium as he simply retreated once more, yet in the next moment, his figure became anchored in space. His expression greatly changed as he felt an impending threat that seemed unavoidable, his limbs feeling an uncontrollable force that stretched them outwards as moments later, crimson gold light flashed as 5 women appeared around him. They burned with fiery brilliance as they seemed to be manifestations of saintesses of fiery damnation, their fingers coming to land on the extremes of the limbs of Martial King Rapirial as the 5th saintess appeared with a smile above Rapirial. Her eyes smiled brilliantly as she put a finger on her lips as if to shush the trembling and hardened visage of Rapirial, her other hand pointing towards his face as Rapirial's mouth was forcefully opened. Thereafter, her index finger pointed into his open mouth as in the next moment, blazing balls of fire shot out akin to high-speed bullets. They shot out senselessly and with wild abandon as Martial King Rapirial's body began to shake and bloat. Trillions of fireballs beginning to fill his existence as when his entire weavings were filled with them. It was hard to say how painful and massive the explosion was going to be. Sona watched on coldly in the distance as this wasn't her doing, but she could sense the weavings of causality. She could see that her partner had done something unique yet again. It was the enactment of another existential Invictus fatality. Around this same time, within the depths of the Imperium where a Certain enclave had already begun spreading the news regarding a coming genocide. Great undercurrents began to rise as the dominium crystals of two unique martial kings of the Imperium were fracturing. Chapter 3050 War. Within the vast stretches of the Imperium, past innumerable existential domains, under the glorious golden banner of the source of the Imperium, there was a halcyon-colored plane of existence. Inside such a plane of existence, there was a golden floating pathway that was comprised of a single golden block, this block constantly moving around a space that was littered with thousands upon thousands of dazzling golden stars, stars that one could easily grasp in their own hands, and yet these stars held austere brilliance and wonder as the regal aura of a terracosm stage entity emanated from each of them. Atop the golden block floating amidst these stars, there was a woman sitting peacefully while she wrote on a dazzling codex. The codex radiated a multicolored light that put all others to shame, her fingers acting akin to a pen that was writing something in the codex. Her hair was a mixture of gold and white strands as her skin was tan, grace and unfathomable beauty rising and falling from her as her pure white robe hid the extensive majesty underneath. A small dark mole that only added to her exotic demeanor could be seen on her lower right cheek. Such a being didn't radiate any aura at all as one could think. She was a normal entity who hadn't even grasped the workings of mana. And yet such a being was watching over an unfathomably large number of dominium crystals, with the word watching only being a very small part of what she actually did. At this moment, crack, the light within a distant dominium crystal instantly dimmed and cracked, the eyes of the seated woman fluttering as she blinked, and the golden block she sat on instantly disappeared. The next moment, it was before the cracked dominium crystal that was leaking golden blood, a crystal that the moment she saw, she furrowed her brows and tapped on its remnants, and in the next moment, illusory screens shining the last moments of the owner of this dominium crystal began to play out. The illusory scene showed a scene that caused the beautiful woman to blink in surprise, as it wasn't one that you would expect to see. It was a scene of Alderaan surrounded by rough-looking manifestations that jumped him as if it were a gang beatdown. But the most unique thing the woman caught was how Alderaan's authorities were not even able to put up an ounce of defenses, an omniversal organ. Her voice was barely a whisper as she watched the scenes playing out, and she then raised the codex in her hands, closing it and opening it again. As when she did so, a page with the title of Archon Basilius Alderaan appeared. She read on carefully before she muttered, "Last movements. Tracking down Noah Osmont and his compatriots. The Sanctus Populi." Noah Osmont, the name rolled off her tongue naturally. She was about to continue reading when crack, another sound that caused her gaze to change bloomed as she had just gotten to the part where a few words stated that Archon Basilius Alderaan did not leave alone. The name on the page caused her gaze to change as she once more disappeared along with her block, coming to appear in front of a second bleeding crystal. At this time, her eyes blazed with multicolored radiance as she seemingly grasped the weavings of everything within an instant, her expression changing yet again as this time, she sighed, "Why is it you?" In the leftover weavings of the broken dominium crystal, she had seen the image of a woman that she had landed eyes on since many years ago, a woman that appeared in certain weavings, a woman who should not have had a hand in the death of an Imperium martial king, much less two, so not Noah Osmont. She uttered the name of the woman she would meet in certain weavings of the future. And the name of the man she had never seen before, not even once over the past eon she had been living in had she heard anything about Noah Osmont, and now for him to appear with her. A small sigh escaped her lips as with a light of unwillingness, she glimmered with a golden light, allowing a clone to appear that then teleported to a different location, in a darkly lit up space. The woman's clone appeared in such a space while reaching out towards a dull transparent codex at the very center. The moment she touched it, light began to bloom as within moments, like anchored stars. Points began to shine and form the manifestations of multiple different beings. Their manifestations alone held a sense of interminable light and power as they totaled 81 in total. Being a mixture of men and women as they all looked towards the woman in front of the transparent codex, under the gazes of all of these important beings, the woman spoke succinctly while shooting out weavings of lights that went out to all 81 manifestations. Alderaan and Rapiriel have perished, simple words, but they were words that caused the surrounding space to begin trembling chaotically, and moments after. First it is news of genocide, and now this, a deep voice boomed out, and caused the nearby weavings of lesser omniversal authorities to tremble. It all lines up, another voice chimed in, the weavings of the omniverse always flow in the most optimum direction. Yes, voices of agreement arose one by one. At the center of it all, the one who had relayed the news of the deaths of two martial kings closed her eyes as she knew what was coming. War, war. The voices were akin to drums decimating the surrounding space as they only continued. Before the Sanctus Populi, there were the Watchers. Before the Watchers, there was a certain existential omniversal lineage. At this point, the time has merely come for the Sanctus Populi to make way. As before, history will only repeat, war, HUUM, a resonant but affirmative cry began to ring out within the depths of the Imperium.